you're currently listening to Somewhere Else. I actually wrote this track with Danica quite a while ago. I think I wrote the original demo for this in like 2017 or something. The original demo of this actually had me singing some like really rough ideas on it through a vocoder, and when I sent it to Danica, she just turned it into this incredible, almost ballady kind of track. So yeah, definitely the magnum opus sort of part of the album, I guess.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's Boise State Esports broadcast. And tonight we have a great lineup for you. We are going to be having some fun in Overwatch and League of Legends. But first off, we are going to be starting off with the Missouri High School Esports Association Overwatch season. I'm your host, Jacob Gem Mountain Palmer. And joining me to help cover all the Overwatch action, I've got Artie Nerdy Rain joining us. And Artie, I want to toss this question to you first off, based off what we've seen last week, and that is a game like Overwatch, you really gotta be able to really kind of adapt, and that's something we kind of saw some of the teams maybe struggling a bit last week, and swapping off heroes when appropriate, or maybe trying to stick on a certain comp when it really wasn't working out. What do you think is just kind of the key to kind of mastering that aspect in Overwatch?
Well, at this level of gameplay, I feel like the biggest piece of advice / key that I can give to anybody is, yes, you may be comfortable on a hero, and in a lot of cases forcing a comp around that hero can be very beneficial to you, but you need to keep in mind when you are not getting value, and understanding that if you aren't getting value, it's time to swap. Either swap your hero off or swap the whole comp, and in most cases, that ultimate charge you have isn't worth keeping the wrong hero in a fight.
Well, we are going to see the Missouri High School Esports Association Spring Overwatch match. Just to recap, it's 14 schools in an 8-week season. All teams are seeded in the playoffs, and there will be 4 weeks of playoffs in April, which is just 1 month away. A quick look at at some of the teams in play right now, just how things are going for them. And it should be interesting because we are going to be having Wellington Napoleon versus CBC High School. As you can see, both of those teams had a win in their column, so some nice iron sharpening iron, I suppose. Just two very tough teams going up against each other. And what are we specifically looking for with these two teams that we've seen in their past that can really kind of excite us for tonight's match?
Definitely tank play. I mean, the meta in the past couple of seasons has been very tank heavy as always, but also it's that counterplay and making sure that we won't be able to personally tell if they're ult tracking, but you can kind of tell depending on who's hanging onto which ults and using them in response to what or when. And that'll really determine how much they are ult tracking on their own. And I feel like that plus their tank play is going to be the determining factor of who comes out on top this evening.
Well, one thing that has also kind of crept up in recent times, as well as the tank meta, but this is even more recent, has been this notion of Reaper Friday. And we didn't necessarily see it last week, so are there any predictions this week for that coming true? I'm
gonna say no on that one, because yes, it was a meme that had progressed with Monkey Mondays and Reaper Fridays, but it ended with Reaper February, and I'm praying that that's where it stays. Because Reaper, yes, he's a great hero, but he's not a hero you can pick into every comp, and so please don't try to force him.
Well, both of these teams will have to ponder that over. As we said, it's Wellington Napoleon versus CBC in this Missouri High School Esports Association match. And as both of these teams gear up for the match tonight, they will have plenty to ponder over. Part of those things to ponder over will be Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, which is understand your comp and play style. Focus on each fight, pre-fight target priority, and commit together. Doc's keys to the game brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, which delivers real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions, delivers safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. You can go to count.com to learn more about all of that. So as we hop right in, we are going to be going to Lijiang Tower first in this matchup.
As we look at this, we do see that Wellnap. We've got Big Gav over here on that Symmetra. We might see a Symmetra quick out of spawn TP, but because this is Gardens, I do actually anticipate that being a Symmetra TP to the high window. On the other side, however, for CBC, they also decided to swap over to the Symmetra. Originally, they had a Echo. For the,
they're going to use it.
Wellnap's managing to make it first, but it looks like the side of CBC got a little bit split, and splitting, even if it's just a minor wall, can be really detrimental to your gameplay. We'll have to see how this plays out, as one side, Wellnap, already lost their Echo, but for CBC, the only one remaining is their Symmetra.
And you can see Big AV right there taking out that other teleportation portal. And they're just waiting for CBC to respawn here. Wellnap is going to get the first capture on that point as it starts ticking up. CBC now regroups. You can also see this Echo here is going to be putting some damage down onto that choke point as the Reinhardt pokes through. Keeping an eye out also for that teleportation.
It's really important for the side of CBC to be utilizing natural cover right now because of that Echo that does have a lot of spam ability as well as aerial play that's coming out from that player. So for the side of CBC, they need to make sure they're rotating properly and rotating with their Rein. Unfortunately, they did lose their Lucio and their McCree already, so this may be a lost fight as their Reinhardt goes down.
You can see the Reinhardt is just going to go swinging right into the front line of CBC that can't get their footing. Members wisely go back to go for a reset rather than stagger it out. But Wellington Napoleon up to 40% already. You can see they might be going, taking a little bit of a different route here.
CBC is choosing to stick with the Symmetra, which typically after your second push, if you don't have that Symmetra wall up or you don't have control of the point, it might be time to swap off. So they're probably planning on making a push with that wall. We do see the Immort come out from the Baptiste right there, as well as the Amplification Matrix. Both walls are now coming out, so it's even on both sides. It's just a matter of calling out to your teammates and making sure that you aren't being blocked off by that shield.
And Short Stack is the first one to start the elimination train, taking out the Symmetra, and it just continues on by taking out the Reinhardt, followed by the McCree. Now all the tanks are out, a little bit of a boop from the Lucio to finish that up. And CBC now hasn't really won any of these engagements here. And they're really only going to have the Graviton Surge to their benefit here. Short Stack does have the Shatter as well as the Graviton Surge available from Wellington Napoleon.
CBC finally made the swap off of that Symmetra in favor of the Echo, but that swap might have come a little too late, as we do see the both Graviton Surges getting popped. Some members of the side of CBC getting antied. The Immor is not enough to keep them alive, as we see another force field come out from the Symmetra from the side of Wellnap.
And Wellnap has a really good handle on this point thus far as the overtime clock ticks down. And with that team kill, I say that Wellnap has gotten off to a great start, going 1-0. I have to say, Nerdy, I was a little bit excited when I saw the Reaper in that initial loadout, especially if they had found a way to make that work right after you said it ended, with February turning up.
It can work, but you have to return to your roots of, wall and maul with a Reinhardt. You do have the Baptiste Lucio that's becoming more standard for your support comp, and that Lucio is really quintessential to keeping your Reinhardt alive. And so if you have a Mei that's just going to slow anybody down that gets past the shield, a Reaper that's just going to put bullets in someone's face, and a Lucio who can swap over to heal when your Rein gets a little low, it's really difficult to break, and this is a point that would be useful on. However, we are not seeing a Reaper, so I'm sorry.
And we also see a bit of a Symmetra portal there being used by CBC. And now the Junkrat is being brought up. Nade taking a bit of damage there, is able to heal up as they take sort of the upper ground here as Wellnap gets onto the point first. You can see Nebula here off to the side, just healing up some members, puts a nade onto some of the members of CBC, and is going to get found out by Luma. The teammates answer that out by taking out both tanks for Wellnap. For CBC, excuse me, and Wellnap is going to use that advantage to be able to take the point first. Now Nade gets taken out by Echo as well. And this might be a very similar story to what we saw last time. How can, CBC really try to unseat Wellnap here that seems very comfortable and dug in on these points?
An important thing you got to keep in mind with your comps is how they play, and that's your win condition. When we saw these first rotations come out, one team went to point, one team went to play in White Room. And when you play with this Junkrat, playing White Room is very important, but it's a matter of allowing your DPS to get poke damage and get those cooldowns out, which we are not seeing happening. That Matrix, unfortunately, you should not stand in front of as a Reinhardt. Your shield gets melted, and then you're going to get melted next. It's something you got to LOS, and that just comes down to understanding what abilities you're playing into as a player.
Well, CBC now has 2 members on point as they try to push through. The Echo there is going to use the copy and is going to go onto the Reinhardt, quickly charge up that Shatter. It's going to be used. Didn't quite see how many people that picked up there, but it certainly helped Wellnap to take the point, to take out that Immortality field past 50%. And now CBC has to find themselves resetting yet again.
For the side of Wellnap right now, we're noticing they are not pushing up and going straight to the door that we often see coming out from the Boise State players. Holding that area tends to be how you want to prevent fights from happening and choosing that fight location. Instead, they're letting this team come in. I'm pretty sure they're going to be relying on Big Gav's junk tire in order to clean things up. However, after the grab, we have a sound barrier coming out a little bit late that's going to manage to sustain CBC through this fight, and there's a lot of DPS ults being popped, so both tanks for the side of CBC are going to go down.
Oh my goodness, look at
Wellnap is only 3 in, and they're still managing to hold this point.
Oh, that triple Deadeye. That might just keep CBC's hopes alive if it wasn't for Nade getting eliminated there. So now it's all up to one member to try to keep on the point. You see the Junkrat there is going to use the Riptire and use it against the Zarya, and that might just have been enough for CBC to take this point as the Junkrat and now Reinhardt are taken out. Graviton Surge is also used to kind of bunch up all the numbers of Wellnap, but no eliminations are going to be coming out of that. Pinned by the Reinhardt is going to be taking a whole lot of damage. Luma not finding the help she needed to stay alive there, and Feratops is also going to be taken out. So that slight reprieve that CBC had isn't going to last long, and that overtime clock ticks down to allow Wellnap to take this first game in this match.
So that Graviton Surge that we had come out from CBC at the start of that last fight would have worked, but it was a little misplayed.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like it was misplayed. The Reinhardt just kind of held his shield up and nothing really came from it. So a bit unfortunate there, especially off of a triple Deadeye. I would have loved to see that turn the tide of the game, but that'll have to be for another day. As we move on into this match, brought to you by one of our sponsors, the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 positions offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. You can reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. So now as we head into this second match, normally, we've seen hybrid come up, but in these high school matches, it has been 2CP instead that is coming up. So last time we saw Hana Murez, you just take a short breather to kind of go to your happy place before we have to, engage in your least favorite game mode. So
yeah.
would you rather see Hanamura again, or we've also seen Volsky? What would lessen the pain the most for you?
Do I have a favorite 2CP map? Oh my, I think I've had such a vested disgust with 2CP. I've never even thought about which, honestly, I have to say that Hanamura would be my favorite just because of the amount of high ground coverage you have. And yes, it seems like it's a really tricky choke point to get through, but in actuality, so long as your pathing is good and your communication with your team is good, you can break that choke easily. And it also has great snowball ability, just like Volskaya. So it's
not going to be Hanamura.
It's going to be Anubis, which actually is my least favorite.
I was going to ask you right after, so what's your least favorite?
Yeah, it's definitely Temple of Anubis. It used to be Horizon, but since they updated that map multiple seasons ago and changed it up a bit, it's no longer my least favorite. It has to be Anubis.
As we see both teams gearing up here, as OneUp and CBC get ready to go on here. CBC is going to be the first ones to try to push through this choke. They're going to have a lot of damage raining on them with that Junkrat and Echo, though, up from those higher elevation points. They're going to go off to the right. We did see the Ashe there up high trying to snipe down a little bit. And the Immortality field did go up. Looks like it has been taken out as both teams now meet each other in these very tight fighting quarters.
For the side of CBC, you can see them taking a very common rotation, which is basically going all the way up that high ground. Not taking that second stairway, but the third level, you have to go completely clean out the high ground. It's very similar to how you want to be pushing an attack on King's Row with this comp when you're playing very linearly. There's a lot of line of sight for the enemy team. Use those alleyways to your advantage. The only person that has to be careful is your D.Va, but in this case, there wasn't enough damage to get her out of mech.
And now Shortstack was able to take out Melk there on the Echo. But now Melk, it looks like, was able to get an elimination of their own. So a bit of an avenge there. Big AV also getting a double, as well as the other teammates, allowing a team kill to go through there. So what looked like a promising push from CBC is going to have to be another reset. Just take a look at the ultimates here. We do see the Riptire available for the Junkrat, as well as the Earth Shatter and the Sound Barrier. What ultimates coming up do you think could be most impactful for this next fight?
Honestly, for the side of WellNup on defense, the most impactful is probably going to be that Junk Tire, especially if they try to take the same rotation they did last time, which it looks like they are. It is what I would suggest doing. The Immor is going to protect, however, that anti-plus, plus that nano booster, unfortunately, going to be the end of that push. I really hope we actually see CBC do that again. I totally understand that we've discussed, insanity and trying the same things again. However, that was Junk Tire and that was nano boost. They just have to dodge the shatter if they're trying to go up that side again, because throwing a Bob in there is not going to do anything for this. Sorry, not for CBC, but for the side of WellNup, they don't have the ability to block anything if CBC takes that high ground again. So if they just do that rotation again, use natural cover, avoid the nade, they should be able to get through, and they need to make sure their supports stay on that high ground instead of dropping this time.
Unfortunately for CBC, they're not going to have that Valkyrie, as that was used at that last engagement. Only really helped the Mercy fly away at the very end, as Kale uses a copy onto the Reinhardt, is going to use the Earth Shatter. Big AV is able to kind of negate that copy as Bob comes out onto the point. We have to see how much mileage he gets out of there. But I don't really see CBC pushing onto the point much. You do see the Echo flying up above as the D.Va and Reinhardt now try to push on, as the Tactical Visor is used to get a double, and nothing is going to get out of that D.Va self-destruct. So another push for CBC, not quite going to plan.
So you mentioned that you didn't really see CBC on the point, and with their comp, they need to be utilizing the high ground more, and they need to be surrounding the side of WellNup and taking out 1 to 2 people before they're even trying to make that anchor on point, just because of the nature of their composition that they have going for them. Their D.Va needs to utilize high ground, and point presence and anchoring as D.Va is not something that's your strong suit when you're playing into a comp like this. Unfortunately, Baptiste getting taken out that early is going to stop this push, and they may need to reset, possibly swap to a Lucio.
Well, here comes another Riptire out from WellNup. Is going to be trying to find its target and bouncing around. It is going to be able to take out the Mercy, and with a slew of other eliminations, the Shortstack is able to take out the D.Va. CBC is going to really find themselves struggling with about 10 seconds left to get on the point. You see the last-minute switch off to the Wrecking Ball is just going to try to roll as fast as they can. There it goes under. He is able to make it to the point, is able to touch the point. And now the overtime clock isn't ticking down yet, and Fitz starts off to a great start as the Graviton Surge comes out, as well as the Nano Boost and Lucio beat. And Bob is going to be thrown out there as well, as Short Stack and Nebula are able to pick up 2. Bob does find himself off the point, but the Reinhardt's just going to hold up his shield and charge off as that tactical shield, a tactical visor picks up a double. The Mercy tries to fly in, but it is not going to be enough. Wellnap has been able to keep CBC from getting even 1 tick, I believe.
However, they didn't get a whole tick, but for the side of Wellnap on this attack, they do still have to get 33.33% of it captured in order to win. So there's still an opportunity for this to be drawn out, but that means CBC needs to have perfect target focus, perfect disruption play, and making sure that they are in the heads of the side of Wellnap on this defense here for themselves.
But Nerdy, you forget the silver lining here, and that is this possible turn of events is the lowest possible time that could be taken for 2CP. And just holding the other team and then only needing to get 1 tick, rather than dragging it out into minutes and minutes of overtime. So it could be that our journey with 2CP is actually quite short, which would be a nice little silver lining for you, I suppose.
For anyone that is not aware, 2CP, so long as there's still time on the clock, can continue to go back and forth for a very long time. I myself have been in a game for almost 50 minutes, and the maximum amount of game time you can have in an Overwatch match before it forces a draw is 90 minutes total. I personally would never want to do that because I'm not a League of Legends player.
Well, we are going to have League of Legends coming up later tonight, so we'll have to see how long those matches last. Of course, it isn't anything personal against both of these teams. We just want 2CP to end as quick as it can. So
it's painful for the players too. It's not just painful.
It's just it's eating your vegetables. Although I don't think this is really healthy for you.
No, because even Blizzard's getting rid of 2CP. This is just, you know, we chose to do this.
Well, Big AV is going to be starting off on that Widow by getting 2. And that is going to really catch CBC off guard. A res does go on to Fitch, but some great play by Short Stack is going to take out the front line of CBC. And is this the short match we've been looking for? Yep, that's just the short match. We are done. And Wellnap is able to pick up their 2nd win. Well, the beatdown is going to be tomorrow on March 6th. And for you fighting game fans who have been wondering, how long is it going to be till Boise State showcases your favorite games? Tomorrow will be the time. And we can see here that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is going to... excuse me. The in-person finals for all of these matches are going to be tomorrow. All of those games will be tomorrow, so you're definitely going to want to tune in for that. But we got to get back to Overwatch right now, as we're going to be heading into the 3rd and possibly final game if Wellnap is able to pick up their victory. So now that we're past 2CP and just wanting to get rid of that particular mode, what do we need now for CBC to really kind of come back? As this is a match against Wellnap versus CBC in the Missouri High School Esports Association. Wellnap currently leading 2-0 in this match with just 1 victory left before they take home the victory.
All right, so I hate to be that person, but I'm going to be. I am at the end of the day one of Doc's students. We need to return to those keys of the game. You need to understand your comp, what your comp's win condition is. You need to be checking your rotations, using natural cover, and pre-target fight focus and pathing needs to be discussed in those short 30 seconds you get between those fights. It's about 30 to 45, not a lot of time, but it is possible since teams do it all the time, and I know both these teams are capable of doing it.
And then a little bit of a pleasant surprise, Blizzard World is going to be the next map, something we haven't seen too much of. And now as the first push goes on, you can see Monkey is going to be jumping up to the top level there. Is not going to find a lot of mileage there as Short Stack just hits him with the hammer, and that's going to be that. Now, Mello is able to even it up a little by taking out the Junkrat there, so it is going to be even for now as Wellnap goes back onto the point. Nade here on the Tracer is just going to use that recall there to try to go back. try to group up with the team who still hasn't managed to make some sort of push yet.
They haven't because they're missing their monkey, and when you're playing double bubble, losing your main tank in this sense is very detrimental. It's almost as bad as losing a Lucio before a fight with a Reinhardt, but they did manage to maintain the amount of space that they had garnered from that push, so it wasn't a fully lost push. Just going into this next one, they've already lost their McCree. They need to clean up those rotations and making sure that they're turning on people who are targeting their backline, those squishy, slower targets, which is what's happening here, because the McCree and the McCree and Ana were the first two to go down on that push.
I just saw something that made me laugh. Once the action dies down, I'll have to let you know what I saw. Right now, Short Stack is going to be able to get the pick onto Nade, and now with that Winston down, as you were saying, with that tank down, not having both tanks available, it's going to be really hard for them to try to push forward here. You see Fitch there, just kind of going for a soft reset, waiting for the other members to kind of get to the point. That's a lot of kind of risk that Eclipse is putting themselves in, kind of pushing up here.
Right now, for CBC, their Zenyatta is doing a great job getting poke damage. Zens are very ominous presences if they have good aim, because they can kill in, you know, 2 shots, so to speak. We do hear the Graviton Surge come out. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough damage for CBC to combo with that. They tried to land the Pulse Bomb, but they couldn't quite get it. Both the DPS ults for Wellnap are being popped as well, and they're managing to clean up CBC a lot. That's another end of the push right there. Going into this next one, we can see that we've got Monkey Ult as well as a Nano Boost. I pray we don't see those get popped at the exact same time, because that is not the most optimal combination of those ultimates.
Well, we'll just have to see. CBC is going to have to wait just a little bit longer as Fitch got caught up on a stagger there.
I really hope that CBC takes care of this Junkrat. I don't foresee a Junk Trap being up there. Ooh, staggers are hard. Cleaning up that high ground and making sure your supports are safe up there and have line of sight on you is one of the biggest things that could help you win in this situation. So going that path on the right side, getting that high ground, anchoring it for your supports, getting your Ana and Zen up there will help out a lot. And then it comes down to your Zen surviving and getting Discords and taking care of those Discord targets.
All right, CBC now has all the members they need to try to push up here. You can see Exclusivity here just waiting, trying to set the turret. And it does look like the Nano Boost is going to be used as the Monkey comes in. The Primal Rage isn't used quite yet. There it goes, as the Earth Shatter is also used, as well as the Graviton Surge, and the Dragon Strike is going to be used in a combo to tear through the members of CBC. A little bit of a boop going on there from Turtle Man onto Mellow, taking them out. Nebula is going to pick up a double, taking out both supports for CBC. Exclusivity does get hit with the nade, is very low on health, and is going to go down. And that final stagger, I think, is going to prevent CBC from getting any sort of point. One of their members does manage to touch the point, but it is very short-lived. The Tracer is trying to dance around, might still be buying some time there. Tracer is taken out, as well as the Doomfist now. So I don't know who's closest now. Junk Tire was just going to go out, maybe in acceleration or a precaution to prevent anyone from touching the point there. But regardless, Wellnap now just has to get a little bit of a tick on there on the point, and they can wrap up this match.
For the side of CBC, on this defense, I would suggest, I know it's horrible, either Cremation, which is McCree Anime, or Korean Reaper, and just do the wall and maul strat. You can divide the team. You do not need to be going for getting the most amount of kills in the shortest amount of time. Disruption play, slowing down the pace of the game for the side of Wellnap, and choosing the location of the fights is how you are going to manage to hold them off, at least for the side of CBC, hold off Wellnap here. It's still winnable. It's always winnable. You just have to make sure you play your comp right.
I do have to give a bit of credit to the camera person right here, getting a little bit creative. That's always something that we kind of like to see, is the camera person kind of taking these very interesting angles, although I don't know how much they can top Glovely, like the kind of angles that Glovely can get, especially on King's Row or those maps just weaving in and out of the hallways. It's pure poetry.
For anyone that does not know, when you see those really cool in-game shots that are recorded, typically someone has a VR headset on and that gets dropped into like one of these little scenes here, and they get to like spin around and move around and record that. Glovely does this magic with just a controller or a mouse and keyboard. So shout out to Glovely.
Shout out to Glovely. And Welnap is just one tick away from victory here. We're going to see if they can do this on the first push like they did on Temple of Anubis. You do see Doomfist is just going to go right onto that Mercy, who finds herself just a little bit alone, and that's a very rough pick onto CBC that is now not going to have that healing. Exclusivity does try to even it up, though, taking out the Echo. Here comes the Doomfist again. Had the same idea with the Ana. Now the Junkrat comes in to pressure him just a little bit, and now Mello was able to take out Big AV as Short Stack answers that back by taking out Fitch. So back and forth, no clear victory yet, although Welnap does manage to take out some of that DPS by getting rid of Nade. You also see the Ashe there on the point. He's going to find a lot of pressure from Welnap, is going to be taken out by the Zarya, and that's going to be it. Victory. And in very quick fashion, Wellington Napoleon is going to be the victor in this match, going 3-0 and further cementing their position as a dominant team to look out for in this season, this spring season of the Missouri High School Esports Association. You know, how do you think it went? You know, what do you think was the best that helped Wellington Napoleon kind of pull out the victory? And for CBC, what are some strengths you saw from them that they can further hone to get victory? Because they were a team entering into this 1-0, excuse me.
So for the side of Welnap, they definitely understood their composition, how their composition should be played. They were playing a pretty standard comp, especially if you play ladder frequently. And the play style that goes into that is a lot of poke damage, utilizing cover, playing linearly when you are in positions where there isn't a lot of natural cover, and making sure that you're focusing the same targets. Whereas for the side of CBC, they had a great composition in a lot of cases. However, they did not know how to fully utilize their comp or combo abilities with another person on their team in order to utilize the skills and abilities that all the players had. So that is something that, especially with the meta shift that just occurred and the way that the meta is currently going, will just come in time. Hopefully that honestly, just some VOD review will help out with that. And then, you know, cleaning up your target focus and your pre-fight pathing so that you can avoid that poke damage and honestly die faster when you've lost a fight.
Well, that is it for the first match, but we are not done with the high school esports action. We are now moving into our new match, which is going to be Blue Springs versus Clearwater Springs, the battle of the springs, I suppose. Man, I'm really thirsty now.
Can I get some bottled water from
I know,
these schools?
all of a sudden, yes. Well, I think that's actually a good idea. So we will be getting to that next match and taking a bit of a water break in lieu of those teams' names. So we're going to take a short break, be back with the second match right after this. So you're going to want to stay on this Twitch channel.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Legendary parts for legendary wins. NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
And welcome back to tonight's broadcast of esports. Tonight we are starting off with high school esports in the Missouri High School Esports League. Today we're casting Overwatch in that league. I'm still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Artie Nerdy Rain. And now we move on to the next match, which is going to be Blue Springs versus Clearwater Springs. So two Springs battling each out. And with the particular, I see the name Blue Springs, and I think that's a team that we are quite familiar with in our history of broadcasting esports. And so what about kind of the history of both of these teams makes you most excited to see what happens?
Why you gotta ask me a hard question like that one?
I'm sorry. I apologize. We can go back to the Reaper Friday question if you wanted, or we can...
Honestly, we've seen Blue Springs a decent amount of times thus far as we've been doing this Missouri High School tournament, and they've shown not only a lot of team skill in the beginning, but they've also improved quite a bit. However, this other team, I'm not positive we've seen them before, so I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, but honestly, because we are so familiar with Blue Springs, I might be calling out a couple people here and there for some things that I have brought up before about their gameplay.
Well, we'll have to see how well Blue Springs has improved, if they continue to improve their game, and what this other team brings to the table. I'm sorry I didn't fully realize that one of these teams we haven't really seen yet, so sorry I'm tossing that history question to you. But anyway, we have 14 schools in an 8-week season. All teams are going to be seeded in the playoffs, and there are going to be 4 weeks of playoffs. So even though this is the first time we are seeing Clearwater here tonight, we have plenty of opportunity to see them in the future. As we continue this spring Overwatch season, Doc's keys to the game is going to be brought up for both these teams, which is to understand your comp and play style, focus on each fight, pre-fight target priority, and commit together. Doc's keys to the game brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network. And so, are there any of these keys to the game? In our last broadcast, you brought up, went back to the keys to the game a little bit. And which one of those do you think is going to be most important for the teams here?
Pre-target focus, because when you're picking your first target in a fight, you are basically setting yourself up for your win condition or for the enemy's win condition, because when you are going after that first target, odds are you are using your movement ability cooldown. So that target needs to be someone that can die very quickly, and a large mistake that we see being made quite often is picking, to use the term again, a large target like a Reinhardt or a Winston or an Orisa. So hopefully that does not happen, and we see them target people like a Zenyatta, a McCree, and Ana, just those squishy targets that don't have a lot of abilities, or they force out those abilities.
As I said earlier, it's Blue Springs versus Clearwater Springs and Tornadoes. So that's a nice, interesting kind of mascot there. Normally we see something from the animal kingdom, but forces of nature are also not unheard of. And we are going to be starting out in the second match, just like we did the first, going on to Legion.
Don't worry, Harrisburg. I know that you guys are also not an animal. I don't hold that against you.
Round one.
I'm glad to know that. So Blue Springs is going to be bringing out a comp that we haven't seen yet. They're going to be bringing out Orisa and Reinhardt.
So I call this comp Turtle, but they also have...
Is that why you were laughing?
Yes, they have the Torbjorn pick. So they have a lot of forward damage on those shields for the side of Clearwater. And Clearwater has Zarya and Reinhardt, which so long as they melt the Zarya after her personal bubble has gone down, the amount of extra charge she might be getting from the Torb turret targeting either of her bubbles can be mitigated, but it comes down to that target focus we discussed earlier.
Blue Springs is going to take the early lead, getting onto the point first and starting that counter ticking up. Both teams are still at full strength, and that Earthshatter is going to go on to a huge member of Blue Springs, followed up by the charge, and that is going to allow Clearwater to turn it around. And the Lucio sound barrier was used after a bunch of those eliminations came through, so that is only going to stagger them out a little further in what was a beautiful Earthshatter from Clearwater.
just a side note, that Lucio for the side of Blue Springs, yes, that was a bad moment to use your sound barrier. I completely understand it was on reflex. I would have done it too. However, that was a great charge time for that sound barrier, so props to you, Lucio.
The rally is going to be used in response to that Earth Shatter and charged again. Ghost Dog is finding himself having a really hard time up against Clearwater's Reinhardt there. And Clearwater still has some ammo left to use as they have 3 ultimates that they can use at any time here. Speaking of ultimates, Nano Boost now comes online as Ghost Dog now looks like he popped his Primal Rage. And there goes the Nano Boost as well as Tactical Visor. Coalescence is going to be coming up from Clearwater to give them that extra healing, try to get through that. And despite those ultimates being used, Clearwater still has a very tight hold on this point with McCree. And now both tanks getting an elimination of their own.
For the side of Blue Springs right now, we've got Lucio, who once again has a sound barrier. Great. But the Ana, I think Ana might want to swap to a Baptiste here.
And Ghost Dog, speaking of swapping, got off of that Reinhardt and swapped over to the Monkey there. Is still not having a great time on the Monkey, is just finding himself on the receiving end of so much punishment right now. And there goes the turret up onto the point, is instantly going to get mowed down by the McCree. So no real damage going there, as they're going to go off and take a different route this time.
Yeah, trying to fight through server room and go through that main point as a Monkey is not very advantageous because you need space to dive, and Monkey's a dive tank.
Molten Core is going to start this off as well. So Deadeye Being going to pick up a double, and then followed by the Orb is going to take out Bellwitch as well. So Clearwater manages to stop that right in its tracks with the Deadeye. Who would have thought?
So I totally understand that we see, at least score-wise, it's 13 and 100. However, I feel like we really only saw 2 complete fights occur here for this first map on Lijiang. And that comes down to Blue Springs needing to, I hate to say this again, but die faster. Yes, I understand that your uptime is something that is important. However, when you've already lost a fight, resetting is the biggest thing that you need to be thinking about. And honestly, the longer you stay alive, the longer you're charging enemy ults. Yes, you are getting some ult charge yourself, but in a 5v1 situation, everybody else on that enemy team, those 5 people get way more charge than you will. So jump off the side of the map if you have to.
And I can imagine that is a hard instinct to kind of overcome because you want to stay alive. You know, it's kind of that reflexive hitting your ultimate.
Oh, yes. And it was something that took me a long time to figure out.
Well, both of these teams, we're going to see how well they have figured that out as they go into this first engagement. And a Far Mercy is going to be used to effect on the side of Clearwater, taking out the Lucio and the Torp turret. Now Fozzie is going to be taken out, but quickly rezzed by the Mercy. Now the Mercy's res is going to be on cooldown as both teams are fighting over this point initially. As Far Mercy kind of goes in, is going to try to put some damage onto this. Orisa is going to do it, but not before this Zenyatta gets 2 eliminations of his own, even it up just a little bit. The Pharah, though, picks up the slack and is able to take out Bellwitch. Bit of a hook going out there, isn't going to find anybody, but there is still some contesting going on over this point.
We see Clearwater going with one of my personal favorite picks, which is that Moira. However, playing into the comp that Blue Springs has, I would honestly suggest swapping in favor of that Ana. They don't have a lot of barrier damage, but they have a lot of sustain. And Moira, yes, I understand Coalescence is great. It basically is on cooldown all the time. The ultimate doesn't do a whole lot for the type of comp that they are running.
And a bit of an environmental is going to go onto that Lucio from the Pharah, just showing, hey, I can boop too. And now another elimination from the Pharah is going to be going on to the Torbjorn.
Oh.
And that hook was trying to get rid of the Pharah, and she's going to answer that back with the barrage. And that's going to go down onto the Zenyatta. And now Blue Springs finding themselves down yet again. There goes another elimination onto Ghost Dog there. As the Monkey comes back onto point, is going to mow down Bellwitch right there. Wrecking Ball still on point for Blue Springs, trying to keep it alive. And now is going to be taken out by the Zarya.
We do have right here, we've got Big Doggo with his Primal Rage waiting on the bridge. I don't know if the side of Blue Springs will fall into that trap. It seems a little bit too obvious to me that he has Primal and is waiting to boot people off when he gets low. Thankfully, we are not seeing Blue Springs take that bridge route. They're instead going through server, which is great. However, their Wrecking Ball is going to have a little bit of a hard time surviving on his own.
And now you see Hook out there is just going to hit the wall as Doggo does take an elimination on to the Zenyatta, which could prove useful. The Zenyatta was able to get a few eliminations here and there in a previous engagement. There goes the whole hog onto the Pharah, and a nice hook, but the Moira is going to be able to fade away. And we hear the Molten Core being used as well as the Valk. And Clearwater trying to maintain control of this point. Big Doggo is going to be able to get rid of Bright Hammer. The Delix is able to get rid of the Mercy. And Doggo, though, still maintaining control over the point as it passes over 90. And that barrage is going to be able to take out the Torbjorn now, but that Torbjorn is able to answer it back posthumously with the turret. Now with some great work from Ultra and Fozzy. They might be able to keep control of the point throughout all of this. Here comes the Riptire. Is that going to pick up anything? No, it's going to get mowed down.
It doesn't look like Blue Springs is going to be able to get a footing on this point, though, and that means Lijiang Tower will go in favor of Clearwater.
So Clearwater picking up the victory, you know, despite being kind of a newer team that we've seen, is definitely showing their potential. Just goes to show that new players have a lot of talent in them, although new for us. Excuse me. So it is Boise State Esports is always looking for new players, like we're seeing new players in Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League, and of course production. We are always looking for new positions. You could go to boisestate.edu/esports. And I have just been informed, actually, that we might have had a little bit of a mix-up there, and Blue Springs actually was the one who took that first match. So apologies there.
All right, so now we are at 1-1, and the remaining point, let me think, is Night Market. Yes, so now we have to watch Night Market. This one is the Symmetra map. Oh, wait.
No, I think they meant the first game outright.
Oh, my apologies. That was Blue Spring who took that first game. Gotcha.
Yeah. Again, it's the name Blue Springs. If they're going to be playing red, you know, it doesn't make sense.
It don't.
Well, now we are on Hanamura, which we were talking about a little bit earlier in the night, which has some interesting options. I do see the Bastion being used. Last time we saw the Bastion being used on Hanamura, it didn't turn out well for the team trying to push through. But maybe Blue Springs here is going to be able to mount sort of a better strategy than just taking the same route and getting mowed down every time.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Bastion comp that we have set up here on defense. And the one thing that it's missing is something like, yes, you have Sigma, who has his ability to absorb damage and get shields, but there isn't someone genuinely intended to protect Bastion outside of the inboard. There is no Mei, there is no Symmetra. So Bastion's going to be relatively stationary. Will go in favor of his undoing if they don't move around enough to make their positioning a little bit more unpredictable.
Picking up the victory, you know, despite being kind of a newer
right in the
team
line of sight of that
seen,
Reinhardt,
is
who's
definitely
just waiting
showing
to land a
their
fire strike on them right now.
Just goes to show that new
And now
players
that Reinhardt
is going to have the shield be mowed down, and Fozzy is going to find himself on the unfortunate end of that Bastion turret, and Ghost Dog was just going to also charge right in there to the front line. Is always looking for new players like we're seeing, going to take out Deadly Mouse in Overwatch, still even on both sides, but that Bastion is still pushing through so much damage through that tiny little door.
Boisestate.edu/esports.
And I have just been informed, actually, that we in a special way that captures the special place.
Yes, so Bastion is not a hard hero. All right, so now we are at 1-1, so long as your team is organized. Nor is he a very hard hero to play, and I hate to say that to anyone that is a Bastion. This one is the Symmetra map. After you master positioning and you have a good team with you, yes, you can survive. Oh, my apologies, that was Blue Spring who took that first game to break down a Bastion.
Again, it's the name Blue Springs. It looks like Bastion is going to be used on both teams now as Fozzy decides to swap off. Well, now we are on
attack
Hanamura,
Bastion.
which we were talking about a little bit earlier
All right.
in the night.
Go for it.
Which
Follow
has
your
some
heart.
interesting
I
options. I
don't
do
know how
see
you intend
the
to set this
Bastion
one
being
up,
used. Last time we
but
saw
good
the
luck.
Bastion being used
We're
on
gonna
Hanamura.
just try to see how it works out. I did see that Reaper taking the side route is going to try to keep this Bastion, get him by surprise.
Maybe
but
Blue
Team is
Springs here is going to be able to mount sort of a better
so
strategy
I don't know how
than just
successful he's
taking
going
the
to be
same
here
route
and getting
just to
mowed
go
down
back
and
and
try to. Now the other team comes up the
Okay,
side.
so I'm
It's going
looking
to be
at the
a
Bastion
top
comp that we have set up here on defense. And the one thing that it's missing is something like, yes, you have Sigma who has his ability to absorb damage and get shields, but there isn't someone genuinely intended to protect Bastion and outside of the game where there is no Mei, there is no Symmetra. So Bastion's going to be relatively stationary. And that teams are doing if they don't move around enough to make their positioning more predictable, as they are right in the line of sight of that Reinhardt who's just waiting to land a fire strike on them right now. So one of the things that I need to point out here, this is solely due to the fact that in ladder I do run into this issue. Zenyatta ultimates are not instantaneous heals. They are heal over time. So any
always looking for
large amount of burst damage that occurs onto someone that is more than their max HP will kill them, such as a Deadeye, as he's a self-destruct or a Junkrat bomb slash Junkrat landmine PM or post-dying, things like that. So yes, it makes sense that Bastion died during that transcendence. There was a lot of damage on him. Yes, so Bastion is not a hard hero to know we are at level 1, so long as your team is organized. It's not a very hard hero to play, and I hate to say that to anyone that is a Bastion. This one is but happy massive positioning, and we have the potential with DPS you can survive. My apologies,
Elison's taking the advantage here with some great work. Again, it's the name
getting a
Blue
double.
Springs.
It looks like
Bastion is going to be used there, and now Communication Matrix is going to be used as well as a bit of a celebration. Now we are on Hanamura, which we were talking about a little bit earlier in the night. Capturing the second has an interesting
I don't know how you intend to set this one up.
Last time we saw the Bastion being used, we're going to just try to see how it works out. I did see that Reaper taking the side route is going to try to keep this Bastion, get it by surprise. Maybe Blue Springs here is going to be able to mount sort of a better
I guess that comes down to
positioning,
positioning, and that'll be something else to keep an eye on this time, is where the Bastion are chilling out. Okay, so I'm looking at the Bastion comp that we have set up here on defense, and the one thing that's missing on this stand, yes, you have Sigma who has or the ability to absorb damage and get shields, but there isn't someone intended to do it as well as to protect that and outside of the game where there is no Mei, there is no Symmetra. As Bastion is relatively stationary, and that is what are doing if they don't move around enough to see their positioning on their abilities, as they are right in the line of sight of that Reinhardt who's just waiting to land a fire strike on them right now. So one of the things that I need to point out here, this is solely due to the fact that in ladder, I know the size of Clearwater right now on Zenyatta, they have it out are not instantaneous heals. They are heals over time. Blue Springs is already using like a main large amount of burst damage that occurs on someone that is even higher ground. Utilizing that kill that comes against the dead LOS, you put that Bastion and then setting up your DPS slash Junkrat landmine PM for post-dying, things like that. So yes, it makes sense that Bastion died during that transcendence. It was a lot of damage how you're going to have to go about this one. Yes, so Bastion surround and conquer is not hard, very hard to go about level 1, so long as your team is organized. It's not a very hard hero to play, and I hate to say that to anyone that is but happy massive positioning, and we have a good trick with DPS for survival. My apologies, that was taking the advantage of that.
Again, it's the name getting a double. It looks like Bastion is going to be right there. Now it's going to go in just a little bit too far. Now we are on right. We were talking about Clearwater earlier in the night. They're going to go in second right now. Moving
I don't know how you intend to set this one up.
To the right a little bit. Now they are going to want to go through try to see how it works out. I did see that Reaper taking the side route is going to try to keep this Bastion, get it by surprise. Maybe Blue Springs here is going to have that
damage is not on my guess that comes either. There's either where the Bastion else keeps an eye on looking at the front side of the team. And that is something that is looking at the Bastion and we have head on. And the one thing that's missing on this thing, I know it's impossible or the way to ability to how you have especially in weird, like there's someone right now to do it as well as Reinhardt said that and outside of the game where there is no Mei, there is no Symmetra. As Bastion is relatively stationary, and that is where other weapons if they don't move around enough to see their positioning on their abilities, as they are right in the line of sight of Reinhardt.
Definitely showing their strength right now.
So one of the things that is going to happen here is Soldier decided to impulse their item inside the Clearwater right now. Zenyatta, they have it out. They're not used to as many as teams. They are used so many is like they are on everybody and someone that's even higher max. Clearwater, unfortunately, on that push got very separated. We had multiple players on the first and the second level of this map, and with the type of heals you have with Lucio, you got to be together.
Oh no, that Soldier!
But you can't let yourself get caught out. For the side of Blue Springs, though, they did just lose their Moira, so that's kind of also going to be another reset. They're running Moira Ana right now, and it's a lot of healing outputs. So for the side of Clearwater, that means they need to make sure they're targeting at least, they are targeting one target and just melting that one target and avoiding the anti-nades that are coming out from the Ana.
I don't know if you could make any more of a statement with that Molten Core in the choke as well, but they're going to be going through it, but they get caught up there by the Shatter, and that unfortunately for Ghost Dog is going to stop his advance, as well as the Coalescence is going to be putting so much damage. And now we did also see the Bongo is going down for Blue Springs as well, pushing a whole lot of damage. That Soldier still has the Visor. I wouldn't quite advise using that quite yet. It's Clearwater. They're going to be using it instead, despite being down a few. They're going to use that to put down the healing. Is really not going to get a lot of use out of that.
Not gonna lie, I feel like maybe just saying boost our Soldier might have been the play there and swapping to Mercy, or getting the nano boost up and nano visoring just to get a little extra damage, because the amount of shields that are out for the side of Blue Springs right here is a little difficult to get through when you don't have a lot of forward damage.
And now this Reinhardt is just going to swing his hammer right into that Soldier. Is still going after the Torbjorn, pushing himself up farther. Does have the support from his team, though. He's not going to have to worry about getting picked out there. And finds himself that Wrecking Ball that got hit with the Sleep Dart. Is going to put another stagger onto Clearwater. Now they find themselves in a bad position here with only 10 seconds left and not a full team to go. Molten Core does get used as the anti-nade is going to be going on to that Lucio as Blue Springs stacks up the elimination with the help of that Bastion. Molten Core does pick up the Torbjorn and his turret as well, but the Wrecking Balls match finds himself onto the point to try to extend it, quickly gets mowed down, and that is going to do it. Blue Springs picking up the victory in this second match. Well, Boise State Esports is always looking for new players, as we said earlier, in Overwatch, which you are watching right now, League of Legends, which will come up right after this, after we're done covering the high school matches for tonight. But we also have Rocket League and production positions as well. And as you can see by other events we have, like the Fighting Game tournament event, which is happening tomorrow, there's always all sorts of opportunities to get involved. So boisestate.com/esports for all the information to get caught up there. So now we head into the final match, and what is the main thing that's missing right now from the Tornadoes, that can really help them? Because it can be frustrating. Blue Springs was just happy to be on that Bastion and just kind of coast through the whole round, and it seems like the Tornadoes really got split up a lot of times there.
So I'm gonna be reaching pretty far back in my Overwatch knowledge here, and this is going back to my fundamental understanding of the game when I was first learning how to climb. And I was once told that there was basically 3 pillars to advancing, and that is mechanical skill, compositional play, and then analytical skill. And so I feel like the thing that is missing here for the side of Clearwater is they have the mechanical skill, but they do not have the compositional skill, and that is the understanding of what their comp is and how their comp works, and utilizing that to their best ability, as well as just a slight bit of the mechanics are missing when it comes to their positioning and understanding what is a viable path and a good path for their comp to be taking and where they need to be. So if they clean those 2 things up, honestly, I feel like they could be going toe-to-toe here, but that may be a little bit too much to ask right out the gate. And
oh, we're going to be seeing a little bit of Symmetra sneakiness.
Strat! Oh, the sneaky. Oh, that's so mean.
And they have gotten to the point. Looks like they might have caught him off guard there, although they are facing heavy fire as the other team turns around, and Ghost Dog and Brighthammer are going to stop that. We do see the Moira is now going to try to run away, as well as the Mercy gets charged after the Reinhardt, who's just going to keep sending them running up onto the bridge. Now they jump down from it and go back to their team to reset. So it was a nice try, fun to watch, but we're going to have to try something else now.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we don't see them trying to do it more than once. That is definitely a strategy that is one and done. Don't try to hang on to it and do it again, because that's kind of just disrespectful to the enemy team. However, they did get one tick, so hats off to them. That actually is a successful push.
And now they're going to try another push here. Ghost Dog does have the Shatter available, as the orb does go on to the D.Va. It's not going to be affecting her too much right now. And Ultra does get rezzed up by the Mercy, putting them back up to full strength to try to keep pushing through. The Bastion is just going to keep on firing, boosted by the Mercy right there. As Sulk does have the Coalescence now all charged up. Still no eliminations for either team thus far.
No eliminations, but each team is doing work, quote-unquote, getting value. As you can see, the ultimates on both sides, pretty darn charged. The only exclusion is that Ashe and the D.Va. D.Va did just lose mech. Ashe, the Mercy's a little too preoccupied and not able to boost him as much as as an Ashe would like. However, the res is going to come out, so we have both teams are 6-6, and we've got Bongos coming out from Clearwater right now. Their Bastion's getting very low. The Valkyrie's going to come out to help with some sustain. The Valk on the side of Blue Springs is also going to be popped, so I believe that's kind of going to stalemate this push as the Coalescence is coming out, but it's more like the supports for the side of Blue Springs are trying to do damage right now.
And we're going to see a bunch of ultimates being used, as well as the Visor. A Shatter is going to come through, all in the face of that Transcendence from Brighthammer. Since all of those ultimates were being used, it is going to be enough for Blue Springs to push on and at least get another tick. Now the members of Clearwater come down. Blue Springs does have that Ashe going down some damage from above, using that Dynamite to take out the Zenyatta. And the other members helping to close the deal, allowing Blue Springs to start pushing forward the payload.
All right, so Blue Springs right now, we see that they've got an Ashe and their soldiers, so they need to be going and taking that high ground away from the side of Clearwater, because Torbjorn, a turret on high ground, really annoying to have to take care of, and it can definitely be a detriment to your DPS and your tanks. However, this Ashe is kind of 1v1ing. Oh, no. 2v1ing the tanks for the side of Clearwater. So unfortunately, this is now a 5v6, and there is no high ground control, but Mercy for Clearwater is going to go down. So now we're at an equal playing field as Blue Springs is getting some free payload push.
Yeah, a lot of payload push. Zenyatta is trying to jump away there. He's not going to find himself able to get away from Ultra. And we see just a lot of stagger going on to Clearwater. That was rough to watch. So many members were just trying to run away. And that Mercy was trying to peek out around the corner, trying to use a bit of trickery to get them in the face of that Bastion, but that didn't work. Bastion was just mowed down yet again. And this Mercy might find herself, now the tanks come charging back in to try to protect. There is going to be the Bob being used, as well as the Shatter is going to catch some of the members of Blue Springs, as the Moira is taken off. And now the Bob is also used to take out the D.Va mech. And Room is able with that turret to get rid of both Ashe and Bob, but Ashe is clearly rezzed. And despite all that fighting, the payload was just content to keep moving on its own behind the front line, and is now on its now has gotten to the checkpoint.
Unfortunately, for the side of Clearwater, there's a lot of staggers coming out, and payload points, just like 2CP, those staggers really limit the amount of fights that can happen, and Blue Springs is doing a fantastic job of keeping pressure up and forcing these staggers out.
And Molten Core is going to be used, as well as the Valkyrie from Ron Wizard on Blue Springs. And all the members of Blue Springs are still staying alive, as Clearwater is just pushed clear back up toward their spawn, as the payload is going to round the corner. Now the tank is being used by the Bastion to try to stop Blue Springs, and the D.Va Bomb is going to be able to get that Zenyatta, keeping Clearwater at that disadvantage. Tony continues up the momentum by taking out the Room, and now the Techno Visor is also going to be used to take out the Mercy. And that's just one of the many eliminations coming through from Blue Springs that allowed them to get the point.
So Clearwater has been favoring this Bastion pick, and I'm not saying it's bad, but I understand having a comfort hero. And if it's Bastion, that's totally fine. But it comes down to understanding what you need as a Bastion in order to be successful. And I'm not seeing, at least from Clearwater, the ability to support this Bastion to facilitate everything that this player needs in order to pop off, so to speak. And one of those things that would easily help with that would be a Baptiste.
Well, that was one of the things we brought up as this broadcast kind of started, is the ability to recognize when it might be beneficial to swap off and change things up a bit. Speaking of changes, Ultra now is going to be going on to the Widowmaker on Blue Springs, and some of these picks that you can get off of a Widow and can just be devastating.
Oh.
And they're
Okay.
lost their step. A lot of both teams have kind of lost their step today on Eichenwald.
I won't lie to you, it actually happened last night in a match with me. When I was playing, I had Norisa, not on my side, but the other side, legitimately walk off the bridge, and they just wrote in chat, "You saw nothing, we don't have a Norisa."
Well, you know, it's beautiful scenery, so maybe that's just what they're doing.
Yeah,
you know, they're going off to take a walk through the woods.
I was enjoying the environment.
Well, now we're going to see how well Clearwater can get to this point. This is kind of the last opportunity for them, as Blue Springs finds themselves winning 2 so far, so they have to win this match if they want to start something like a reverse sweep, and they are going to find so much damage being pushed onto them in this narrow hallway here. As Blue Springs is actually going to be able to, is actually the ones that are taken out, as the Brighthammer does manage to push through a lot of damage with that Zenyatta. Is able to take out the McCree. One of the members of Blue Springs down very low is going to get healed up. Now Clearwater still tries to push through, coming out of the doorway with Ghost Dog front and center. Does take out the Pilot Diva with a well-placed Flame Strike. And now we're also going to see how this Hog does, if we can get any really kind of good hooks with him. As we also saw McCree off to the side. Looks like the Silhouette does throw out the hook there, and the Shatter also came out as well. I do hear that turret doing a whole lot of damage, that Torp turret. And now Clearwater still hasn't been able to really find any sort of footing here. It has been a nice push, but this Widowmaker just get 1, 2, and is going to go for a third with that Reinhardt, but the Reinhardt holds up a shield and backs up a bit.
In the beginning, that push for Clearwater was actually fabulous. Diva is a dive tank, and she needs a lot of space in order to be super useful. And her going into that small area led to her DMAC as well as their McCree dying. And if Clearwater had maintained using small spaces and rotated further around the right side out of LOS, given them some time to sustain, they could have actually had a more successful push there. Hopefully they try that rotation again and it works out more in their favor. Unfortunately, we do see the Zen go down, and then Cone, who swapped off DPS over to support for the side of Blue Springs, is also doing some damage on that Zenyatta.
As you see, the McCree here is going to be pulling out the Deadeye, maybe just more of a zone. Yep, zoning.
Zoning.
Oh, no! Did you tell that to Torbjorn? Oh. Well, I gotta give it to him on terms of pure guts. You know, you walk up to the Deadeye and just stare it in the face.
Oh, my heart goes out to you, Torb.
That's a good one. Okay, we do see that Blade Strike being used, as well as the Diva Bomb, to pick up more members of Clearwater. And the McCree is just going to continue to pick up on the back line. I just got to get a drink of water. I'm sorry, Nerdy.
It's okay. I have done similar things and just whipped the headshot too many times, and I think that's what that Torb was doing. And yeah, my brain's still there too. It's okay.
Alrighty. Well, Clearwater, you know, is going to have 4 ultimates being used. Here goes another High Noon. I don't know if you're going to want to walk in front of that. Use more as a zoning ultimate this time. And now there goes a Shatter right onto the Reinhardt, as well as the Amplification Matrix, and a Molten Core is going to...
The Diva goes down. All right, Clearwater, you're up to call the targets, make the rotations, avoid the Widowmaker, do the thing.
They're going to have to. How well they're going to be able. The Widowmaker does go running. There goes another High Noon used by Clearwater. I don't know if it's going to pick up anyone, instead being used. The Zoning Ultimate Whole Hog is also used. If Clearwater needs to take the point, this is going to be it. But Jumpy finds himself taken out by the two supports. And now Dexile answers that back by taking out the Zenyatta. But a good shot from Ultra is going to keep the pressure onto Clearwater. And it's that Widow. It's like you were saying, Nerdy. They needed to take out that Widow, or at least avoid. And that Widow was very happy to take out 3 members of Clearwater and stop their push onto this point. And that's going to do it. Blue Springs takes the victory 3-0 this week. But I do got to hand it. That was a very fun last match to watch.
It was.
So ultimately, what do you think, as the first impression that we saw from Clearwater, this is our first time seeing them, what do you think ultimately worked for them, and what do you think they could improve on?
So Clearwater, the thing that I will suggest that I really hope is something that they look into is, if you have comfort heroes, build comps around those heroes and understand how they work together and how that comp becomes successful. I, for one, don't enjoy the meta every single time, and I understand that it can be kind of detrimental to your ability to choose the heroes that you want to play, but sometimes also you have to just understand that playing the meta is the way to win, and you got to learn how to play it.
Well, we also invite you to tune in and watch one of these events coming up. You can see our full schedule moving up here, and we do see that it isn't going to be all tonight because we do have a League of Legends match coming up right after that. And we are going to actually take a short break and come back to one more game because we are not quite done with all the Overwatch action tonight, so you're going to want to stay.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure. Legendary parts for legendary wins.
To the point, looks like they might have caught him off guard there, although they are facing heavy fire as the other team turns around and goes.
So I believe that's kind of going to stalemate this push as the Coalescence is coming out, but it's more like the supports for the side of Blue Springs are trying to do damage right now.
And we're going to see a bunch of ultimates being used as well as the Visor. A Shatter is going to come through, all in the face of that Transcendence from Brighthammer. Since all of those ultimates were being used.
But Mercy for Clearwater is going to go down, so now we're at an equal playing field as Blue Springs is getting some free payload push.
Yeah, a lot of payload push. Zenyatta is trying to jump away there. He's not going to find himself able to get away from Ultra. And we see just a lot of stagger going on to Clearwater. And the Diva Bomb is going to be able to get that Zenyatta, keeping Clearwater at that disadvantage. Coney continues up the momentum by taking out the room. And now the Techno Visor is also going to be used to take out the Mercy. And that's just one of the many eliminations coming through from Blue Springs. And the Shatter also came out as well. I do hear that turret doing a whole lot of damage, that Torp turret. And now Clearwater still hasn't been able to really find any sort of footing here. It has been a nice push, but this Widowmaker just get 1, 2, and is going to go for a third with that Reinhardt, but the Reinhardt holds up a shield and backs.
Favor. Unfortunately, we do see the Zen go down, and then Cone, who swapped off DPS over to support for the side of Blue Springs, is also doing some damage on that Zenyatta.
As you see, the McCree here is going to be pulling out the Deadeye, maybe just more of a zone. Yep, zoning.
Zoning.
Oh, did you tell that to Torbjorn?
Torbjorn!
Just stare it in the face.
Oh, my heart goes out to you, Torb.
That's a good one. Okay, we do see that Blade Strike being used as well as the Diva Bomb to pick up more members of Clearwater. And the McCree is just going to continue to try. But Jumpy finds himself taken out by the 2 supports. And now Dexile answers that back by taking out the Zenyatta. But a good shot from Ultra is going to keep the pressure onto Clearwater. And it's that Widow. It's like you were saying, Nerdy. They needed to take out that Widow, or at least avoid. And that Widow was very happy to take out 3 members of Clearwater and stop. Welcome back to tonight's Boise State Esports broadcast. I'm stereo host Jacob Mountain Palmer, joined by Artie Nerdy Rain, and you have just been seeing some replays from the previous Overwatch match we have covered tonight, and again in memory of that orb, in memory. As we move on to the third and final match we have for the Missouri High School Esports Association. See, you felt that. You felt that.
I did. I felt it in my heart.
Yeah. Well, we are going to have to move on right now to the third and final match of tonight. And overall, before we kind of see the opening lineup, what's been kind of the themes that you've been seeing overall kind of emerge tonight?
Well, I definitely have been seeing a lot of kind of a mixed match comp that's a semi-brawl / semi-poke, and I feel like that's a little detrimental to the teams that are doing it. I'm not going to call anybody out, but I would like to see that cleaned up a little bit going into this last one. And then also, I would really like to see some better rotations coming out of these teams, because I know that they can do better.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at the next match, and it does look like our friends at Blue Springs are going to be making a comeback for this match. Making
a comeback, or going Bastion Torb again and just full holding multiple points?
I'm not entirely sure. We're going to have to see. Whether it's in this match or the previous match, they are still going to have to keep in mind Doc's keys to the game, which in Overwatch is going to be understanding your comp and play style, focusing on each fight, pre-fight target priority, and commit together. Doc's keys to the game brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enabling personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com. Those are Doc's keys to the game. We were talking so much about that pre-fight target priority. We are starting out this match as we have the last one. It's going to be on Lijian. And I don't necessarily see, despite us kind kind of going out into this market map here. I don't see any Symmetra being used.
Oh, my heart goes out to you, Torb.
That's a good one. Okay. Oh, no, there goes. There goes that Symmetra teleporter is going to push blue team onto the point right in front. And I do believe that is blue screens that I do see in the blue this time, as KC-Vet is going to be able to take out Debloon with that Zarya, and the Symmetra is going to be putting herself on the point, so that's going to be a great chance to lock in and put up those turrets and keep the pressure up here onto the other team as Brady gets taken out with the boop from that Lucio. It's going to be Blue Springs versus Smith Cotton.
Unfortunately for the side of Blue Springs, they did just lose their main tank and their main support. So if Smith Cotton manages to reset quick enough here, they could take the point. However, as I say that, they do lose their Lucio and their Junkrat. So that will be a full reset for them, and Blue Springs will be at full force by the time they make it in. For the side of Blue Springs, we see both their tank ults are ready. They almost have amplification, and they have High Noon. That High Noon can be a deadly ult combination, but Smith does have, as I say that, unfortunately, a massive shatter does come out, and Brett is able to get a lot of cleanup. There isn't a lot of shields on the side of Smith Cotton. However, that Sigma can do a lot of disrupting to a McCree ult using his shield at the right time. So hopefully that'll help. However, Nicholas is choosing to swap over in favor of the Zarya, and they're swapping also the Roadhog in favor of the Rhine. We are now at the 50% mark for Blue Springs with capping that point, and that means we've got about 2 fights left if they don't lose that point.
Blue Springs does put up the amplification matrix. Blaze 22 is able to take out Heavy Duty, putting Smith Cotton at the disadvantage that McCree continues firing through that narrow hallway. Smith Cotton really not able to make any sort of concerted push onto the point here. They're going to try taking this alternate route up high.
That route can work if you have DPS that can utilize high ground, but unfortunately you have a Junkrat and a Soldier who don't have a lot of poke ability with high burst damage output. The Soldier can do some work. We do see a Nano Visor that can possibly come online, but the Graviton Surge plus the High Noon is just going to clean everybody up for the side of Smith Cotton, leaving their Zarya staggered just a tiny bit.
Yeah, that's not just a stagger. That is a full team kill, and Blue Springs is just going to be pushing right up to the spawn to prevent them. It's just going to go right into the face of Heavy Duty. Oh my goodness, that's just making a statement there. That was dirty.
That Reinhardt went to the spawn door and face shattered the other Rein. That is an alpha Reinhardt move, and hopefully for the Rein from Blue Springs, he does not end up regretting that later.
Yeah, might be putting a target on his back.
Brett, if you're gonna go alpha mode, you have to stay alpha the whole time. And I fully expect the Ryan from Smith Cotton to want to go alpha on you now too.
Yeah.
You put a bounty on your head, my friend.
It might just be a thing of like a quarterback blitz, you know, just everyone go after the Ryan, and actually he's gonna be swapping off and not gonna be going on Ryan anymore. Instead, we see D.Va, and we also see a Wrecking Ball here, as well as Symmetra still being used by Blue Springs, so gotta watch out for any sneaky moves coming through there.
And we have a Pharmacy coming out from Clear and Glaceon right now. They are not using the Symmetra TP. Blaze did swap to a Tracer, so that was just to get them out of spawn a little bit faster. However, Smith Cotton does have that Lucio, so Scout is going to be the main source of speed for the side of Smith Cotton, having to stick around with that Reinhardt. Since the side of Blue Springs is going with this Pharah, Smith needs to be capitalizing on the point, anchoring down and sustaining there, and mitigating the amount of poke that they receive from Pharah.
Well, Brett goes charging right into Smith. Cotton is going to take a lot of damage, down to about half health, is going to swing around there, but the Reinhardt pins him in great timing, and that's going to take him out. So Shadow now making himself out. You know, that's the Alpha Ryan play that he was looking for.
Exactly, and I'm not going to say it was intentional that he pinned Brett, but it might have been intentional.
It might have been. It's good payback now, so they're even as far as that is concerned. Smith Cotton is going to be very happy being able to take the point here. No ultimates quite yet for either team, although Heavy Duty is the closest, as well as the Lucio. Both of them are going to be hit with the anti-nade as Scout goes very low on health.
does manage to heal up. As one of the members of Blue Spring, the Wrecking Ball does manage to go onto the point. Has taken so much damage, but still hasn't been eliminated. KC Vet and Retcon take out the Soldier and the Lucio respectively, although a res does come out, and Brett is going to be using that minefield onto where he was, and does manage to take out the Pilot Diva as well as Heavy Duty, continuing on the play with the Dave Loon. So after getting pinned there on the point, he's going to make a statement back himself.
So for the side of Blue Springs, because of the composition of tanks that they're running, yes, these comps are very similar. You've got a hit scan, you've got a pharmacy, and you have, you know, a Diva. That monkey, sorry, not the monkey, the Wrecking Ball, however, for the side of Blue Springs, makes their comp more of a disruption style of play. And the Reinhardt for Smith Cotton is going to have a very hard time dealing with Pharah booping them around, a Wrecking Ball, and a Diva, and that is the whole point of the comp, as we see a 4K Diva bomb come out from Casey Vet, followed up by a kill from Bread, and Casey also managing to pick up Pilot Diva.
There's your play, Nerdy. I know you like, and look at that, a nice team wipe graphic as well, and with a Diva bomb like that, I say that's certainly well deserved.
Yes, and so for the side of Blue Springs, we are now about equal for capping. However, Blue Springs is in the more advantageous position, in my opinion, because of their comp. They have control of the main space, and that Reinhardt is looking to stay in smaller areas and avoid a lot of poke damage. The Soldier ultimate, however, is able to pick up Glaceon, so this could be an opportunity for the fight to get flipped. However, Bread manages to pick up 2 of the members of Smith Cotton.
He's facing a lot of damage. Well, he was facing a lot of damage from that far, but just rode right into her and stopped that. And now Blaze is going to continue by taking out the Soldier. Mercy also taking a lot of damage, is also going to go down as Redcon puts a little bit of damage in the back line, as well as healing up some of the teammates there, and that's going to force that Diva to go back and reset a little as a swap comes out from Scout, moving over to Lucio.
I'm pretty sure the Lucio swap is being used as an intention to move just A, slightly quicker, but B, the touch. However, the Pharah boop's going to come out and ruin that push, and Clear's going to manage to pick up the Mercy as well, and then Brett getting that Soldier. We hear the High Noon getting popped now at 5% remaining. Diva from the side of Smith Cotton's going to manage to touch point. We hear the Valkyries go off from both teams, as well as the Nano. Unfortunately, Nick is going to get Dean Max, as Casey Vet is just gunning them down with her fusion cannons.
And now another Diva bomb is coming out with that barrage, picking up a double, putting Blue Springs at a very big advantage, allowing them to be able to take the point. And a nice fight there from Smith Cotton, but Blue Springs is going to pick up another victory in that first round. Well, one of our partners is the Idaho Army National Guard. They invite you to take your critical thinking skills into real time. And with more than 10 positions offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. You can reach out to them at iGuard Gaming on Twitch. Now, as we move into the second round, one more time we have to go through 2CP, but we've actually seen Hanamura, which I believe was your favorite favorite of 2CP. We also saw your least favorite, which was Temple of Anubis. So are we going to see a completely different map here? Or are we going to?
Maybe.
We might, but it is Blue Springs versus Smith Cotton in this Missouri High School Esports Association match of this spring 2021 season. Blue Springs finds themselves up 1 in this match, and they might be able to make it 2-0, or we could see Smith Cotton driving us to at least a game 4. We'll have to see how they do on Volskaya.
All right, so we've got Smith Cotton on attack first. We see that they have that Symmetra, so are we going to see a full Sim TP around back left side? Because if we do and they manage to capitalize on that high ground, they might be able to catch Blue Springs off guard.
Well, they are going to be using this Symmetra teleport around the left way.
Reaper!
Reaper. Well, they're already in it, so they're just going to have to kind of keep pushing and hope that no one really noticed too much.
Well, there goes the element of surprise, unfortunately. So long as they can maintain this space and that TP does not go down, though, Reaper should be able to catch up relatively soon. They have already respawned. I do see them, though I don't think they've made it over there just yet.
Yeah, still waiting. They're just kind of trapped right here as the Wrecking Ball gets right in their face. It's actually going to go around the side. Does get hit with the anti-nade, and the anti-nade actually goes on to 3 members of Smith Cotton. So all those 3 members went down to about half health, but they're all healed up right now. Smith Cotton still trying to kind of regroup and think of what route they want to take right now. Now they go pushing toward the point. And now Beefarts is going to be the one who takes out, is going to be gotten rid of on Blue Springs. Blaze answers that back by taking out the Ana, so both are at an equal level right now. As Smith Cotton might be able to take this point, although Blaze is making it hard for them, picking up the second elimination there onto Heavy, as well as Day getting 3 eliminations there, but the 2 tanks answer that back with Skyman and Nicholas picking up one of their own. Brett now uses his minefield and goes slamming right down onto the Lucio to stop that push from Smith Cotton.
So looking at both teams right now, we see Blue Springs has their Pulse Bomb as well as their Nano Boost. The side of Smith's Cotton, though, however, they only have their Lucio Sound Barrier ready to go, so great on you, Scout. That's some fantastic charge time. Once again, the Lucios have been doing fantastic this evening. However, Blue Springs, if that Pulse Bomb lands on one of the squishies and it's not the Reaper who has Wraith, I do believe that that could be an ending play for the side of Smith Cotton on their push.
And now Smith Cotton finds himself stuck a little here, and there goes the sticky bomb right onto Skyman's going to take him out. And the Reaper finds himself hit with the sleep dart. He's trying to run away and survive, but finds himself at the mercy of Blaze, who is able to take him out with a punch to the face. Now this McCree Rugged is pushing even more damage onto the remaining members of Smith Cotton, who are raiding around for that reset to come through. And Smith Cotton still trying to find what their next move should be here.
Well, they did make one move, and that was swapping their Lucio, even with the sound barrier, in favor of the Baptiste. So they chose to maintain that Nano Boost instead of the sound barrier, which is a bit of an interesting pick. However, this Baptiste, with the help of Heavy Duty, they might be able to do some tandem damage together.
This Ana does have Nano Boost available, but that is really going to be all Smith Cotton has, as well as Graviton Surge, which is also going to come online, but Blue Springs has so much more, and they're going to start using that with the minefield coming out. Immortality Field does get thrown out, but is soon taken out, and that minefield goes to good work, taking out the Ana, and then the Junkrat follows right up with that. Smith Cotton finding 2 more lost to that minefield. That's going to have to be another reset, and this could be a stagger coming on here as Beef goes right onto this. Zarya, is she going to make it? She runs! Well, Heavy Duty didn't make it, so that's still a stagger put onto Smith Cotton.
I know it's going to sound bad when I say this. It's okay that Heavy Duty didn't make it. It was more important that their Zarya stayed alive and maintained that charge. If Zarya now can get a little bit of extra charge going back in so that they're high damage output beaming targets, just nano your Zarya and run through them with your Lucio. We have Scout back on Lucio, speed boost into them with a lot of damage.
And there goes the Flux, is going to catch some of the members of Smith Cotton, slam them into the ground, and Day is going to be the one who is eliminated there. Immortality Field was thrown down, but does get taken out. Now Blaze 22 is able to take out that Roadhog. The Reaper tries going up, getting in the face of Beef here, but it is not going to work. So he is taken out with a punch to the face. Red also getting in. A Sticky Bomb is going to be able to take out 2 members of Smith Cotton as a final punctuation mark to that push, which is denied for Smith Cotton, allowing Blue Springs to have victory within their sights now.
All right, Smith Cotton, y'all are great players, and you know, you've shown that you know how to play this game. But the one thing I feel like you're losing out on here is this one phrase that stuck with me for a very long time, and that's, he who ults first wins the fight. Smith Cotton is very hesitant to use their ultimates. We see them coming online. We see multiple ults coming online, sometimes all 6 of them within the same fight, and none of them will get popped, and it'll be a lost fight. They'll go down a man, they'll choose not to use an ultimate, and they reset. Instead, use those ults. Do not be so shy hitting that Q button or whatever you have it bound to now, whether it's your mouse wheel or something. I know some people do that. But do not be afraid to use those ultimates. Just make sure your team is aware you're going to use them so that you don't all hit Q at the exact same time.
Blue Springs is going to be using Sigma and Roadhog for their push here, trying to get onto the point. And Roadhog, you know, we have seen some really nice hooks from Roadhog in the past, and a team like Blue Springs, which has shown themselves to be a very dominant team. I wouldn't be surprised if we have the skill on tap, because Brett's been good on all the tanks that they've been playing.
This comp that Blue Springs is running gives the opportunity for Glaceon on Baptiste to do a lot of front damage because of the amount of self-sustain that these tanks have, and gives Mercy the opportunity to do a lot of damage, to amp damage for the DPS a lot more, as the focus of tank healing won't be nearly as high for BAP. And so both supports now are going to have a lot more free reign than they've previously had, and this push may be very fast.
Smith Cotton is going to be taken out by Blaze, who is on the Hanzo for this push. And now the tanks go charging through. Hanzo gets another one by taking out the Junkrat. And it's just going to go and keep on going with third, taking out Scout. McCree is also pushing a lot of damage. Rugged goes on with that flashbang, going on to that Reaper, who is taken out by Hanzo. And that's going to be it. Blue Springs manages to get the first stick, and there you go.
All right, so that takes care of our King of the Hill, our 2CP. Next, payload or hybrid, we shall see.
We will see. Boise State Esports, though, is always looking for new talent in Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League, and production. So you can go to boisestate.edu/esports to find out all information about how you can apply and become part of this great program that we've got going here. All right, like you said, we are going into the third match. That means that Smith Cotton has to get a victory here and then go on to a reverse sweep if they want to win. So they got their work cut out for them, but we are going to be going on to, I think we've been doing hybrid tonight, so most likely it's going to be a hybrid map that's coming up next.
All right, so that means we've got either Numbani, Blizzard World, Kings Row, and I'm pretty sure that it's probably going to be Kings Row.
We have seen Blizzard World and Eichenwald, though.
It's Kings Row!
Okay, we're going to Kings Row. Okay, but we do get the chance to see the excellent quality camera work. Like, Kings Row is the proving ground for the camera operator to see how good they are at maneuvering.
Yes, and before we continue on, I would like to point out that Blue Springs is the team in red this time. We see Casey, Vet, and Clear over there on the right, along with Retcon. So that is Blue Springs on the right-hand side. They will be attacking first, and it looks like they're going with a Diva Zarya comp, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that happens. Thank you for catching that, Nerdy, because I would have just defaulted to Blue Springs being on blue. But now here they come with their first push. And it's going to be a tall order, not just because Blue Springs is such a good team, but because this first point can be so hard to hold on Kings Row, with just such a short distance between the attacking team's spawn and getting onto that first point. And Shadow is going to be the first one who is taken out by Beef. It's going to put Blue Springs at a slight advantage. We see Rugged has now swapped onto the Hanzo, whereas we see Clear is going to be on the Ashe in terms of DPSs right now. Blue Springs manages to get slow and steady towards. We do see a Mei being used by Smith Cotton, trying to separate some members. The Sleep Dart does go on to Beef there, but some good support is going to keep Beef alive. It's going to be Doubloon, which is taken out by Rugged, and Bob is going to be used by Clear, going on to the point. He's going to be able to take out that Immortality Field. And now the wall is going to go up for, I think, just Heavy Duty, just trying to survive at this point, as they have been completely pushed off the point. And Blue Springs now has the footing they need to start that counter ticking up.
We do have Shadow trying to stay alive a little bit, but they managed to finally get picked up by the side of Blue Springs on that attack. All of the members of the side of Blue Springs, I do believe, are going to get good spawn, except for maybe the Hawk. Actually, no, all of them did get good spawn, it looks like, but now, because the side of Blue Springs is not choosing to push up and get those staggers, they should be able to get a full fight at this corner.
Well, it's going to be interesting, like you're saying with Smith Cotton, they have so many ultimates, but are they going to be able to use them effectively? We have seen that hesitancy come out from them. Actually, no, Blue Springs, excuse me, again, got caught up there. Blue Springs is the one that has all these ultimates available to them. They might just use them to try to keep pushing, but they're not going to need them to take out Heavy Duty. There goes the Graviton Surge, as well as the combo from the Dragon Strike is just going to go through all of them. That is the picture-perfect combo that you're looking for in a bit of a friendly wave toward that Hanzo. That's a good job there, teammate.
I'm glad that queues were finally pushed. hate to be that
it is amazing to what happens when a Q is pushed.
Yes, and for the side of Cotton now on the defense here, they've got a Sigma ultimate as well as Mail. I don't want to see both these get popped at the same time. However, a Sig ultimate with a Matrix coming out from that Baptiste would be huge.
Oh, here comes a Diva Bomb. It is going to only take out the Immortality field.
That's okay, though. That is a full cup. That is about 5 to 6 seconds that team could no longer push forward and try to stop that hit.
Now the Gravitic Flux is going to be used as well. The Amplification Matrix Bob also comes out onto the field, taking out Scout and Doubloon there. He's going to actually get a triple by taking out Baker. And Ice-T quickly reses KC Vet to push them back up to full health. And now the Valkyrie and the Valkyrie and the Nano Boost is also used by Blue Springs. It's been using their Qs so effectively. The Balloon and Baker do have a Nano, so we could see a Nano Visor come out from Smith Cotton here, but are they going to be able to have the organization to pull that off there as it comes out? The Nano Boost comes out, but I don't see a Visor being used in combination, and Doubloon got taken out there. So now KC Vet is doing a great job on this front line, is going to use the Graviton Surge as a final point to push them, and a little bit of a blizzard thrown out there at the very end. That just got eaten up by the defense matrix.
Ice-T, thank you for pulling out the Battle Mercy. I appreciate it.
Well, Blue Springs has definitely got to appreciate the 4 minutes, 25 seconds they have on the clock in case this goes to overtime, but I wonder if Blue Springs might just be able to hold them to this first point. It's a tough thing to do, but they've been on fire.
They have been, but Smith Cotton, if they so choose to do the strategy that I'm thinking about, I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't want to cast or curse myself, they might have a shot at taking this first point very quickly.
I think I know. I'm on the same wavelength of what strategy.
Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, though, because we aren't seeing those heroes being picked. That's okay for us. However, on the side of Blue Springs, looking once again at their tank composition, they're going with that Sigma and the Roadhog. However, their DPS this time are Genji and Widowmaker, and they don't have a Mercy. Ice-T is choosing to go with that Ana pick instead, so they're playing off of that Nano Blade. Hopefully, Scout will be able to build up their sound barrier as quickly as they have been lately and be able to counter that and save their team from the Nano Blade. But for Blue Springs, this is going to be an interesting defense. They're mainly going to be relying on moving a Crud Ton and facilitating their Widowmaker's ability to get damage out and Genji follow up on that damage.
Attackers incoming.
Now Smith Cotton is ready to try to push forward here. Start the momentum going for them. They've had a hard time finding their footing, but there might be an ugly. They are quickly aware of it, though. Up on the top of that theater there, I do see a Roadhog, which can be such a huge bully, just picking off members off the back line. We have seen teams kind of get distracted by a really good Roadhog that's always kind of in the back of their minds. And not only the Roadhog they got to worry about, but also the Widow, which we've been seeing such great accuracy from Blue Springs. There's just a lot that's kind of poking Smith Cotton's mind from a lot of different directions right now. And there goes KC Vet with the dirty hook onto the Ana. Is going to take out one member of Smith Cotton, as well as the Genji, causing problems for them in the back line. He's going to do a little bit of reflect to reposition there. And Smith Cotton, man, they've got so much to worry about.
And unfortunately, the Widowmaker is probably the biggest issue they're going to be running into right here, and it's going to be up to Scout and Heavy Duty to deal with that Widow. And if you're not comfortable being a Reddit Lucio, going into a Widowmaker is a bit difficult.
Well, the Genji Blade is going to come out and pick up a double right onto the Ana too, and just go into all three of them. It is just, oh, it's not pretty to watch.
It's not pretty, but it is how this game tends to go. When we're looking at both of these teams right now, though, after those ultimates got popped, they're relatively equal with the distribution of percentages for their ults. If the side of Smith Cotton right now, if Heavy Duty with the Lucio and the Rhine pop those ultimates first, I'm not saying Scout quite so much, but more Rhine and Heavy Duty. If those two cooperate with Lucio's speed boost, they could be the driving force behind this being a successful push right here.
Now here comes the next push, but Skyman is still going to find himself facing problems with that Widow, and it's the 1-2, it's the triple punch of the Widow, the Genji, and the Roadhog, which is causing all sorts of problems for Smith College. Although one of them managed to make their way to the point, but it looked like that Lucio was just going to try to go to the point. Didn't quite make it. Was quickly caught out by Beef. Now Heavy Duty does answer by taking out KC, but now is taking out himself, so that Sager is going to cancel out any gains.
We need Scout to trust his Ana to do more healing than they think they're capable of doing. I know that's a weird thing to think when you're on support, but as Lucio, you need to be facilitating that speed and movement. And for the side of Smith Cotton, they are not utilizing their speed right now. They're moving too slowly, and they are not being on top of their ult usages, as we've discussed earlier.
Now Heavy Duty is able to take out Rugged, so maybe with that Widowmaker taken out, that might be what Blue Springs needs to push forward, but they're going to have to try to hurry as that Widowmaker has respawns, and there goes a Nano Blade, which is going to come out and go right into Skyman as well as the Bloom. And another Nano Boost comes out, but Baker is taken out, and that is just what they needed. Smith Cotton maybe, nope, actually no, excuse me, it was Blue Springs that used the Nano Blade. So Smith Cotton still yet to get something on the point.
Okay, so we've got 2 more staggers coming out. We see the Reinhardt switching over to a Monkey instead. So they're going definitely for more the speed route here. Scout needs to definitely be relying on that speed boost ability more. They do not have their sound barrier to protect against that whole hog, but they don't have to worry about the Sigma ult, so that's good.
They're just playing with them now. KC Vet just hides off to the left of that spawn. The hook onto the Ana with the whole hog just getting right in their face. This is, see, Blue Springs, this is what their tanks do. They're getting downright chippy and showing off just a little bit too much for my taste. But it is going to be showing off with a victory behind it, because as we move into overtime, this Wrecking Ball has to survive this, taking a whole lot of damage, as Heavy Duty now did use the copy to go whole hog. And now Rugged Fish and Ice-T answer that back by taking out the Ana and the Wrecking Ball. The Bloom trying to keep their hopes alive by taking out Beef. And now the Lucio beat is also used for Blue Springs to give them a little bit more survivability as the Bloom tries. And there goes the Shatter from Shadow Storm, taking out a lot of members of Blue Springs. But the Genji Blade is going to answer that right back and is now trying to take out this Wrecking Ball, who is keeping their hopes alive. Now the Ana has to hop onto the point and try to K alive, and does it manage to. So a little bit of an interesting end there, but it is going to be Blue Springs taking home the victory with another 3-0 win. So that is going to be it for the Overwatch matches tonight. Blue Springs in not 1 but 2 matches going undefeated. They are going to have a very nice overall ratio in terms of their wins-losses for this season thus far. This is Boise State Esports, though, who brought you that Missouri High School Esports Association match, which covers Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League, and production. So if you want to get involved in any of those, you can go to boisestate.edu/esports. And as it shows, it is not just Overwatch, it is League of Legends, which is going to be coming up right next. But before we get to that, we are going to do a quick recap on tonight's match by going to the player of the game. Is it going to have to be KC Vet or one of those tanks for Blue Springs?
I'm thinking it's either KC Vet or it's Clear, because that Genji was clean.
I mean, they were all. Also Rugged, you know, Rugged, I think Rugged was on the Widow, and that was another thing that was so decisive for whoever was on the Widow, was so decisive in that King's Row match, and just being a complete pain. But we are going to be going to the top player of the game here. It is going to be Short Stack. So this is an interesting pick here.
No, as I mentioned before the start of our broadcast, well, actually at the very beginning, you know, getting MTD'd is something that is kind of happening a lot in this meta, and so if your main tank is not doing their job right, odds are you're going to have a rough time.
Yeah, and Short Stack was just part of that tank, which really CBC wasn't able to find any sort of footing on here as soon as they dug in. That was just good work, good from Short Stack here, and also just the inevitable toughness that you face with stuff like the car wash from Symmetra once they've dug into the point.
Relatable.
Very, very relatable. That's the word I'm going to use, relatable. Anyway, Short Stack is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. That brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central is helping members achieve financial success. Well, that is going to be it for the Overwatch matches tonight. We are going to be leaving you with the top 5 plays of the game, and so we want to thank you for watching. We do have League of Legends coming up, so stay tuned for that. But for now, for Overwatch, that's going to be it. So thank you for watching.
Take down Alabama, maybe get an upset over Utah.
Be a little bit too much to ask right out the gate, and
oh, we're going to be seeing a little bit of Symmetra sneakiness.
Strat. Oh, the sneaky. Oh, that's so mean.
And they have gotten to the point. Looks like they might have caught him off guard there, although they are facing heavy fire as the other team turns around and goes.
DPS that can utilize high ground, but unfortunately you have a Junkrat and a Soldier who don't have a lot of poke ability with high burst damage output. The Soldier can do some work. We do see a Nano Visor that can possibly come online, but the Graviton Surge plus the High Noon is just going to clean everybody up for the side of Smith Cotton, leaving their Zarya staggered just a tiny bit. Unfortunately, we do see the Zen go down, and then Cone, who swapped off DPS over to support for the side of Blue Springs, is also doing some damage on that Zenyatta.
As you see, the McCree here is going to be pulling out the Deadeye, maybe just more
zoning
of a zone. Yep, zoning.
Zoning.
Oh, no! Did you tell that to Torbjorn? Oh. Widowmaker taken out. That might be what Blue Springs needs to push forward, but they're going to have to try to hurry as that Widowmaker has respawns. And there goes a Nano Blade, which is going to come out and go right into Skyman as well as the Bloom. And another Nano Boost comes out, but Baker is taken out, and that is just what they needed. Smith Cotton maybe. Nope, actually no.
Disruption style of play, and the Reinhardt for Smith Cotton is going to have a very hard time dealing with Pharah booping them around, a Wrecking Ball, and a D.Va, and that is the whole point of the comp, as we see a 4K D.Va bomb come out from Casey Vet, followed up by a kill from Bread, and Casey also managing to pick up Pilot D.Va.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Game Pants Arena. We are back for another week of the Upsurge Premier League and League of Legends, with the top college and amateur teams fighting for victory. Tonight's match will be one step close to the playoffs. In fact, we are getting very close to the playoffs right now, with one last chance for the Broncos to make a statement as they go up against Bethany Lutheran. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, and joining me is going to be Michael Fish Fisher to call all of the action tonight. And Fish, this is going to be pretty interesting as I'm coming to you from the world. I've been in the world of high school esports, getting back on the collegiate level. So bring us up to speed. As I understand, this is going to be the Broncos, I believe, their last game of the normal season going up against Bethany Lutheran. So what just about the season thus far about the Broncos makes you kind of predictive of how their performance tonight's going to be?
Well, unfortunately for Boise State, Upsurge has not been the kindest to them. The Broncos got put in, what traditional sports teams would call the group of death, a ton of talented amateur-level teams who have really been dominating this group for the most part. Boise State hasn't had the greatest run. Bethany Lutheran, their B squad who are playing tonight, hasn't either. So this is just a really good way for both teams to end on a high note going forward. Not much in terms of playoffs in store for Boise State, but this has been great practice for them against some of those higher-level teams that they might see in different playoffs. So the learning experience for Boise State, I've talked to the coaches. They said that's exactly what they're going in for, but now it's a great chance to end on a win for Boise State and get rid of that goose egg in the win column.
Yeah, that's just kind of something that even if you don't necessarily have a playoff shot, you're always there to support your team and root them on no matter what they are going up against. And for tonight, we are going to be taking a look at the matchup. As you said, it is going to be Boise State versus Bethany Lutheran. You can see here all of the teams that have been involved with the Upsurge Premier League. And as you've said, Boise State got put into kind of a tough group.
Yeah, you can see, a lot more amateur teams than there are collegiate teams. There's a couple of good collegiate teams. Bay State, who Boise State's very familiar with. Bethany A, who is one of the best esports teams in the country. Their B squad talented enough to get in the same group. So, like I said, Boise State kind of got caught punching up a little bit. Didn't have the greatest regular season. I know they've learned a lot about playing some very high-ranked teams, and they would be really, really well prepped to be able to beat Bethany's B squad. Because, like I said, Bethany, one of the best collegiate League of Legends teams in the country. I think their A squad, who Boise State had already played, number 3 by the coaches in all of collegiate esports. So a win over their B squad could go a long way for some Boise State going forward in some other different playoffs they do have in League of Legends.
Well, Boise State's lineup is going to have their work cut out for them, as this is going to be Boise State versus Bethany Lutheran, the Broncos versus the Vikings in tonight's last regular season match in the Upsurge Premier League in League of Legends. The Broncos looking to end on a positive note, but even if they don't, plenty of learning experience going forward. And just bring us up to date on just kind of the lineup that Boise State has been having, the individual players. What have we been seeing from them in terms of their overall performance or just general improvements?
We have seen a major swap. We have seen E-Hug now is his new name, has gone down to that bot lane. He has replaced Goblin. Rob has now rotated up to the top lane. Red Hots and Brandon are now in the jungle. It's a lot of swaps, but overall I think it is a very strong comp. I think Rob has been doing a really good job getting better in that top lane, a role that he is very unfamiliar with, but he has been doing better. At the start, it was, hey, just don't die, be able to maintain your team. Now he's actually coming out with some CS leads like we saw earlier this week in their CLOL game against New Mexico. So I expect big things from Rob in that top lane, being able to maybe hold his own and allow Boise State to not just have to play through E-Hug or Ascent, and that's what I'm going to look out for here tonight.
And a lot of different backgrounds in Boise State being represented in this opening lineup with majors like marketing, computer science, mechanical engineering, and business. So a lot being represented for Boise State. As we get ready to go into the draft here, we want to remind our friends on Twitch to support our team and celebrate our success, but also be respectful to other fans. So as we go in, what are going to be the priority bans in your mind?
Well, for Bethany Lutheran, we know that they're going to take away the Rumble from Ascent. We know they're going to take away that Twitch from E-Hug, we'd have to assume. Then it becomes kind of interesting. They like to play a lot of Zac for the jungler for Bethany. I would assume that will be taken away by Boise State. There's also some Galio in the match history for the mid laner for Bethany, so maybe that will be something Boise State wants to take away. They like to play that a lot. And then I think the biggest one, I was just talking about Goblin in that top lane. There's a ton of Camille. There's a ton of Kled from Slora, who is the top laner from Bethany Lutheran. And Boise State at times, not just Goblin, but also Red Hots at times, and going back, have struggled with those dominant, oppressive carry top laners, so I would expect one of those to be taken away as well. And then the question becomes, who's your third ban if you're Bethany Lutheran? Like I said, you know Twitch is gone. We know Rumble's gone. Is it Udyr? Is it Seraphine? Where do they want to go? And I think that'll try to dictate where Boise State's going to pick in Game 1.
Well, a lot of things definitely to be considered. Are there any kind of sleeper picks that you might want to look out for tonight? Something that maybe we haven't seen this season, but you know one of our players might just pull out as some sort of surprise?
The AP Malphite mid is actually something that I would be curious to see if we see Ascent on it. He pulled it out once in CLOL in a Mountain West game and actually played it incredibly well. That would be the one thing where I'm saying, okay, maybe he's going to pull that out, because we know Boise State has liked to put that Malphite in the top lane, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to how much has Bethany Lutheran scouted Boise State. It does help that their A squad has already played the Broncos after the Broncos moved E-Thug down into that bot lane, so they kind of have an idea of what they're expecting. But if they start banning away things like the Nidalee or things like the Hecarim that E-Thug used to play in the jungle, they might not be ready for it. So it really depends on how much scouting Bethany Lutheran has done going into this match.
Yeah, scouting can make all the difference. We will be getting to that draft as soon as we have it ready. Again, it has been kind of a trying time for the Broncos going on thus far. What do you think have been kind of the biggest weaknesses that we've seen in their past that could be patched up tonight?
I think the one thing, as I had mentioned earlier, it's a lot of just, getting familiar with your new roles. I mean, Red Hots had a limited jungle champion pool. It was a lot of tanks. He started to expand that just a little bit. We saw some Hecarim earlier this week. And then in that top lane, Goblin just learning the mechanics of probably one of the worst lanes in League of Legends, because there's about 70 playable champions up there. If you pick one in solo queue, you might get hard countered by a completely opposite champion you weren't expecting. So it's a very, very hard lane to master, which is how diverse it is. But I think Goblin's been getting a little bit better. If he's able to be even in CS or even be ahead of the top laner for Bethany Lutheran, that I think is where Boise State can show up the most part, because Ascent and eHug have been farming fantastically. It's been that top lane where it has been, hey, just don't die, but unfortunately the enemy top laner is usually pretty far ahead in CS. That's going to be the one thing I think Boise State really needs to patch up tonight.
That can be one of the things that just kind of is just a hard thing to grasp in general if you're coming in from casual and going to a more competitive setting, is you might be used to kind of a one trick. We were kind of discussing that in the last match, with Nerdy in Overwatch, just coming and saying, I'm going to be a one trick Bastion and that's going to get me very far in Overwatch. And it's like, no, you need to know how to play a variety of different heroes, or in this case, champions in different roles. And so much for with League of Legends, like as you said, you go into top lane and there's like 70 options to choose from.
Yeah, and the hard thing is it can be hard to practice champions that fit the Boise State style in a solo queue environment where you might not know your teammates. We've seen Goblin a lot of times on that Ornn, on that Shen, and his whole goal is, all right, I'm going to make sure that I protect eThug at all costs. He is the AD carry. I also have Ascent I need to worry about as well, but if you go into a solo queue and it's 4 randoms, maybe your best lane is jungle, and that's not something you're used to. So League of Legends is a very hard game when you swap to a new role to practice, unless these guys are all getting together and queuing, but their summoner ranks are so wide apart. I know you have a couple of challengers. Riot just recently made it so challenger players can't queue with anything but challenger players, so that does limit how often Boise State can queue together. They have to rely on scrims, and we'll see. I know they had one a couple days ago. We'll see how that goes here in Game 1.
Well, we are ready to go into the overall picks and bans of the match. We're going to see just how your expectations have been met or how they haven't been met.
There's the Kaisa ban by Bethany Lutheran, which already tells me that they are a little bit on the back foot in terms of overall scouting on Boise State. Kaisa's not a champion that the Broncos have played very often, even with her most recent nerfs. All right, it's already over in my opinion. You hovered the Rumble, you didn't ban it. That means at least Twitch is getting through for Boise State. They will pick that in a heartbeat. If the Twitch doesn't get through, the Rumble gets through. So Bethany Lutheran right now, as I said, the scouting already telling me that they are not quite familiar with what Boise State wants to do. The Camille, something I talked about, they did not want to have Goblin have to deal with that. Hecarim, we saw Red Hots play that. It's not something he plays quite a bit, and I'm really curious to see where Boise State wants to go with their last bans. And between Rumble and Twitch, which one Bethany's going to pick?
We're just going to have to wait, and here they go.
There's the Graves ban. Now, technically, Bethany, if they really wanted to get tricky, they could ban either the Rumble or Twitch and then first pick the other one as sort of that pseudo fourth ban. We've seen teams do that in the past against Boise State, with teams first picking the Rumble against Ascent, and it shockingly hasn't gone very well, and Bethany actually might be trying that. There's the Twitch ban, and now I'm going to be curious to see if Bethany wants to first pick that Rumble. Lilia banned away. You can see they're focusing on that jungler. They're focusing on that top lane. Those are two of Boise State's weaker roles, with Red Hots and Goblins still just adjusting, playing a lot more safer champions. And now I want to see what Bethany Lutheran wants to do here. If they pick this Rumble, it's probably not going to go over very well. If they don't pick it, I can guarantee you Boise's taking it.
Well, we're just going to have to find out how well that scouting or lack thereof might be in play for Bethany Lutheran. And would it really surprise you if there might have been a lapse in the scouting? Because Bethany Lutheran, if I understand correctly, they have 2 squads and one of them's already played Boise.
Yeah, I would be really shocked. I mean, the first squad did have, I think the first squad was right around when Boise State did swap, so they were still a little off on the ban. So maybe they're still basing it on that old information, because I do think Bethany, actually the A squad, let that Twitch through. eThug had a great game. In the end, Boise State was just a little bit overwhelmed, and then Bethany banned it away. So maybe they weren't ready, and they're going to let that Rumble through, which to me is absolutely wild. That is one of the most easily accessible things for Boise State. You don't even have to watch Boise State streams, because if you did, you'd never see them play Rumble. It's all over Ascent's match history. So the fact that got through is going to be incredibly interesting to me. You see that Udyr picked up a very, very strong jungler. I would expect Boise State to counter, maybe with the Nunu. There's that Sejuani. I know we saw Boise State have an attempt to play that in the bot lane. They're going to pick up Seraphine instead, and now I'll be really curious if they're going to pick Rumble here or if they want to wait and let Ascent make sure he likes that Rumble matchup, as Seraphine's a very strong champion that usually Boise State tries to ban away from opponents.
I mean, it would be quite interesting if Rumble, who has been kind of taken from them this whole season, maybe it's just a thing of a good luck charm, but it as soon as I come back to collegiate esports, they get the champion they want, but might not be that.
Yeah, we have at times seen Ascent delay picking Rumble just a little bit. He'll probably pick it up in this last pick in Phase 1 if he actually was set on playing it. We see the Kog'Maw right there. Very interesting champion. It's something that Ethug has played at times. I know we've sort of made that funnel comp to protect the Kog'Maw. I don't know if Kog'Maw and Ethug get along in terms of stylistics, because Kog'Maw likes to sit in the back, rain artillery. If you've been watching Boise State Esports or even Ethug before you joined Boise State Esports, you know that sitting in the back line is not something he does. So I'll be curious to see how aggro he plays that Kog'Maw. Tristana picked up. She's a very strong champion right now, can flex to the mid lane as well, and definitely has some really good matchups. We've seen Ascent actually play her in the mid lane. Be curious to see where they want to put that for Bethany. And then there's the Nautilus pick. Really great in the Kog'Maw. You land that hook on to Kog'Maw, he's going to be guaranteed dead because you get the stun and the root. So right now, it's going to be very, very hard for Ethug to be able to dodge all of these tools coming at him.
Well, now's the opportunity for that Rumble to be picked if Boise State wants to jump on that. We did just see Tristana and Nautilus picked up by Bethany Lutheran, and it looks like there it is.
Yeah, I think Ascent sometimes likes to gather some more information. He probably knew there's no way it's coming back through the second wave of bans, so he'll pick that one up. Interesting to see. I don't know if Bethany has a plan. I know earlier this week, New Mexico let that Twitch through and had a plan on how to counter Ethug and actually played it pretty well. In the end, Boise State was victorious. So I'll be curious. Maybe they have a plan to deal with this Rumble, and I bet you Boise State maybe bans a couple champions Ascent doesn't like playing against. There's the Anivia to start out there. Lulu on the side of Bethany Lutheran, which is interesting because that's probably a support Seraphine now that Rumble's locked in. So Bethany Lutheran all over the place here. A Cassidon as well. So now they're going to say, all right, Ascent, you're on your champion. It's your turn to shine.
Now we are waiting for just the last ban to come through. And what do you think Boise State's chances are of, now that they've got the Rumble, you know, what would you like to see in these last two picks to kind of bring it all together to be a good composition?
I like the Shen or the Ornn on Goblin. I know he's experimented with stuff like Scion. I don't think that worked very well, especially with Ehug on that Kog'Maw. They need that Shen to be able to protect him. The Kindred ban away is basically a dead giveaway that Bethany is working on old information, not something Red Hots plays at all. That was more of an Ehug champion in the jungle. So Bethany might be caught off guard as soon as we load into this game when they see how everything is set up. But I'd love to see a Shen in that jungle, or in that top lane, and then in the jungle, probably Nunu. Just the safest pick. It's something that Red Hots is really strong on. There's that Scion. It's not a pick I like. I know Goblin has tried it. I don't think it works very well. They need something to protect that Kog'Maw. There's the Galio picked up. Again, something that Bethany Lutheran has played a lot of, but I feel like Ascent's going to be pretty confident into that matchup.
One more pick for each team.
The Aurelia, like we said, the top laner for Bethany Lutheran, likes to play those carries. There was a lot of Camille and Kled. Looks like they've transitioned over to the Aurelia, who hasn't had the best of times with the new items, but still overall a very strong champion. Can be flexed mid if maybe they like that matchup. Rumble into Aurelia. I think actually Nevada tried that matchup. Either Nevada or Colorado State tried that in C-Lol, and it went all right for them. And then there's the Olaf pick. Actually probably the most aggressive jungler we've seen Red Hots play. Again, I think that Shen would have been so much better purpose on this team. If that's a Shen instead of a Scion, I love Boise State's draft, but now I'm concerned who keeps Ehug alive on that Kog'Maw. We know how aggressive he wants to be, and with a Galio, Nautilus, and Udyr waiting to stun you the moment you're out of position, this could be a disaster for Boise State if Ehug's not careful.
Well, that is going to be it for the drafts for both teams. So we're going to now head into that 3-minute delay before we get into all the action. And so now looking at these drafts as a whole, what do you think objective-wise we might want to look out for in terms of both teams?
I think the biggest thing that I want to look out for is who's in the bot lane for Bethany Lutheran. I've taken a look at the summoners that Boise State's coaches sent me, and for the most part, they're all around that Boise State skill level. The AD carry, or at least the person on the roster who plays the most AD carry, at least this season, quite a lower rank than you would expect in a tournament like this. Don't know if he's just having a bad season. Maybe he just came back and he had deranked. But if he is the man in the bot lane for Bethany Lutheran, I would expect Boise State's bot lane, who are the highest ranked players on the team, to take absolute advantage of that. The other thing I want to watch out for is how this Olaf plays. Like, again, it's the most aggressive thing we've seen Red Hots on. He's usually on the Nunu, usually on sort of that tank champion that just eats up damage, and so I want to see how he plays it. How aggressive is he going to be? Is he going to be Gore Drinker into Sterix Gage, or is he going to be a little bit more tanky? Maybe he goes Chem Tank, and then he just kind of fills that pseudo-tank role that Olaf has been known to do. So those are the two things I want to look out for as we get into this game early, is who's in the bot lane for Bethany, and how is Red Hots going to build this Olaf?
Well, it is going to be interesting to see, you know, this overall matchup, or excuse me, team composition for Boise State is kind of a match of old and new players. As we see, this is the Upsurge Premier League of Legends match of Boise State versus Bethany Lutheran, the Broncos versus the Vikings, and what is the final match of the regular season that we have seen. And so Red Hots and Deans, you know, those are two players that we have been very familiar with in terms of league, but we're also having, you know, new players. How has the overall team kind of meshed together personally over the season?
I mean, we talked about this the very first match of this season. It's the first time since I've been at Boise State, which has only been about a year and a half, which is nothing compared to some of the people who've been here longer, like Dean and Red Hots and some of the other casters. But it's the first time in my career that it's been the exact same team for Boise State from fall semester to spring semester. We've had graduations. We've had new players come in. So the fact that they are all in what was originally their same roles from last semester, I thought was working really well. I know we had a role swap that we've documented with E-Hug down in the bot lane, but I do think that this team is meshing well. It helps that they've all been playing together now for what will be a year when this semester ends, and as far as my knowledge goes, I think there's one semester left before guys like Dean do graduate from the program. So Boise State's clicking on all cylinders. I think once they really sort of get their roles all meshed together with the new ones for Goblin and Red Hots, this is going to be a very formidable team, and I would highly doubt in future tournaments they have another struggle like they have so far in the Upsurge Premier League.
And, of course, Boise State has been against Bethany Lutheran in the past. If we're just going to do a recap of previous matches, their previous matchup against Bethany Lutheran, the Squad A, didn't go too well for them, as that has been one of kind of the top teams in this overall program.
Yeah, Bethany Lutheran, I think number 3 in the country, right up there with guys like Maryville, Harrisburg. I mean, those are names that just absolutely dominate the Collegiate League of Legends scene. And Boise State, in the first game, gave that A squad a run for their money. I think against this B squad, who clearly maybe came a little bit unprepared. I'm not going to say they're throwing in the towel, but you can tell from the bands they didn't quite know what Boise State was throwing at them. I like Boise State's chances because I think in game 1, they're going to catch the Vikings off guard because they're not ready for who's in what role.
Well, one of the things that both teams might have to keep in mind will be Doc's keys to the game, which we will bring up here very shortly. As you can see here, Doc's keys to the game in League of Legends are going to be focus on having a strong comp, play to our win condition, focus on what we've learned, and E-Hug smash. That is Doc's keys to the game, brought to you by Count's Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enabling personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading providers. 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com for more information.
I mean, E-Hug Smash is definitely a key for Boise State, but I think there's a lot of pressure on Ascent this game. He gets his favorite champion. He has rarely ever not had a bad game. I think if you look back at the stats, probably averaging at least 10 kills every time he gets Rumble, which is very few and far in between. I think maybe only the 6th or 7th time he's ever been able to pull this one off. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Ascent. Like I said, E-Hug is going to be more how passive will he play, because this Kog'Maw game can get ugly if he's flashing forward, starts getting stunned up by the Udyr, right to the dredge line from the Nautilus. So I think a lot of more pressure is on Ascent here until maybe E-Hug realizes he can't be so aggro. We could see a disaster for Boise State in the bot lane unless they get so far ahead.
Well, we are going to find out if all of that comes true in this Upsurge League of Legends match. Final one of the regular season coming to you in just a minute or two here. As we start up into the overall kind of flow of the match, how has Boise State's vision game been, you know, in these past matches? You know, what basically have they been doing in order to maintain good vision control?
Boise State has some pretty good vision control, and a lot of times Boise State's vision control, as ironic as it sounds, comes from them just face-checking bushes, because Boise State, especially with E-Hug, has become this all-out aggro team. They love tower diving. They love chasing enemies through the jungle, so they usually use themselves as wards, and for the most part, it hasn't really backfired. Of course, guys like Dean, one of the leaders in the Mountain West in terms of wards placed in C-Lul, so the vision score is going to be great, but a lot of times Boise State gets the vision by killing the enemies, and of course, vision in League of Legends is one of the most snowbally things. You can't ward your own jungle if you're just getting killed in it over and over and over again, so Boise State loves to snowball early objectives objectives and being able to ward things, because the enemy knows if they have to wait, because if Boise State's in that bush, they're just going to die, ward or not. And I think Boise State has used their aggressiveness as a great way to snowball that ward vision, usually into their favor.
And what are going to be the major level up spikes that are going to be coming in terms of power level as different abilities come online?
I think the biggest one's going to be in that mid lane with the equalizer from the Rumble plus the hero's entrance from the Galio. Whoever hits level 6 first has that ability to make a play. Of course, Galio, kind of like a Shen, does have ability to hero's entrance down into a bot lane gank and then teleport right back in the mid lane and apply pressure. It's not as brutal as playing against the Shen, since mid lane is a little bit closer from the bot lane, but it's still something to watch out for, because if you get that equalizer on Ascent, you teleport bot lane. We've seen him time and time again pick up a double, pick up a triple, sometimes even pick up a quad kill. And if mid laner cannot answer because either he's not level 6 or he already had to use that teleport to get back to lane, then it's going to be a huge advantage. So whoever hits first 6 in that mid lane is going to have a huge job of going, how quick can they gank that bot lane and put the enemy team on the back foot?
Well, I hope we definitely see some quad kills, at least on the Boise State side, coming out back into the collegiate level. I want a good show. I want a good show as we get back into the swing of things here. I'm just surprised that with a team, like Bethany Lutheran, just their ability to, let something like the Rumble pass when that has just been such a consistent ban, it is interesting. But it's not just about, having a comfort pick or a comfort champion that you play. It's the ability for the whole team to work together. So just because Boise State might have gotten, a very important champion that they haven't had the ability to play yet because it's always been banned, that might not be the final word in tonight's match.
Yeah, I do think the one interesting thing for Bethany Lutheran that could, at some angle, you could argue could lend towards how things went poorly in the draft, at least in terms of the bans and then letting the Rumble through, is, for the most part, Boise State, because of other events going on, we have not always streamed our Upsurge Premier League events. So maybe Bethany Lutheran, they tune in on Fridays, they don't see us playing. They just haven't had enough information, because this is one of the few events Boise State has not streamed as often. Meanwhile, in the Mountain West, we're streaming every single CLOL game, and maybe they just don't know about it.
Well, we are streaming this match in the Upsurge League of Legends match, and here we go as we load into that. As we go into the initial item picks, is there anything catching your eye?
Summoner choices for Boise State's bot lane, very interesting. You see E-Hug with the exhaust. You see Dean with the heal. Usually those are going to be flipped. You love having your AD carry have that heal ability. Then again, you see on the side of Bethany Lutheran, Tristana running with just that Ignite. So interesting kind of all aggro summoner choices. And for Boise State, you also see, looks like Goblin's going to rotate down early, and they're going to set up a cheese gank. They've been doing this a lot with just Dean and E-Hug, but now they're going to have that Scion down there, and they're going to try and get a huge pick level 1 onto somebody from Bethany Lutheran. Yeah,
didn't you say Boise State's kind of vision control has always just kind of been peeking in and out of the bushes?
Yeah, I mean, this is basically, a form of advanced warding. Is no one for Bethany Lutheran is going to know they're there. They're going to try and stay hidden. The interesting thing, of course, is that we are going to see Red Hots with that leashless red buff start. Because Goblin is down there, time and time again, Red Hots has prioritized starting on the opposite side of the map, making his way down. You do see some warning pings come out. I would assume from the side of Bethany Lutheran, they check the blue buff, see that no one's there, which does send up red flags all over the place. You can see the pings coming out, but it looks like it's one bush away. And the big thing here is with that Udyr starting at his own blue buff, Aurelia is going to be a little bit late rotating over. So she's not going to know that much that Scion isn't there, but it looks like it's a good job by Bethany Lutheran. They definitely have felt something fishy is in the water here, and for Boise State, this could put Goblin really far behind. It's going to force him to teleport up into that top lane. E-Hug will come out. He's going to get dredge blind. Unfortunately, they're going to read that play perfectly. Goblin's not going to find anything. They're going to poke down Crabwalk. He will get stunned, though, and it's still first blood for Boise State. So the cheeky play goes nowhere. Goblin's going to be incredibly far behind, but they still pick up first blood.
I mean, that's just got to be your solace, I guess, if maybe a little bit too much time wasted in trying to make sure everything works out there, but at least you get the bonus with first blood. So.
Yeah, I mean, Bethany Lutheran unfortunately kind of walked into their own demise. I don't think that they really respected how much damage that Kog'Maw was going to do early because, like they said, they had all the pings coming out. You could see they were totally ready for it, and they still fell victim. But again, now we talk so much about how Goblin's been doing incredibly well on this top lane, maintaining CS. He's going to be incredibly far behind. He's already 2 levels down, 0 CS. He chose to save that teleport, so he has to be incredibly careful that he doesn't just get gunned down by that Aurelia. But a great dredge line through the minions. E-Hug barely going to survive. Now Dean's forced the body block. Heal does come out. And Salamanders has to retreat. Both Crab Rock and full HP. He's going to rocket jump right on top of Dean. He'll pick up 1. Exhaust come out from both players. Huge flash. The minion doesn't block the dredge line. And unfortunately for Boise State, they stay a little bit too long. It's a double kill. Ascent will pick up 1. Moira's now chasing him down. He'll get the bear stance stunned. Red Hot's trying to run over. But unfortunately, that Flame Spitter does not enough damage, and it'll trade 1 for 1 in the mid lane. And Boise State's now a little bit behind, but Moira's going to stay here. Red Hot's, oh no, he decided to back away. That would have been a free kill for Red Hot.
And unfortunately for Boise State, finding themselves now behind in the bottom lane as well as the top. The only kind of solace they had was going to be the middle lane. See Red Hot's here putting a bit of pressure onto Salamanders. Just a little bit at a time is going to be able to pick him up. Now Goblin facing some pressure in the top lane.
Yeah, huge misplay there by Salamanders. The dredge line missed the wall. Didn't give him that free hook. There's that tower dive I was talking about, though. Goblin incredibly far behind that Aurelia, level 4 to level 2. He'll pop the passive and get some CS just to try and get some level back. Overheated here, 1, 2, 3's trying to bait him into Crab Walk, who's waiting on the other side of the wall. Ascent doesn't see it coming, but now here comes Red Hot and Dean right behind him. And this has been an all-out slaughter here, and everyone's going to fall back.
Yeah, Boise State has been doing just kind of a lot of lane changes, a lot of trying to do some creative plays here. So now Red Hot looks like he's going to be heading off toward the top lane as Lara's putting a bit pressure more on Goblin.
And once Goblin gets tanky enough, he's going to be able to survive. Nice flash dredge line. Brood's going to come out on E-Thug as well. Rocket jump will land. E-Thug no flash. He's not going to be able to make it. Dean even flashing, trying to get in range for that heal. And you can see the Bethany Lutheran bot lane incredibly aggressive. Like I said, I did not like that Kog'Maw pick for E-Hug. Goblin should be able to make it away. But once again, Bethany Lutheran is now applying pressure all over the map.
Yeah, the Rumble is the only place where they're a bit ahead in CS right now. That's the only saving grace. And it's like you said, Red Hot comes in with the gank here against Allura. But Goblin does get slain before that goes through.
Oh man, one more auto attack, and that would have actually been a double kill for that Aurelia. We do see in the mid lane, Ascent's going to be taken out. A great gank there by Moira, able to pick up 1 for his team. Also Crabwalk getting a kill, but he was taken out in that bot lane, I believe. So that shutdown does go over to the side of Boise State. And both these teams, nothing to lose. Neither of them had the greatest upsurge season, so they're going to go all out here. And I guarantee you we're going to see a lot more kills the rest of the series.
A lot more as BE has reached that crucial level 6. See, Dean here is still only at level 3 in the bottom lane, where they've been having a tough time. A very aggressive bottom lane coming through for Bethany Lutheran. Boise State finding themselves behind by about 600 gold right now, as Bethany Lutheran leads by about 3 kills.
Yeah, managing this Hex Flash into the dredge line that's going to come out. This time it lands on the Dean, but Moira's perfectly in rotation here. This will be 1 kill. E-Hug has to be careful. Rocket Jump comes out. There's 1 more dredge line. He's got to make sure he dodges it. But the cooldown doesn't come up quite in time for Salamanders to land one. And this Nautilus play has been a great pick into that Kog'Maw. Boise State maybe showed their hand a little bit too early there in the bot lane. Probably could have picked up that Scion and maybe picked a better AD carry for what they were facing in the bot lane.
Now it looks like it's going to snowball just a little bit more as Bethany Lutheran goes forward to pick up that first Drake of the game. Is going to go a little bit uncontested as Crabwalk goes right into an ascent, and he's going to get shut down. Now Red Hot's going to try to continue by picking up Moira, who is low on health, as E-Hug comes in too. Red Hot does get slain, but it is answered back as another shutdown comes through for Boise State, who might be able to steal this objective by taking out BE 1, 2, 3, and they managed to turn that around, getting themselves a little bit more even in kills, and now gets to Dragon.
Yeah, this has been, everyone has thrown the correct plays out the window. Crabwalk face checking for no reason without any vision, runs right into Ascent, and even though that Tristana's 5 and 3, the level advantage always going to be in the mid laner who's in that solo lane. Tanks the full heat Rumble Flame Spitter, which is one of the worst ideas you can have. And that allows Boise State to get right back in it. Unfortunately, they didn't get all those kills onto a center E-Hug. Dean picked up one as well, but that was a great way to come back. And it'll be interesting to see how these players handle this non-traditional game. As we get a look here, it's a 400 gold lead for Ascent in the mid lane, and everywhere else, Bethany Lutheran has a lead from anywhere from 900 gold just to a couple hundred gold.
And how valuable do you think that Infernal Drake is going to be for Boise State? Is there any other Drake that they might be really hoping for their composition?
I mean, the way these teams have been playing, they probably wish it would have been an Infernal Soul so that they can just literally go all out and just slam into each other. I mean, in terms of Boise State, Ocean Dragon would be great just to give them that sustain, be able to take some of these engages that Bethany Lutheran has because, you know, for the most part, they don't have that much damage in the Galio. The Tristana can one-shot you, but that Ocean Soul might allow you to sustain a little bit. But I would think both these teams wanted an Infernal Soul just so they could do as much damage as literally possible.
Well, Boise State not managing to find any other eliminations onto them thus far, so might just be trying to plan their next move after they had a successful Solera, still pressuring Goblin up in the top lane. And here comes Moira with a gank.
Yeah, ult's going to come out. Goblin's going to use that ult to try and get away. Meanwhile, Boise State's going to engage on the bot lane. Rocket jump forward by Crabwalk. He's going to try and pick up Dean, and he will. But they'll hand that one over to Ethug, so it'll be a 1-for-1. Goblin's not going to get away. He'll get taunted up, and that's going to allow 1, 2, 3 and Moira to combine on the kill, and Solaria is still going to be able to get the assist, so unfortunately he could not ult to safety. He'll just let that passive burn out, so a couple kills once again traded across the map, and this Aurelia is going to be a problem very quickly for Boise State.
Yeah, being able to pick up one of those armor platings there. See Ascent in the middle lane, still managing to get a good lead in CS, about 18 ahead. Now E-Hug finds himself in trouble in the bot.
And the depth charge is going to come out there. He does get the snipe with the ult. Red Hot's going to come in. Flash comes out for Moira. Kog'Maw passive plus the undertow should be enough. And that Udyr will be taken out. But now they got to be careful. Couple tower shots. There's that equalizer damage. Bethany Lutheran going to stand right on top of it. Crabwalk picks up one. Dean will get another one. 1, 2, 3, incredibly low. They want to give the kill to the Ascent. They'll do just that. And neither of these teams showing much regard. 27 kills, and we're not even 10 minutes into the game.
And just a quick update, it is Boise State, in fact, in the red instead of the blue at the top of the screen there. So they find themselves 13-14. Mike is able to pick up that armor plating right before Salamanders comes back in.
Nice flash. Lands the dredge line. Not able to find anything, though. Boise State should be able to get away. They got to be careful. The way this game has been going would not shock me if Crabwalk just rocket jumps into Ascent. You can see Moira was running over, doesn't get in range, and Ascent probably should back, but now Boise State's going to set up something cheeky here. Doesn't have the equalizer, so now he'll decide he's just going to back.
And Ascent, the only one really having a bounty on him right now with a 3-2-3 record, is going to be able to get out Crabwalk there as Salamanders also finds themselves. He's going to use that hook to just try to get away there. Is that going to be enough as Ascent chases him down? Gets pushed back a little.
But good job by Ascent being able to get out of there with that hero's entrance coming in. Crabwalk barely makes it away. Neither team really showing much signs of slowing down here. And again, it's that Aurelia in that top lane who we haven't seen much of. That's going to be that problem for Boise State if they don't handle it. They're going to try and gank 1, 2, 3. Great block on the Justice Punch. A taunt's going to land, but it's not going to stop the Flame Spitter. That should allow Red Hots to pick up the kill, and Boise State is even the kills and even the gold here at 11 minutes.
So a nice little recovery there from Boise State. Is there anything coming up in the item choices that is really catching your eye right now? As we see some action along the middle lane. Goblin facing a lot of pressure there from Solera. Is now going to go on to Ascent. Maybe pick up that bounty. Does manage to pick it up.
Yeah, but that misplay of taking a tower shot I thought it was going to allow Red Hot to pick up the kill, but there's just how fed that Aurelia is, and she only has that Blade of the Ruined King, I believe, at 5-1-1 now. Yeah, there it is, the Blade of the Ruined King. So whatever Aurelia wants to back on, that's going to be what you want to watch out for. She has had some issues with how the mythic items have sort of worked into her kit. That's why we don't see Aurelia as much as we used to, but right now, Solaria is going to be that member that Boise State is going to have eyes on with that perfect 1v3, even with the misplay under the tower.
Now Dean and E-Hug still managing to be the only ones in this bottom lane right now as the rest of the members of Boise State manage to respawn there. And looks like Bethany Lutheran is going to turn that into a successful objective. I don't think we're going to see any tricky steals from Boise State, so that Dragon's going to go over to Bethany Lutheran.
Yeah, with that Aurelia down there, no chance for Boise State. You can see 114 CS, doubling what Goblin has and then some. Red Hots
Rift Herald might be able to be picked up by Red Hots here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any contest there for Bethany Lutheran. There's still some plates active on the field, so still does get a little bit of value. Can't use it to get a first tower anywhere. But that extra 160 to 320 gold might be worth it as we see a plate picked up there by Bethany Lutheran in the bot lane.
Yeah, another armor plating come down is going to even it up, I believe, in the amount of armor plating that both teams have managed to get in the bot lane right now.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see where Red Hots wants to drop this Rift Herald. Nowhere that he can really get a guaranteed first tower with the 2.5 plates that Shelly does do in damage on her charge. And right now, Boise State has to realize that wherever Aurelia is, a tower dive could happen, and there's very little that this team can do to stop her.
It seems to me that that might probably be Boise State's biggest threat, is just, having this Aurelia just be fed too much that they can do a tower dive out of nowhere and then really pick up some lane advantage on Boise State.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Boise State, they don't have a lot of hard CC. The only thing they really have is that Scion Q, which does take a while to charge. They have the Dean root as well, as we're going to see. There's the depth line on to E-Hug. A nice ult's going to charm up Crabwalk. Teleport comes in. Hero's Entrance going to be used by Galio, but it will go nowhere. Now Crabwalk's caught in between Boise State. Taunt will land as E-Hug picks up the first elimination. He will be taken out, but he should be able to run down Salamanders and kill him with the passive. He'll get that for a double kill. Now Red Hots has come down. Equalizer from Ascent's going to come out. It's a party in the bot lane. Moira's going to be the last one alive here. Boise State goes 1 for 3. They're chasing down this Udyr. Meanwhile, Aurelia is going to say, I'm just going to split push top lane if no one cares about me. Boise State's going to have to trade tower for tower. Now Udyr bites off a little more than he could chew. Great slow there by Ascent, waiting for his cooldown. There's the overheated Flame Spitter. Flash comes out, and it buys him just enough distance to survive.
And taking 2 tower shots there. Ascent just slipping away from him. But overall, Boise State managing to be able to turn that around to get 1 tower, although, like you said, Bethany Lutheran was very comfortable split pushing, able to pick up 1 in the top lane, which, as we said, we were going to be watching Goblin's performance in the top lane to see how that unfolded.
Yeah, unfortunately for Goblin, there's not really much he could do. They went for that cheese all-in level 1, and despite picking up the kill, he did not get any assist or anything in that fight, so it put him so far behind. Open to get tower dived, and so unfortunately, the strategy for Boise State just did not work out very well. Shelly will get a charge off there. They're going to land the hook onto Dean. Rocket Jump comes out from Crabwalk, and now Salamander's going to get rooted up. He'll be the first elimination. Now Boise State's going to take down Solaria, who's incredibly squishy. Boise State's going to get that shutdown onto E-Hug. That's perfect for them. That is a huge chunk of gold over to that Kog'Maw. And Boise State has found themselves in the lead once again, and I think this Aurelia would be best served just split pushing and trying to shove her advantage in that fact that no one can 1v1 her. Because Boise State wants this turret, no minions there, and they'll have to retreat.
Yeah, Set might still just cleaning up a little bit of those minions. Some tower shots do going on to Boise State, but it looks like they are going to want to pick up this tower in the mid lane. Managed to pick it up. They put themselves into the lead, though, in terms of eliminations, but not in terms of gold, as Bethany Lutheran's still holding on to about a 600 gold lead.
Yeah, I think the plates just barely went on the side of Bethany Lutheran. They also got first tower as well. That'll explain that 700 gold lead pretty quickly. But that shutdown for E-Hug was huge. He's now 8-4-2, has that Kraken Slayer finished now on that Kog'Maw. For his fast start, Crabwalk now 7-6. He has played absolutely over-aggressive from the start. Once again, I think if Aurelia just split pushes, realizes that there's no one on Boise State who can match her, they'd be well pressed. As E-Hug's going to try and flash away, still gets stunned up. Solari is going to miss his stun, but there's 3 members of Bethany Lutheran in that top lane, and Dean is not going to be able to make it out alive. Depth charge comes out to secure the kill, and that's a double kill onto the Aurelia, and Bethany Lutheran realizes their win condition.
Yeah, this Aurelia, just in terms of the advantage that she had, do you think it all goes back to that initial play that Boise State made at the beginning? Because that, Goblin fell so far behind in that initial, first part of the match for Boise State. they might really be regretting that here as we see the Galio using the hero's entrance. Ascent 1 is going to be taken out. Goblin just going back a little bit in the bot lane here. It didn't look like they're really going to chase him down. But anyway, in the top lane again, Solera is still managing to continue that push there. And was it that initial kind of first cheeky play Boise State tried that allowed Goblin to fall behind that really might be coming back to bite him now?
Yeah, I think in hindsight, Boise State might have tried that play, but as soon as it failed, they probably would have wished Goblin would have teleported up, as Red Hot's probably going to be able to pick up this dragon. He'll do just that, so it's a Cloud Soul. Not an awful soul. The ult cooldown reduction for guys like Red Hots, for Goblin and Ascent is going to be very critical. That is sort of their win condition, as Crabwalk's going to try and run down Red Hots. Undertow will land, so will the Reckless Swing. Crabwalk has a ton of damage, barely gets over the wall. Double snipe just misses, unfortunately. As that Undertow came so close, and Crabwalk quickly realizing he's not as strong as he thought he once was.
Well, it seems like some good ganks and team play have managed to, Boise State, it isn't a runaway defeat for them. They're pushing a lot of damage here onto Solera, but she is so fed right now, up to 13, where you see Dean down to just 8. She is so far ahead that she can just take on anybody here. That's going to be a real problem for Boise State.
Yeah, they have no defense against this Aurelia. You can see her shredding Goblin. Great hook there by Salamanders. They do get the knock-up under the turret. It does not matter. Even with all those turret shots, I think she's still going to be able to survive. Lands a great stun onto Goblin. Ascent nearly solos Moira in the river, but the Udyr is able to get away, and I think this Aurelia is probably so far ahead at this point. You see 10-2, level 13, highest in the game by far. I'm not sure there's really anyone in Boise State's side who can match it. I don't even think Ascent, even at level 12 on his Rumble, is going to be able to match her, and unfortunately, this might be the first time Ascent's going to take a loss on Rumble on Boise State's stream.
Now Crabwalk taking shots at that middle turret there. He comes back in. Stop is going to be joined by Red Hots there. See Ascent now rotating up to the top lane. Moira is just below him. Picking up a red buff there. Red Hots there. This might just try to get a little bit more. Is he going to go up towards Moira? Moira finds it's going to be in between two. Okay, he goes back. So.
Moira counter jungling there. Surprised that I guess Ascent maybe didn't see him. Maybe he had the shop open, because there's no pings that came out. And I think Red Hots could definitely win this battle of the junglers. So I'm a little shocked he did not go over to help.
And we do see Goblin just kind of there in the bot lane, just doing a little bit of farming uncontested. Is that really just kind of the right call? Do you try to catch up as much as you can against this Aurelia?
Yeah, they just need Goblin to be as tanky as possible, to be able to absorb as much of that damage that she could do. I mean, he really is just going to have to ult in and hope he lands an ult. Now he's rotated over, and here comes a fight. Aurelia looks for a stun, can't find it. There's going to be the death line onto Ascent. He's going to be forced to equalizer, and everyone's just going to run away. But with the health bars failing Bethany Lutheran, Boise State has to full retreat here, and they could not get a pick onto anyone they wanted, and Boise State realizes that, and that Aurelia could easily come in and clean things up.
Yeah, that has to be the main threat that they've got in their mind right now. Going to pick up a little bit of CS right there. Thorough Vision Ward down. See, Ascent is going to be caught out by the Moira, hiding in the bush. He might just trying to get away, dive under that turret, trying to get some turret hits, but it might not just be too little too late. Ascent is going to be taken out.
And meanwhile, see a fight in the mid lane. Slaria very low. Sterix Gage going to proc. He's going to try and re-engage. Picks up one. Able to pick up a double kill. And with the rest of the team here, this should be an easy triple. Barely goes down at the last moment. Boise State actually did enough to turn that fight. And now it's 1-2-3. He's in an awful position. That's his punch land. Taunt doesn't quite come out, but Crabwalk should have an ability to pick up a kill here. Never want to duel a low health Olaf though, but the ace comes out for Bethany Lutheran. And we can see just how far that Aurelia is ahead at 1.1v4ing and nearly picking up the quadra kill.
Now Crabwalk's going to be left all alone to get the final hits on this mid tower here, be able to take it down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boise State, they just don't have anyone who can CC that Aurelia for long enough. I mean, Goblin can try, but Scion has very clunky stuns. They take a long time to activate, and for someone as mobile as Aurelia, she'll easily be able to dash around, dodge that Q. So for Boise State, they've got to get a pick onto her, but at this point, I'm not even sure if they could get it 1v2. They might have to go 1v3 or even worse, as Crabwalk and Dean will run into each other, but that Tristana not too worried about the Seraphine at the moment. But Moira is going to say he sees his opportunity. Chilling Smite comes out. Stun does land. Phoenix Stance will be used. There's the heal for the movement speed. Crabrock's now going to rocket jump over the wall. He realizes he's going to opt against that as the rest of the Boise State was in perfect rotation.
So now, how much dancing do you think we're going to be seeing around the Baron here? Boise State manages to pick up the Baron, you know, against this Aurelia. How much does that matter?
I mean, the Aurelia was going to have to be dead for Boise State to really pick up this Baron. I don't think Boise State's too interested in it. I do think that if either team gets a clean kill, that they will look to Baron. But right now, it's just one of those objectives on the map that they'll look at, they'll ward just to make sure, but besides that, nothing. There's a flash stretch line right onto Ethug. Equalizer is going to come out. Solaria is the first target for Boise State. Xerx's Gauge is going to proc. The shield comes out as Dean One's the first one to fall. It's a double kill for Moira. They'll take down Crabwalk, but they're still trying to deal with this Aurelia. They aren't able to kill her just yet. Ascent does get one. He's in a 1-on-2. Does not have that ult anymore. Goblin trying to assist. Bethany Lutheran has to be careful. Ascent can win this with an overcharged Flame Spitter. There it is. The overheat comes out. Udyr realizes that. They're going to wait for his cooldowns. But his heat's going to reset, and Boise State comes close to losing that fight, but Ascent's trying to do all he can to stay alive, but the lifesteal on Aurelia is too much, and this should be second dragon for Bethany Lutheran.
Yeah, you can see all the focus that they put on Slura there. Those health bars just melting away for Boise State. Ascent can really only pick up a few minions here and wait for Boise State to respawn. There goes the dragon over to Bethany Lutheran.
Yeah, you see that Aurelia has now picked up the Guardian Angel. She has the Xerx's Gauge, which is already off cooldown. Maybe you should take a look at that, Riot, because that's kind of ridiculous that will be up in every single fight for her. So not only is she going to get a giant shield that will provide her with a nice chunk of lifesteal, she'll also have the ability to get that come back to life as well. So it's going to take Boise State even more of their focus to kill that Aurelia, and that's going to open up things for guys like Crabwalk and 1-2-3 to do enough damage to weaken down Boise State.
Yeah, well, what's the route back for Boise State to kind of get in control here? Because it seems like it just seems like this Aurelia, the situation is going from bad to worse for Boise State.
Boise State's going to need to find a pick on Crabwalk. Would be great if they honestly get a pick on the Salamanders. As weird as it sounds, that would be their best bet because the amount of CC he's putting out is making it so hard. He's landing so many hooks onto Ethug that just lock him in place that allows Aurelia to get a free kill. So if Boise State can get a pick onto Salamander and then force a fight in a 5v4, I like their chances. If they can take down Crabwalk, that would work as well. But the CC that Bethany Lutheran has put together with this Gallia, with this Udyr, and with this Nautilus is making it impossible for Ehug on this Kog'Maw to be able to play the game the way he wants, which is in the back line, launching down long-range artillery so far away from the Aurelia that even though she's 14-3, it does not matter.
Let's see, Hook missing there from Salamanders. Still no real team fight coming out as of yet, but we're just doing that initial dancing around. Boise State needs to find some sort of pick so they can take a 5v4 fight.
They don't get a pick. They need Goblin to eat all of the CCs from that Nautilus. Because right now we have seen hook after hook land. They're going to flash in with the ult from Dean. It's not going to land on anything. There's the ult from Goblin. He still finds nothing. They've dove onto 1-2-3. There's Salamanders in the back line. Once again, perfect hook right onto Ehug. He'll get knocked up in the air. Hero's Entrance going to come down. Nice stopwatch there to keep the Kog'Maw alive. Unfortunately, Aurelia is going to pick up two. 1-2-3 will pick up the others. If Boise State gets one in return, but it's a triple kill for Solaria, and this could be game for Bethany Lutheran with how far ahead this Aurelia is.
Yeah, not only that, but Boise State isn't just going to be able to answer for about 20 more seconds.
Instead, looks like they'll opt for the Baron with all of those towers in the way. Probably the good call. I do think this game was definitely winnable for Bethany Lutheran right here if they shove with the Udyr and the Aurelia. She's just so far ahead. 17-3-7, 253 CS, level 16. They're going to be able to pick up the Baron, but I think they split their time a little bit too much.
Still might not be enough for Boise State, though. It's going to have to all bunch up and try to, you know, take one team fight at a time. If we can get one pick here and one good team it might be able to start clawing our way back. But it's
it's a tall order.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boise State, Salamanders with these Nautilus hooks have been absolutely perfect. I don't think I've seen many fights, if any, where he just hasn't landed one exactly onto E-Hug, locks him down long enough, immediately hits him with the depth charge, and that allows the Aurelia to just burst him down, and if he's not dead, they can just have the hero's entrance come out. Now, Moira's going to get caught. He'll get charmed up by the ult from Dean. He's forced to flash away, and that Udyr movement speed, something that Riot's taking a look at because at this point is just way too insane. He's able to get away, and now they want to re-engage here for the win for Bethany Lutheran.
Here comes the push there. Boise State is going to have to mount their defense here in order to try to drag the game out just a little bit longer as they approach the inhibitor.
Yeah, there's nothing Boise State can do to stop this inhibitor. Boise State better pressed here. Just let this go through. Live to fight another day. Wait for that Baron to fall off. The crucial Baron falling off in 2 minutes, but if you're Bethany Lutheran, there's no reason why you don't just pick a fight now anywhere in that base, and you should be able to wrap things up pretty quickly here.
Boise State moving basically as one toward this top lane. What do you think, or down to the mid lane now? Well, what do you think's going through their heads right now, just in any strategy they're playing?
I mean, at this point, they've got to find, they're probably trying to think of a way to deal with this Aurelia, but there really isn't at this point. She's just so far ahead. She's hit that status as a hyper carry where she's nearly unkillable. You're going to put all of your resources onto her. She's going to get a huge shield from the Sterix Gate. She's going to get a ton of lifesteal. She's then going to get the Guardian's Angel if you do kill her. And by that point, Crab Walk, 1, 2, 3 in Moira have done enough to tickle you down. So they're just probably wondering if they can find a pick and how to stay in this game long enough, because I guess their only argument is if E-Hug gets fed enough, he should be able to shred everyone, but he is still very far from that point.
Now, the third dragon for Bethany Lutheran is going to head over to them, as well as this tower in the bot lane. They're 4 towers ahead, and this gold lead isn't pretty for Boise State either. 11,000 ahead in gold at least right now.
Yeah, with Tristana, they're just going to be able to siege every turret in the Boise State base with ease, as Aurelia is taking down one as well. Looking like the 1-1, the 1-2-2 split push here. They're going to try for that pick now onto Salamanders. They have to retreat because they can't find anything. Hook's going to land onto Red Hots there. He's going to have to retreat as the inhibitors are now being taken down. It's last chance here for Boise State. The ult's going to miss. Equalizer does come out. He took about as far away as possible. Depth charge does land on top of him. Boise State's now lost 2. Once again, Ascent gets 1, but he's going to be gunned down here by Moira. Goblin's the last one alive, but there's not much this Scion can do. Boise State came close. You can see how low they got the Aurelia. She's almost going to get taken down by the turret. Still has the Guardian's Angel active, though, so it really would not matter. And the 3 members here should be able to finish the deal. There's an ace for Bethany and Lutheran, 23-8 for Solaria on that Aurelia, and that's going to do it here for game number 1.
Yep, that's going to be game number 1 going over to Bethany Lutheran. Despite our kind of shock that they let the Rumble go through, you know, it was that Aurelia in the top lane that got such a big lead that proved to be the ultimate deciding factor in this match. Idaho Army National Guard is a top supporter of Boise State Esports. Top plays are presented by them, and they invite you to take your critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team to join out there. You can reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. So this is the Upsurge League of Legends final match of the regular season. Boise State going up against Bethany Lutheran and finding themselves in a tough first match, falling to them. But it is not over. It is best 2 out of 3. And that's going to do it for game 1. We are going to take a short break and come back for game number 2. So can Boise State claw themselves back up to a victory and end the season with a positive note? We'll find out shortly.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure. Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Oh, yeah.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Game Pants Arena. This is the final week of the College League of Legends tournament in the Upsurge League. Boise State trying to end the season with a good note as they are in this league with about 9 other schools that make up the Mountain West Conference. As defending champs from the fall and the target on the Broncos' back, they are trying to overcome Bethany Lutheran here. And joining me in this overall match is Michael Fisher. As Boise State came out kind of it wasn't a complete runaway until this Aurelia just got so juiced up. So as you know, we go into the next drafts, what is the state of play for Boise State? Do they try to, ban the Aurelia as like a pure respect ban, or was it more of a issue of strategy? Because we were pretty confident about Boise State's draft the first time around. So was it more of a draft issue or a more strategy issue in the first match?
I think for Boise State, it was a draft and strategy issue. I know last time Boise State picked this Kog'Maw that it came out way too early, and I remember talking to Boise State's Nakoba, who oversees the draft as sort of a coach for Boise State, and they said, yeah, we want to play the Kog'Maw, and then somebody actually locked it in too early because Kog'Maw is definitely one of those champions that can be easily countered. And I think that, I don't know if that was the case here, but that's kind of what it felt like, is that Kog'Maw probably would have been great if there wasn't a Nautilus that just locked E-Hug down every single time. The Aurelia, I mean, sure, you could ban it, but, I mean, Solaria is just as comfortable on the Camille, just as comfortable on the Kled. You really don't gain anything. I think Aurelia is probably the worst of those 3 champions as well in terms of the current meta. So I honestly think the Aurelia was fine. I think the 2 issues for Boise State was picking that Kog'Maw way too early and then getting counterpicked by a Nautilus. And then also, unfortunately, trying a cheeky level 1, Goblin opting not to use that teleport, and he was so far behind, he just allowed Aurelia have a free lane, which again, comes with that territory. He just recently switched to top lane within the last few months. I don't know how often he plays it in solo queue or if he's still practicing that AD carry role that he's more comfortable at if he's trying to climb. So that just becomes with the territory knowing, okay, I've got to use teleport, guys. I can't have it for another fight. He held on to it way too long. So again, I think that was an over-aggressive play by Boise State. Would have loved to have seen Goblin just teleport up immediately.
Well, we can see right here the Upsurge Premier League of Legends, and all the teams. We do see some collegiate teams, but also a lot of amateur teams that have been going up in today's in this overall season. And it's been a tough road for Boise State, but certainly a lot to learn.
Yeah, Boise State here. Once again, they're going to take that Camille off the table. Bethany Lutheran will ban the Twitch. It'll be interesting to see now with that Rumble if they do ban it. Like I said, I think it's the first time that Ascent has actually ever lost on stream with that Rumble. So maybe that does give Bethany Lutheran some hope that they made the right play. Graves taken away. There's that Hecarim once again. Would be very shocked if Bethany does not take away probably Udyr or Rumble in their last ban here. But maybe just they thought they countered it well. I think the biggest thing was still that Aurelia. I would love to have seen Ascent because he was still picking up kills even at the very end. So Boise State sticks to the same bans. I totally agree with that. I think the Aurelia was just a product of circumstance, not the product of some Aurelia next level 1 trick. And that Rumble is going to be available once again for Boise State. We'll see if they want to take it again because I don't think Ascent got countered at all if Bethany Luther wants to argue that that's why they let it through.
And Ascent did manage to lead in CS for the middle lane, you know, despite everything that was going on around him and kind of the top and bottom lane collapsing. So if Boise State, you know, can just kind of tweak the way that they played that game, make sure, you know, the top lane doesn't completely spiral out of control for them, and that Rumble still could be a very viable option for them.
Yeah, the one thing that I have to wonder is why we've seen Boise State get away from that Shen in the top lane as Gragas gets picked up. It's something we've seen Goblin play. I think it's a little bit better than the Scion with that body slam, with that explosive cast. We've also seen Red Hots play it as well, so could be a little bit of a flex pick if they want to maybe rotate where it goes around. But I don't know why Boise State has gotten away from that Shen. It fits everything they want to do perfectly well. It's a safe top laner. It's very hard to tower dive with that taunt, and with the extra CC, it has to stand united, then you can teleport right back to lane, as there's the Kaisa Galio pick for Bethany Lutheran. And for Boise State, I think Shen would be one of those picks where you have to scratch your head and say, why is that not picked? And I'll be curious if Boise State wants to run back the Rumble into that Galio, because like I said, I think Ascent outplayed 1, 2, 3 in the mid lane on that Rumble.
Well, we're definitely going to find out soon enough.
Senna picked in there. Could be a mid lane, or could be a support, could be an AD carry. There's the Olaf for Red Hots. I really liked how he played that champion. Definitely a strong jungler despite the nerfs to his sustain, so I do like how that fits in. The Rumble waiting is a little interesting. Maybe they're trying to get that as an extra ban, which, who knows, maybe there's something that Ascent has up his sleeve. He's usually used to playing without the Rumble available, so maybe if Rumble gets banned off the table, it's a win for Boise State in the sense that it's an extra ban, but I do think at the same time, they have that in their back pocket. If all else fails, they're just going to take that Rumble. There's a Kha'Zix. That is not something we have seen in a long time in competitive League of Legends, and that could do a lot of what Aurelia did if he gets ahead in that jungle role.
Well, now we move into the second round of bans. Rolls Boise State. And Zion is going to be the one that's banned first off for Bethany Lutheran.
Thank you. That would be the best thing I could say. I think the Scion is an awful choice for Boise State. I don't like how it fits into the team. It doesn't have enough CC. I think he's just sort of a giant tank. He doesn't do a whole lot else. So thank you, Bethany Lutheran, for banning the Scion away and making so Boise State can't play it. There's that Aurelia ban for Boise State. It probably wasn't a priority, but now that we're here in the second phase, there's really not a whole lot else you can take off the table. Maybe you take the Nautilus away from Salamanders because he played it incredibly well. Maybe he gets something like a Thresh. Maybe he even picks up a Blitzcrank because he clearly is very talented on this hook champion, at least with the depth charges or the depth lines that he had there from that Nautilus. So maybe that's the last ban for Boise State as well as Bethany Lutheran. Maybe you get the Rumble. Maybe you get the Shen. That Gragas is going top lane, so you don't know why you banned the Scion in the first place, and Bethany Lutheran is... Their bans have been very, very interesting tonight.
But it isn't just the bans, it is also the execution and how their overall comp works out.
The Tom Kench, I mean, Goblin has played that a lot. Unless this is some sort of weird Gragas Senna bot lane, all expectations for me is that this is a Gragas top lane for Goblin. So, confused why Bethany Lutheran is banning away so many top lane champions. There's the Gnar banned away by Boise State, so they're going to put a lot of pressure. Surprised that wasn't Kled, something that Soloria played a lot of last season. There's that Seraphine picked up for Bethany Lutheran, so no hooks now that they have to worry about, but still a very, very strong laner, gives them a ton of sustain. And then I think here's the interesting question. Does Ascent run back that Rumble in the mid? I think this is a way better team comp to do it on, or does he have something else up his sleeve?
Yeah, they're going to go.
Yeah, Boise State, 2 games in a row, Ascent getting Rumble in phase 2 of the picks. Not something I would have expected. There's that karma for Boise State. So, again, it's all signs point to Gragas top lane. So with Bethany and Lutheran kind of trolling with those last two bans, banning away top laners when Boise State already had them, very interesting here, and I'll be curious to see what they want to put in the top lane in response.
I mean, maybe they were just trying to make a statement with how good they were in the top lane last game, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I guess they could have just no banned if they really wanted to have some fun with it. I mean, both these teams have shown it's the last game of the season. They're both trying to pick up their first win. This is gonna be an all-out intense killing game. Would not shock me if we get to around 100 total kills in this game, depending on how long it goes. There's just that Kled. Shocked that Boise State banned the Gnar over the Kled when there was, I think, over 600 games for Soloria on that Kled last season. So he's going to be very comfortable on that champion, but I think the Gragas is a much better sustained champion for Goblin. So I expect this game to be a lot more even in that top lane.
Yeah, that was the major weakness for Boise State, was that top lane. So overall, are you more confident in this overall draft? I mean, we're still kind of shocked that the Rumble still gets through, but is this an even better comp for Boise State?
I like the comp a lot better for Boise State. I think in the bot lane, the one thing that I have concerns about with this comp with Ethug and the 80 carry roles, it seems outside the Twitch, he's all over the place. I mean, you look at his match history in solo queue, he plays Twitch nonstop because Twitch right now doesn't have enough oomph to generate a ban, but you get into Collegiate League of Legends, there's more scouting involved, you know who you're playing against, whereas in solo queue, you have no idea unless you're a stream sniper. So I do think that right now, Ethug is looking for that second champion. I liked how he played on the Vayne when we've seen it. I don't like the Kog'Maw. We'll see how that Senna sort of fits into the rotation. I know she just recently got changed a little bit with just how her passive interacts with some items if you went on an on-hit build that was having some interesting results. But I think that there might have been better picks than the Senna. But looking at this team comp for Bethany and Lutheran, there's not that hook champion. There's not that hard to engage. So I definitely like Boise State's chances a lot better, unless we have a disaster player down one at the bot side again, and we see Goblin fall really far behind that clip.
Well, you are watching Boise State versus Bethany Lutheran in this Upsurge League of Legends match, the final one of the regular season. Both of these teams just trying to end the season on a good note before the playoffs start. Again, Boise State not necessarily looking at a playoff run, but any victory is a victory, and they will definitely take that right now. And one of those things to help lead them to that victory will be Doc's keys to the game as we get ready to start off for this second match. Doc's keys to the game: focus on a strong comp, play to your win condition, focus on what we've learned, and of course, E-Hug Smash. And the Doc's keys to the game brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, which delivers real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com. Alrighty, now we head into game 2 of 3, and hopefully, I just want to see us at least take this to a game 3 just because of what we said earlier. This is the final match for Boise State. Let's get as much gameplay out of this as we possibly can. We take a look at the lineup yet again. See Red Hot's E-Hug, Ascent, and Goblin, as well as Dean. So definitely a lot of very talented players on here, and hope that they can get a win.
Yeah, I mean, I think Boise State has a really good opportunity here. That was just unfortunate how things went last game. It does feel like, and I can understand where Goblin's coming from. He wants to try and get more familiar on some different top laners. I can understand why he just doesn't want to spam Shen every game, and when Shen is banned, you do need a backup. So I'll be curious here. Time and time again, we've seen Dean and E-Hug set up some aggressive level 1 play in the bush. With Senna, it's possible if you go with the root over the Q, so maybe they'll try that again. I don't think that'll involve Goblin this time, or if it does, I think he learned his lesson and he'll immediately teleport up to that top lane. So I think Boise State's going to go all in. I mean, clearly these teams have shown that in this last game, they just want to have some fun. They want to pick up as many kills as possible. So I would not be shocked if we get some sort of crazy full invade. Boise State just got to make sure, especially for that top lane, Goblin knows when to use that teleport, get into lane. Because if he goes 3 levels down, not going to have too much issues this time as he probably had with the Aurelia, but still is a player who's very comfortable on Kled in Solaria. So if you fall behind early, you could see a repeat of last game with that Kled picking up 15 to 20 kills and just being a nightmare.
Well, and if the first match is anything to go by, we saw relatively little, just kind of sticking in your lane and farming up that CS. It wasn't long at all until they were just rotating up in between the lanes, doing these team fights all over the place. So I'm wondering if that's not even just going to be more the case in the second match, is if they just try to go all out to get to that third game.
Yeah, I would expect that. I mean, like I said, both these teams have clearly shown that they've thrown the fundamentals, the correct plays out the windows, and I totally get it. They neither of these teams have probably had the season they wanted in the regular season. Of course, they knew this was going to be a tough matchup. I know Boise State said that this was a learning opportunity for them. They realized that there was a ton of talented teams in this barren division of the Upsurge Premier League. So at this point, you don't want to focus on CS. You don't want to focus on how many last hits you want to get. You just want to pick up kills. It's something Boise State loves to do. I know in the Mountain West, E-Hug is lapping the field in kills at this point. So I would not be shocked if we just see all-out, over-aggressively plays. And for Boise State, one thing they get, Senna, the infinite scaling champion, with those souls that will continue to drop. At one point, E-Hug is basically going to have a long enough attack range that he's just going to be able to kill anyone before they're even to get in range, depending on how long this game goes. So Boise State probably wouldn't even be too upset if this game goes 30, 40, 50 minutes.
Well, you might as well try to run up the big fancy numbers in the middle of the scoreboard. The one benefit of that is that it does make it easier for your parents to follow along, at least, because at least you can just read the numbers and say, oh, we're ahead in that there, so it looks like you're winning. What do you mean the big score numbers doesn't dictate who's winning or not? It's always a little bit of an interesting thing to see how players and families interact with these more complicated games like Overwatch or League of Legends. But one thing that always stays the same is the support that the families put behind their players, a lot of the players, and the support that the community does as well. So we're all hoping for the best for the Broncos, but also Bethany Lutheran would get a well-deserved win too here based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, these teams fighting to not end the season with a 0 in the win column. I know coming in, Boise State was unofficially one game ahead of Bethany Lutheran is in terms of the fact that they had won one game overall more. Of course, neither of these teams have won an overall series. So, yeah, Boise State would love to get to a Game 3, love to be able to get that practice. I know they have a match tomorrow. I won't call it a big match in the Mountain West, but it is the final regular season match in the Mountain West. And I know that they want to make sure they wrap that one up. There's a little bit more stakes in that because they will make the playoffs. They do have a chance to go a little further in CELO than they do in Upsurge, but ending on a win would be fantastic for Boise State. This is a very, very tough group, and to be able to come out with at least one win and the ability to say you held your own against some of the more competitive teams in the amateur and the collegiate scene at times would be a great win for Boise State as the League of Legends season really just starts to wind down and we get to the playoffs and a ton of different events.
Well, it is kind of amazing how fast the months have gone by. We are already in March, and already some of the seasons are starting to wind down. Hopefully the Broncos can end it with a bang and get that crucial victory as we are just waiting for that 3-minute delay to pass. And basically, what, as I asked before in the first game, are there any big spikes with these comps that we're going to be looking for in terms of who levels up, what comes online around level 6?
I mean, again, the mid lane is something you want to keep your eye on there to see who makes the play with their teleport with either the Equalize or the Hero's entrance. I think at the top lane as well, not just in terms of overall level spikes, but just how competitive can Goblin keep the CS? How long can he keep Solaria in an even playing field? Because the more that Kled gets ahead, does have the ability to rotate down with the ultimate, has that movement speed ability that can get into the mid lane, get him down to a dragon fight incredibly quickly, while Goblin will have to use that teleport. So how even can Goblin keep that top lane is sort of what I want to see. If Kled starts getting these power spikes and gets really far ahead and can start soloing a Gragas under the tower, that's when you know you're going to be in a long game for Boise State. So it's up to Goblin to keep this top lane interesting and to keep it even.
Alrighty, well, in these first few seconds, we're going to see what Boise State's overall strategy might be, and that could be very crucial because, it just seems like a couple minutes, it can really snowball at the end as it did with that Aurelia last game. So is Boise State going to try to devote a lot to a cheeky play here, or are they going to make sure that they start each lane off right, not fall too far behind in CS?
Yeah, looks like this time Boise State just wants to start everything off all fair and square. Nothing too crazy, but the only thing to notice is that it looks like we'll go for the farm version, or the soul version of Senna, with E-Hug technically picking up that support item. That means Dean's going to grab all the CS because they realize that those souls on Senna are the most important thing, and they have a chance to drop when someone else kills a minion, not when you kill them, with Riot's increasing push to put that champion they designed to be a support into the actual correct role. I will play for Bethany Lutheran. If you want to go all out, you want to have some fun. A little disappointed that Moira did not go for the Ignite, Smite, Dark Harvest, Kha'Zix flash. A little bit safer, a little bit more boring, but I understand why you want to do that, and I'll be curious to see how he's going to make those plays and get those Dark Harvest stacks. Here comes Boise State. Looks like for now they just want to harass. They know how setting behind a Kha'Zix could be, and E-Hug also going to be able to pick up those couple of souls with his passive.
Yeah, I would have been really shocked there if they would have stolen a blue buff there, but they're gonna head down to the bottom lane here. There goes Goblin up in the top lane. Doesn't want to fall too far behind this time.
Yeah, he's going to start in the correct lane. As always, we do have Red Hot starting at his blue buff. He wants to come down to this bot lane and make a play. E-Hug going to be free now to CS, or to harass, because he does not have to CS. He's going to be able to pick up souls. These are taking a ton of damage. Good news for him is that Senna does have the ability to heal up most of that, and then you have the Karma Shields as well, so he's going to just farm those souls, and that's something we want to keep an eye on. How fast can he get those souls? How fast can he get a 100% crit chance and get that bonus lifesteal, a change recently coming through in the most recent patch so that Senna can't have over 100% crit? He gets dropped incredibly low. Flash comes out. Exhaust will land on the Crab Walk, though, and E-Hug should be able to get away. Root is going to land on the Crab Walk. Dean will flash forward. Not able to quite get the kill. One more attack. It's first blood. E-Hug now flashes away. Salamander's caught out there. Does have enough damage. Shield will come out from Dean. E-Hug has to be incredibly careful knowing he is just one shot away. Q comes up. Gets a little bit of healing. Salamander's in an awful spot. Will they give E-Hug the kill? No. Dean gets it for himself, and that's 2 kills in the bot lane for Boise State.
It's a much better start for them, but Boise State also managed to get first blood last time, so still a lot more game left to play as 1, 2, 3 finds himself about half health here.
Fortunately, Ascent does not know there's a Kha'Zix sitting there. And he does have the flash available. There's the Justice Punch that's going to land. They want to find a taunt. Ascent actually flashing in the opposite direction. With that Ignite, he's going to be able to kill 1, 2, 3. He is overheated, so he'll give that kill over to Moira, but a great play there by Ascent, flashing in the opposite direction, buying himself enough time to pick up the kill and at least trade 1 for 1 in the mid lane.
Apple now continuing to do a bit of farming in the upper lane. A bit more even, although still behind in CS by about 6 right now.
And this is how Goblin needs to be able to play for Boise State. He just needs to be able to maintain himself in this lane. He doesn't need to win in CS. He doesn't need to get the flashy kills. Killing a Kled as a tank is incredibly hard with that Scarl bonus HP. You also have that minute or that 1 second immunity that can be oh so triggering when you think you've knocked Scarl off and you think you have a kill, but he gets that a little bit of immunity. You can start building up that courage. This Conqueror does proc. Scarl will go running for the hills, though, but this is what Goblin needs to do in this lane. Just maintain himself and make it so that Solaria can't get incredibly far ahead.
He is pushed down closer to his tower as all his minions are gone.
Be a tough soul. How much punishing do they want to do? Nice. Root's going to land. Red Hots will flash in. Reckless will come through. There's one more undertow. Dean picks it up. I don't know if that's what Boise State wanted, but it's 3-0 on that Karma. Ascent now getting farmed in the mid lane. Can the turret save him? Yes, he will, but the Dark Harvest stack does go over to Moira. But that's better than a kill, and we can see where the junglers right now want to put all their advantage. You can see even leaving Rumble on the table, Bethany and Lutheran's got the tent set up. They've got the campfire cooking because Moira's camping that mid lane.
Gather around the campfire.
Now, hopefully Galio's at least providing the materials for s'mores while he demands his jungler goes nowhere else as the bot lane for Bethany Lutheran falls further and further behind. Fortunately, none of those kills on E-Thug to make it a little bit harder. Salamander's going to try and get away. The root will break at the last second, but a nice harass there by Dean.
Now going to be falling back under their own turret just a little as their next wave of minions comes in.
Dean doing a really good job as a support main, maintaining his CS against Crabwalk. Of course, when you are able to pick up so many kills and harass, it does make it a little bit harder for the enemy AD carry to CS effectively. But still, this sort of off-roll play by Dean. Pretty nice here in this game.
back to the middle. Ascent putting a little bit of pressure on 1, 2, 3 right there.
Looks like we have a gank in a couple of places. Red Hot's gonna go in. Taunt totally misses from 1, 2, 3. Moira's up in the top lane, decides to disengage. Red Hot's downgrading on the skin, going from Broloff to Pentakill Olaf. Maybe hoping that'll change his favor a little bit. For the most part, everybody's just chilling out, farming here. There's a dragon up, but neither jungler at the moment seems too interested in it.
Yeah, a little bit of trading back for Solera and Goblin here. We do see one member of Bethany Lutheran, though. He's going to be rotating up, providing a little bit of support. Ehug and Red Hot's going to be going after this dragon here.
Dragon should be free for Boise State. Ehug's going to leave those 2 souls, and meanwhile, it looks like it's a tower dive here in the top lane. Common gets knocked up by the hero's entrance. Moira is able to pick up the kill. Explosive cast doesn't do anything. Good job by Bethany Lutheran. Realizing that Boise State had committed to the dragon, saying, okay, we need to get an objective to make up for it. And they do just that by tower diving Goblin and getting that kill onto that Kha'Zix, which is exactly what they want. Red Hot's going to get rooted there with the double cast from that. And now Solera is in a bit of a trouble. Nice teleport there from Goblin. Great play. Crabwalk's going to get rooted under tower, but there's no punish yet for Boise State. Undertow will land. Flash away by Salamanders, and Crabwalk's going to be taken out. And Dean is now 4-0-0 on that Karma.
Yeah, he's going to find himself 400 gold bounty on his head there. Salamander's still a little bit low on health, and I wonder if Dean isn't going to come down here and try to finish it off.
Oh, nice flash by Ehug. Here comes the teleport, though. Make sure you get yourself killed by the turret. Oh, no. Kled just barely got the touch on the Ehug. It was the right play. Now he's going to dive Dean. This will be a huge bounty. The root does land underneath the turret. Skarl's going to walk away, but that will reset tower aggro. And now that Kled is going to be dead. It's a great play by Dean. Ehug was, we didn't get to see it, unfortunately, due to the camera, but probably about a millisecond away from dying before Kled got there. And overall, Boise State played that teleport well. Meanwhile, Ascent, like I said, he's winning this matchup in the mid lane. It was not his fault Boise State lost that last game on the Rumble. You have to wonder why Bethany Lutheran let this through.
Yeah, it was consistently in the lead until, you know, the top lane spiraled out of control. Here comes Moira down. Is going to be putting some pressure onto Ascent as he tries to flash away under the tower. Isn't quite going to get away. Might be able to just to pick up Moira at the last moment.
Outplayed! Ban that man's Rumble if we get to a game 3. What are you doing, Bethany Lutheran? Absolutely outplays it. I was worried when he wasted that equalizer to pick up some CS that he was going to be a sitting duck, but he uses the shield movement speed perfectly to get away from the leap, baits out the flash, and just absolutely embarrasses Moira. I would not be shocked if Kha'Zix is right now alt-F4ing and uninstalling League of Legends, because you do not want that to happen in a solo queue game, let alone on a stream.
What are you talking about quitting? That's the secret code that helps you win alt-F4.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's going for the 10-death power spike that we see some players go for, because right now, Boise State is absolutely a different team than we saw in game number 1. They have a huge kill lead, nearly a 3K gold lead, and they're just pressing this advantage. And this bot lane is, I mean, I don't think they envisioned Dean being 4-0-1 on the Karma when he's building more support. Looks like he's got the Shirelia's Reverie there in the bottom right. If it's not, I apologize. The items on this just a little bit too hard to see. But, yeah, I mean, besides that, I mean, everything else has gone perfectly for Boise State.
Yeah, a much different game for them right now. So the Rift Herald is available to either team, and Boise State seems to be gathering around it somewhat, so that might be a little bit. We do see a ping there onto the Rift Herald, so Boise State might be going after that.
Moira is still setting up here. Just finished cooking that last marshmallow to perfection. He's put the graham crackers and the Hershey chocolate bars together. He'll enjoy one more bite before he decides to leave. Big, great explosive cast from Goblin. Doesn't get much. There's Moira. The s'more's been finished off. He's upset. Does get the Dark Harvest stack, but he's forced to disengage. Now Boise State's got to be careful. Red Hot is in vision. He sees that Kha'Zix, though. There's the equalizer. It's a 1-for-1 trade. 1, 2, 3's going to go in. He's going to taunt up. Going to be flash away. Boise State should be able to pick up this Rift Herald. One more attack. Does not reset. They're able to pick that one up, so they'll go 1-for-1, and that's fine with Boise State.
All right, now Goblin is rotated down to the bottom lane here. Is probably going to have to go under tower as Salamanders and Crabwalk move to try to get another hit onto that turret plating. They are going to be able to get that and the gold that comes with it.
Here comes Shelly up in the top lane, getting a very big charge and might get a swipe or two against it. Solera taking a lot of damage as Dean might be able to take out the first tower.
Boise should be able to get first tower relatively easy here. I like the rotation by Goblin. And here comes the ult. Moira's coming in. They're going to jump right onto E-Hug. Exhaust will come out. He tries to use the bear trap to get him in range of the hero's entrance. He's not able to find it. Fortunately for E-Hug, though, he's going to get caught out. Moira's able to pick up the kill. Ult barely lands onto Goblin. But that tanky Gragas should be able to survive. And Boise State just overstays their welcome a smidge in the top lane. But not a shutdown as E-Hug's only 1, 2, and 3. So Moira at 4 and 2, not all the gold he probably wanted from that. Here comes the return on the bot lane for Boise State. Exhaust does go out onto that Olaf. Has the undertow now that it fades. You can see the Conqueror. Explosive Cax picks up 1. Salamanders has no mana, but is able to get back to that tower. And Boise State will trade 1 for 1. And that kill goes on to Goblin. And he's now got the bounty on his head this time instead of Soloria.
Now a little bit more turret plating down there in the top lane. Try to make up for all the damage that Shelly did up there. Just a couple more hits, and he's got first tower for Boise State. Also, Red Hots is going to be down here picking up this dragon, unless it's stolen away by Moira. Nope, and Boise State is going to be able to do it. Yep. Although Moira does pick up Red Hots.
Yeah, there's nothing Red Hots could do to get out of that. The fact he picked up the dragon was exactly what he wanted. You don't want to give that one over. We get the Infernal Soul that these teams, I said, were rooting for in game number 1. 1, 2, 3, forced the Justice Punch away. And now here comes Crab Walk. Salamanders is there as well, but they're going to stand right in the equalizer. Unfortunately, Kai'Sa is going to dash to her death. Justice Punch does come out, but it's only to get out of range. Salamanders is low enough. There's one more for Boise State. Flame Spitter is going to get another one. It actually goes over to E-Hug, which is exactly what they wanted. He will die to tower aggro, unfortunately. But the shutdown, I don't think, will transfer over because of how he got that kill. Here comes Moira. He is very upset about what happened. Shutdown does go over to Soloria. Here comes the teleport in for Boise State. Moira is going to get taken out. Great body slam there by Goblin. Does not have the explosive cast just yet as Red Hots will flash forward. Trying to land that chilling smite, but diving a Kled, a very awful idea, and everyone will disengage. And if we're able to, I would love to get a soul check onto that Senna here at some point, because that is the name of the game right now for Boise State. Because Red Hot's going to get caught out. This red buff will be able to pick this one up. We see Goblin come charging in, but it does look like Soloria is going to be able to pick up the kill. Scarl does fade, but that second of immunity does keep him alive. Dean's rotating over. But he's just going to blast cone to safety. Goblin will flash over the wall. Here comes E-Hug. Oh man, the damage he's putting out is pretty insane. One more shot onto Salamanders. He flashes away from the ult. Plays that one perfectly. Trying to pick up a soul. Not quite able to. Here comes 1, 2, 3. The Just Punch. He's going to be able to land the taunt. Moira's going to kill steal that one from long range. Now he's going to flash in. Dean realizes he's got a huge bounty on his head at 4-0 and 5, and he just wants to get out of there and not hand it over to the Kazakhs. And once again, this game has now gone to the depths of just a team deathmatch as opposed to an actual League of Legends game. As there we go, 1, 2, 3. Got to jump in. Nice Justice Punch block there. He's going to try and get the hero's entrance away, and he'll be able to get over to safety.
Yeah, but it certainly is a different tone when you're using that hero's entrance to get away rather than, you know, going in for the team fight, as Bethany Lutheran did so well in the first match. But you don't have a completely juiced up top lane to protect you now.
Production, big shout out. Let me know Senna has 50 souls right now. Not too bad for nearly 15 minutes into the game. A lot of that coming from the amount of harass he's able to put out with that passive. And as I said, that's the infinite scaling win condition for Boise State. The longer this game goes, the longer range E-Hug's going to have, the more crit chance, and eventually that's going to roll over and give him even more lifesteal as well. So Bethany Lutheran wants to make sure they end this game quickly, because as I said, the longer this goes, you get to that 150 soul mark. On pace right now to get that at about 30, 40 minutes. Could be a long night for Bethany Lutheran, at least in this game.
Yeah, Boise State managed to drag it out to a game 3, get as much as they can out of this. And the top lane, you know, is really the only one that Bethany Lutheran has the lead in CS. But as you said earlier, it really isn't, you know, you don't necessarily have to win with CS, at least for Goblin right now. It's just managing to maintain a presence in the top lane. He might find himself finding 2 presences there as he manages to get away from that potential ambush.
Oh, Salamanders barely survived. Oh, explosive cast snipe from downtown. picks him up. And yeah, Solari is still about 1,600 gold ahead, at least he was until that kill came out for Goblin. But you look at the rest of the lanes, they're all about 1,000 to 1,500 gold ahead themselves. In the mid lane for Ascent, for E-Hug in that bot lane. And they'll take that because, one, the biggest difference now, that Kled's only 3-2-3. Last game, this Aurelia at this point was 11-2-7.
Yeah,
that's the
quite
biggest
a
difference right now. You can get all the CS in the world. Boystate's not going to care. Moira's going to get caught out, and he's going to be forced to jump and double blast cone away. I'll be curious to see when he hits level 11 what ability Moira wants to evolve. We've already upgraded the Q for the extra damage. I know some players like the R for the damage reduction during the ultimate, also the extra charge of stealth. Personally, a big fan of that E, especially if you want to play it aggressively with that Dustblade and with Dark Harvest, because you get those further leaps, you have that ability to cover more ground. If you can EQ, you can nearly one-shot somebody late in the game, so that'll be something we want to keep an eye on here when he does hit that level 11. There's the Q, been told by production. One level away from hitting level 11. So that'll be the next big mark for that Kha'Zix, and it's going to tell a lot. 1-2-3 is going to dash away, but he will still get rooted. No heroes actually to save him this time. Explosive Cast comes out. Boise State's going to 5-man dive that Galio. Meanwhile, Crabwalk has been able to push that top lane tower. We'll see what Boise State wants to do. There's an objective on the map. They can put themselves on Soul Point, or they can rotate over and get a pick.
There's a lot of options for them. Red Hots might just be getting this this dragon all by himself, though, as the rest of the team goes up.
Never falter.
Might be trying to get the Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication there for Boise State. Unfortunately, Senna is not a great objective taker. That is her only downside as an AD carry. A very slow attack speed. Okay, I was going to say, you just punch into a turret, but looks like we had a little bit of a lag on our end. So it looks like now they're going to rotate over. Now they're going to pick up that Rift Herald. Still have plenty of time. Still could maybe even bait Bethany Lutheran into a fight if they want to. But they should be able to burn this one down pretty quickly. But without a dragon on the map, Rift Herald loses a lot of her value because without the plates, you can't use her as a distraction. So I'll be curious to see where Boise State wants to put her. Maybe if they win a fight, they'll use it to try and end this game quickly and get us to a game 3.
I mean, I wouldn't turn it down. It's better to have than not have.
Oh, I agree. Better to keep it away from Bethany and Lutheran, but it is very tricky to put down that second Rift Herald if you're a jungler and learning where exactly you want to put it. Is they're going to find Crabwalk in the jungle. Undertow's going to land. He'll pick it up again. He'll land it again, but Crabwalk, with the safety of his turret, just going to back.
Now BE 1-2-3 in the mid lane. Might guys trying to do a little bit of damage. We go to Goblin now in the bottom lane against Solura.
Doing exactly what he has to do. Tank all that damage. Be annoying to try and kill. The body slam has come out, though, so that does make it a little bit easier to dive. Explosive cast, not enough. And Solura is able to pick up one, and now for Boise State, you got to get concerned about that Kled. D-Hug's going to be able to pick up one on the Salamanders. Dean forced to blast away, but the taunt is going to land. Does look like we did an E evolve there on Moira, and the snipe's not going to quite find it. Flash from 1-2-3. He's going to dash to safety. E-Hug. Oh, look at that range on those souls, though! Oh, Moira, don't do it. He's going to try. Solari is going to ult in, and they're going to get a shut down. There's that equalizer, though, from Ascent. He's going to be able to assist Red Hots on that kill. Now they get the 3-man kill there, and I would not be shocked if a Rift Herald comes out. They got to be careful for Crabwalk, but I think this is best for him to just walk away at this point. You're not 1v2ing here. You're 0-5.
Yeah, and
there's Goblin's
actually going to get
body slam off the teleport. He's going to hit the blast cone, knock him over the wall into the Baron pit. Crabwalk will attack the Baron to try and have it help him out, but Baron doesn't do that much damage, unfortunately, as Goblin should be able to kill it. Heals used there, and Boise State may even say, all right, thanks for the Baron start. We'll pick it up now.
Yeah, that exactly seems what they're going to be doing there here.
They're going to pick up this Baron. No, it looks like they'll disengage. Got the teleport out from Kled, it looks like. And will he engage? The answer is no. But we just saw the souls from Senna, And that attack range is going to be a huge issue for Bethany Lutheran in a couple of minutes. As there's a body slam from Goblin. He's just getting a little cheeky right now. Actually looks like he might cost himself his life as Blasco doesn't take him anywhere. Here comes the equalizer though for Boise State. Solari's going to be forced out of the Scarl. Not going to be able to get away, and E-Hugs picked up another one. Root does land onto 1, 2, 3. You can see the damage that's being put out by E-Hug. It's a double kill for him. And right now, Bethany Lutheran should be thanking their lucky stars. It was Karma who got the first 4 kills, or this game could be over.
Now Boise State might be re-engaging on the Baron here to pick it up. Doesn't necessarily look like Bethany Lutheran is going to have the power to contest this unless they want to try to steal it, but I don't know if they would be able to even pull that off.
Moira's going to have the ability with the extended range on the leap. Does look like Red Hots has the level advantage though. So obviously something to keep in mind. He's actually going to use the leap to try and take down Ascent, but a great Zanya's there. That's going to put the E on cooldown, and that gives up the Baron chance here. So he went for the pick, did not find it. And that's a crucial Baron over to Boise State. And right now the Broncos putting themselves in a great position here with that Rift Herald, if they can use her shortly, maybe end this game in the next few minutes if they get a clean fight win.
You see Crabwalk taking a few shots onto the turret there at the bottom lane, but is going to quickly go away as Boise State is going to be charging down the bottom lane, it looks like. 2 of their members with the Gragas following behind.
Yeah, there's a dragon spawning soon within a minute here for Boise State and Bethany Lutheran. That would be Infernal Soul for the Broncos, which would just add to their already insane damage. Because unfortunately, the Rift Herald's going to run out of time, so she'll just get dropped in the mid lane. And we'll see how long Boise State can escort Heraldina down to this second turret, or if they'll just use her as a distraction for this upcoming dragon fight. Salamander's going to ult. He'll just be absolutely obliterated. Heraldina's going to get 1 charge onto the turret with Baron. Boise State has a chance to end this game if they can get an ace. 1, 2, 3 is going to come in from the backside. The turret goes down. There's no turret to help him anymore. He's going to be forced to Zanya's. Boise State does not care. Ascent's going to pick that one up. Heraldina gets another charge. There's the equalizer from Boise State, and unless there's a miracle for Bethany Lutheran, this is going to a game 3. Heraldina is still charging. Finally gets taken out. Boise State realizes the position they've been put in. They're going to take down the second Nexus turret. Oh, not quite. They get the shutdown. Meanwhile, off screen, Dean was able to take down Moira before he gets taken out. Nexus is now exposed, but I don't think Boise State's going to have enough damage. E-Hug's still alive, though. Forces the flash from Salamanders. He's not going to be able to save Goblin, though. And he just wants that kill. He's going to get a little bit greedy, and he'll be taken out. It's a quadra kill for the Kled. But that's an exposed Nexus for Bethany Lutheran. As nice as that feels, they're still a long way from victory.
I like how we were talking just a minute or 2 ago, you know, well, where do you place that Rift Herald down? You know, the timer's run out, we'll just place it down. Well, how's about an inhibitor, a Nexus turret, and another turret on top of that? So.
Yeah, Bethany Lutheran, I mean, they got that great pick to start, and then 1, 2, 3 came out of nowhere. They will be able to get the Dragon. Probably Boise State might have been able to just drop her, go pick the Dragon up, and then keep fighting, but you know, 1 Infernal Dragon on the side of Bethany Lutheran is not the end of the world. There's no Baron up for them to take. You easily have the ability, if you really wanted to set up some kind of backdoor play with an exposed Nexus. So Bethany Lutheran far from out of the water yet, as they've at least gotten rid of the Baron, but you're still looking at an 8-3 Rumble, a 9-6 Senna, who's now working on her 4th item. It's been about 10 minutes. Would love to see how many souls E-Hug's picked up, because he might be in that triple-digit range.
Now they're going to be going up the mid lane again. Ready to maybe just end the game outright here as it just melts away Salamander.
Leave Rumble up. That's a great idea, Bethany Lutheran. See if he links it in game number 3. I have a feeling signs point towards no. As Moira's going to get flashed on there. Nice explosive cast. Here's Entrance will come in to get a knock him onto Boise State. Crabwalk has been taken out. Zanya's is used by Ascent there. Nice 2-man taunt comes out from 1, 2, 3. But does it really matter? The answer is no. Boise State's going to be able to hunt down Moira. Will he be able to make it back in time? Solariuk right off that quadra kill is going to pad the stats. Can he do enough to save the game this time? Do not think it's going to be possible. Steric's Gauge will pop. Boise State's got to decide if they want the Nexus or not. Flamespitter's just ripping apart that Kled, but it's going to have enough courage to get back onto Scarl. But Boise State has opted for the end this time. Ascent gets one more to pad the stats. And Boise State's going to a game number 3 with a dominating win over Bethany Lutheran.
Well, we have another event tomorrow that you are definitely going to want to tune into. It's going to be the beatdown and fighting games galore as we have Street Fighter V, Dragon Ball FighterZ, Tekken 7, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate in the in-person finals, which are going to be on March 6th, which is tomorrow. So definitely going to want to tune in there if you've been waiting for Boise State to bring you some fighting game action. But right now we are bringing you some League of Legends action in this match between Boise State and Bethany Lutheran, the Broncos versus the Vikings. And the Broncos have managed to tie it up 1-1, which means we're going to be going up to a game 3. A great way to end the season and get Broncos just a little bit more experience. And, you know, we knew the Rumble was going to be a factor, and finally with some good execution there, it finally came through for them in spades as the Broncos didn't get a little bit too cheeky for their own good, didn't let any of the lanes get ahead too fast, and look how it paid out for them. Well, that's going to be doing it for game 2, but we are going to be taking a short break and getting back to the third and final game, so you're definitely going to want to stay tuned for this.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure. Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Welcome back to tonight's matchup of Boise State versus Bethany Lutheran. It is redemption night for the Broncos, who have had a tough season in the upsurge leagues, not even managing to go 1 in the season thus far, but this might be the chance for them to pick up a victory as they have managed to tie it up against Bethany Lutheran. As the picks and bans start up here for game 3.
And nothing too unique so far. Camille probably going to be Graves Lilia banned for the side of Boise State. Interesting that Bethany Lutheran opted for the red side again. In League of Legends, loser does get side choice. Interesting to note that Bethany Lutheran has opted for the red side. A lot of teams like that blue side. The innate advantages in-game have definitely declined, but that first pick in the draft, it's always nice if there's a contested champion, but maybe Bethany Lutheran wants that last pick to get that final counter. And now here comes the question that we all want to have the answer to. Will Bethany Lutheran ban the Rumble? There's the Twitch. There's the Udyr. Boise State's probably going to ban the Lilia. I don't think they're going to have too much issue changing that one up. They're actually going to ban the Aurelia. Interesting choice in that phase 1.
That is interesting because when we were talking about that, it seemed like the Aurelia that really hurt them in game 1, it might have just been more of a question of the way that they actually played that round rather than, just letting the Aurelia get through in draft. So that's a very interesting choice.
She's still a strong champion, and there it is. Bethany Lutheran wants to play with fire, literally.
Yeah.
They're going to let the Rumble through. Now, it would force Boise State to first pick it, which we rarely have seen Ascent first pick it. He usually likes to let Boise State pick up something else, and then he'll pick it in the second or third pick of phase 1. So maybe Bethany Lutheran is going to take it away from him here. That could be an opportunity for Bethany Lutheran. Maybe that's why you don't ban it, but otherwise, I got nothing for you besides you're just memeing around here in Game 3 because Ascent has been dominating tonight on that Rumble. Game 1 didn't show it. Game 2 definitely did.
I think Game 1 still showed it to an extent. I mean, to the extent that Boise State, had such an unkillable, they were going up against an unkillable top lane. But if you look to the point before it really spiraled out of control, Ascent still managed to maintain a good CS lead and presence in that mid lane for Game 1, as Gnar is going to be the first pick for Bethany Lutheran.
Yeah, we saw that ban by Boise State, which is something I thought was interesting. There's the Tristana as well. So Goblin's going to have a really rough time in that melee versus range matchup in the top lane. But again, if he can just sustain, farm under his turret, he doesn't need to win this lane. He does not need to make the flashy plays. He just needs to make sure that Solaria does not get far ahead on that Gnar in terms of kills. And Boise State should be able to deal with it. There's no reason why we're not going to see a Rumble picked up here in these two picks. There's that Vayne from E-Hug. I love that Vayne play that we've seen at times from him. It's not something he's played quite a bit. But actually, Boise State's going to leave the Rumble on the table. They want that Vayne Lulu. And I'll be curious to see what Bethany Lutheran does.
Bethany Lutheran did let the Rumble through in Game 2 despite the round 2 ban. So
I don't think that's going to happen. No, there's no way. I mean, unless they decide to ban 2 top laners when Goblin's already picked his top lane champion. We've already seen that tonight. I know,
that was a very interesting strategy.
Yeah, I think Rumble's definitely going to get taken away here by Bethany Lutheran. I think they learned their lesson. The Nautilus is a good pick. I like that pick for Bethany Lutheran. Salamanders has played really well on it. The Graves ban is actually really interesting to me for Boise State.
And Olaf is going to get banned.
Yeah, that's a good ban against Red Hots. I think that's still going to allow him to play Nunu. There's that Galio ban. We've seen 1, 2, 3 just spam that Galio time and time again. I'm going to put him on something that he's maybe not as comfortable on. Here's the question, though. Is this 5th ban the Rumble, or will it be another jungler? I mean, taking the Nunu off the table for Red Hots honestly wouldn't be the worst idea, because outside of Olaf, Udyr, and Nunu, it's not something he's played a lot. But there's the Rumble. Bethany Lutheran's going to learn their lesson. But the fact that Boise State didn't pick it either means they thought Lulu would be banned and they wanted to prioritize the Lulu, or they had something else in mind in this mid lane already and they were okay with that Rumble being taken away.
And Boise State's going to get their final ban pick here. Coming through very soon. At least we know Bethany Lutheran, didn't completely lose their minds there. If it hadn't been, then I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah, if they had not banned the Rumble, that would have been questionable at best. But it feels like Boise State has to have something else in mind, because I don't think the Gragas was going to get a ban. I could see the Lulu getting banned away. The Vayne probably wasn't going to get a ban. I do not understand Boise State's eagerness to pick an AD carry so early in the draft time and time again, whereas opposed to just, the AD carry for Bethany Lutheran was already locked in. You could have easily just waited. Well, I guess now we know that it's a Tristana mid. So maybe Boise State knew that. I know Tristana mid has some good matchups into some mid lane mages, so maybe Boise State was aware of that. There's that Draven pick. So that's going to be a very aggressive bot lane for both sides. And once again, it's going to be those Nautilus hooks that are going to come into play. And there's that Malphite that I talked about at the very beginning. You said maybe a secret pick that Boise State could bring out. Ascent played at full AP, and he was truly an unstoppable force on that Malphite.
Of course, when I say then completely lose their minds, that is not to sell short the ability of Bethany Lutheran. It's more of my benefit that I didn't lose my mind. So just letting that, just straightening that out there. And there goes Boise State's last pick.
The Hecarim, it is nice to see Red Hots has transitioned into these more aggressive junglers. I mean, he's never going to play like E-Hug. He's never going to play like on a Kindred and absolutely pop off. But it's nice to see him get away from that Nunu, from that Udyr, and branch out and have a little bit more damage and give Boise State that third scary member that teams do have to deal with. So I do like that he's experimenting with this. Like you said, this Upsurge League has been a lot of learning and growth for Boise State. Who knows how much he's been playing these Hecarims and these Olafs. Like I said, we have not seen very many Upsurge League streams because we just had other events going on at Boise State. And then there's that Echo as the final pick. Probably going to be the jungler for Bethany Lutheran. And these teams, very, very interesting. I think it all is going to come down to what build Red Hots is going to run, or Ascent's going to run on that Malphite. Will it be full tank? Will it be full AP? And then once again, how many depth lines are we going to see landed there from that Nautilus?
Well, overall, is this where would you rank this in between, game 1 and game 2 in terms of how confident you are with this overall draft?
I mean, I would say that I'm a little less confident than game 2, not because of Boise State's draft. I just think that Salamanders is clearly a very gifted Nautilus player. Like I said, he very rarely, if at all, missed landing his hook exactly onto E-Thug in game 1. And outside the Aurelia, it was a big reason why Bethany Lutheran was so successful, because there's nothing E-Hug could do. Vayne, a little bit more ability than that mobility, more than that Kog'Maw, does have the tumble, does have the ability to go invisible during the tumble when he uses his ult, but still a short-range champion that is susceptible to CC, especially repeated CC, with the hook, with the depth charge. So I'm less confident just because that Nautilus got through more than anything else.
Well, let's just, for the final time for this Upsurge season, review Doc's keys to the game for this third and final game that Boise State can review for themselves in League of Legends, focus on having a strong composition, play to our win condition, focus on what we've learned, and accent smash instead. So changing from E-Hug there onto Accent Smash. That is going to be brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enable personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions, deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com for more information.
I mean, if Ascent goes full AP, Ascent Smash is definitely a good key for Boise State. I'll be interested, though. I mean, you could just build the full tank build. You would shut down the Gnar. You would shut down the Tristana. You would shut down the Draven. So there's an argument that maybe Ascent builds full tank. You allow Hecarim to sort of make up for that with a more damage-oriented build, something like a Triforce. If you really wanted to go YOLO, you could build a Dustblade. Maybe E-Hug's in his ear telling Red Hots exactly what to build, because, I mean, E-Hug was really the one who would play full armor penetration, one-shot you Hecarim. So maybe there's an argument there for Ascent to not smash, but instead just be this unmovable wall. We'll have to see.
Well, one thing I have to think about is, with Draven now entering the picture, are we going to see that Draven costume? Because that bobblehead still haunts my nightmares. So that would be quite a way to end the season. So maybe that's the most accurate theme that they could set for ending and going out with a splash, I suppose.
Yeah, Draven is this weird, folklore hero in League of Legends, despite not being one of the original champions and coming in later. And yeah, that Draven skin would be absolutely really cool to see. I mean, most of the other champions don't have too much of a meme skin that they could really run, unfortunately. So yeah, I'd love to see Draven. It's a funny skin. I don't know why people love Draven so much. He's been basically awful, honestly, forever, because his mechanics are just too telegraphed with catching axes. So yeah, what a great way to end the season. Draven, 100-plus kills at this point, because these teams have thrown caution to the wind. That'd be a great way to end this game here for Boise State and Bethany Lutheran.
Yeah, just turn the entire game into a team deathmatch, basically.
They've been trying. They've honestly been trying about as hard as they can. Unfortunately, they've just been a little bit too limited by the fact that in Game 1, Solaria was too far ahead. In Game 2, E-Hug and Ascent were too far ahead. This could, depending on how Ascent builds, truly devolve into some absolute shenanigans coming out. And I would not be shocked if Ascent's going the full AP meme dream on Malphite and he just wants to one-shot somebody.
As entertaining as it would be, it was, just starting off a little bit more traditional and farming that CS that worked out so well for Boise State in that second game. So, they might try to go for showmanship here, but you really want to, get at least one win for the season there. So maybe even just starting out just more traditionally and not taking any huge risk might be the route that Boise State decides to pick.
Yeah, I would be shocked. I mean, they have a decent invade comp, if you will, but it's not something that you look at and say, oh my goodness, they're definitely going to be invading. I think the biggest thing, once again, as we learned from game one, is Goblin has to make sure he's back in that lane. He doesn't let Solaria get too far ahead on that Gnar. He also makes sure he doesn't have to feed a kill over to Solaria. It is a little bit harder in that melee versus range matchup. Gragas, decent sustain enough that he should not die, but it does make it very hard when you have constant harass under the tower. You have that passive proccing from Gnar, and then you have Mega Gnar, who is early on in the game, by far the strongest champion that you can be.
And one look over the arena that we have here currently. An arena that's been operational but still partially in hibernation as we all continue to follow the guidelines currently surrounding the COVID situation. But hopefully over the summer, and it's a big hopefully, but hopefully we can have crowds in here yet again, because it's matches like this that make it all worth it, to go down to the final tiebreaker and give the crowd something to cheer about. And of course a view of the production room as well, which I do believe I saw, one member in chat actually shout out, just saying that looks like such a great production room, if I remember correctly. So definitely a lot of great equipment, but a lot of talent behind that equipment in the production room to thank as well.
Oh yeah, production does a really good job holding it down, especially with the restrictions, sometimes having to go with probably half, maybe even a third as many members as they would like for all the bells and whistles they've got over there. So they do a really good job making sure everything looks good, everything sounds good, and make it hopefully, helping Boise State in with the win. And of course, even like I said, even down 2 or 3 people, we still get stats in our ear from time to time when we ask for, which is just absolutely awesome. Love how much this production room is really helping us out, and they do a really good job making sure everything here at Boise State runs smoothly, because without them, there'd be no us.
Yeah, and in that production room, I must say there is a new machine that they are using for streaming that actually has an RTX 3090 there. I had to just, check myself there because I was making sure my eyes weren't fooling me and I wasn't seeing some sort of aberration that was in my dream of actually seeing an actual 3090. So that's kind of interesting. They have a lot of fun stuff back there to play with. So hopefully, though, Boise State can play with their comp that they've got right here and drive it to a victory in the end. It's as we go into the final game of the final season. I gotta say, just one more thing, Fish. I'm still kind of taken aback of, in covering all of the high school esports, the one game that I come back for collegiate esports, it has to be a game like this where it goes to a. So what a way to come back, I suppose. So it's been fun watching.
Yeah, it's been a ton of fun. I mean, you got the Rumble through for Ascent a couple of times and nearly had it 3 for 3, which would have been unheard of, but I think maybe Bethany Lutheran thought they had a trick up of Boise State when they played that Tristana, and maybe thought, oh, well, we'll get that nice counter and he won't know it. And Boise State kind of read that one perfectly. So really like how Boise State handled it. Kind of sad we didn't get the Ascent 3 for 3 on the Rumble, but at least he played 2 games on it, played really well, and trying to make sure he remains undefeated in series that it actually gets through. It's his first time he had lost a game was earlier tonight on Bethany Lutheran, but not his fault at all. It was just a Federelli, and there's not much you can do about it. Hopefully Riot will nerf her in the next patch in response to what we saw earlier. But, yeah, I think this is going to be a great game. Like I said, both these teams are just playing for that one win. Neither of them have had much success in the group of death here in the Upsurge Premier League in this Baron division with a ton of talented amateur teams as well as some of the best collegiate teams in the country. So I would not honestly be shocked if we just see it'll look ugly, it'll look weird at times, but it's going to be just an absolute crazy game of just trades back and forth, team fights whenever they want, because you got to go out on a bang. You do not want your game to end 12-9 with 500 CS at 40 minutes. You want it to end 60-55 in a 50-minute game where you never know what's happening.
Yeah, it would be interesting to just see a game where we literally don't know what's happening, if it just devolves into a complete chaos here and there. But we will have to see how that turns out. This is Upsurge League of Legends Boise State. The Broncos versus the Vikings here in this overall match against Bethany Lutheran. And Bethany Lutheran, again, having two squads. Boise State had already faced off against one, had a very tough match, and so it definitely says something that Boise State has managed to pull together and make this game what it is, going up against the other squad of Bethany Lutheran. It is definitely a very tough school to go up against. But it also is, even though Boise State has had a rough season, if it's against a bunch of teams that are very, very good, that gives you, the opportunity to improve. You don't get the best at games like League of Legends by just sticking in bronze and, smurfing everybody. You get the best by going up and facing the best people out there.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best for Boise State. I mean, we've seen it a couple times in the Mountain West. If we want to be honest, the Broncos at times have played some of those teams that they should absolutely crush, and they've had a bit too much fun, and they played with their food a little bit too much. So I definitely think this is a good learning experience for Boise State. I mean, it can be very frustrating at times when you continually get beat down by these really good teams and you say, okay, why are we even in this at this point? But it's a really good job being resilient by Boise State, realizing that this all for practice. And now Bethany Luther nearly giving the Broncos a taste of their own money, but a great read there by Ehug and Dean, and they're just going to walk away.
Yeah, nothing major to talk about right now, just a little bit of emoting going on from Dean, so glad that just having fun in that regard.
Yeah, he's probably excited he gets the Lulu. Usually one of those target bans in Phase 2 is taking away the supports he likes to play, like the Lulu.
Okay, I have to just ask, what's your favorite champion just in terms of pure emotes? Not like how it is to play or whether you like playing them or not, but just in terms of emotes.
I mean, I was a big fan of the Volibear dance before the visual rework, where he'd get down on you. It was always fun. You kill somebody and you start jamming on their old bodies. So definitely a fan of the original Volibear dance. Has to be one of my favorites of all time.
Well, now as we start this third game here, see Dean and Ehug here against Crabwalk and Salamanders. You gotta always be cognizant of that hook, though, from the Nautilus, because he's been very proficient in showing his skill on being accurate with that.
Yeah, those dread lines have a 100% hit rate onto Ehug, I think, overall. I'm curious to see how Ascent's going to build this Mal fight right now. Just a corrupting potion, so we don't get too much. And he's also going to have that melee versus range issue.
Yeah, and that's one other thing I want that I'm going to ask is, just in terms of overall startups and the items, are you seeing anything too out of the ordinary or pretty standard?
No, everything seems pretty standard. The one interesting thing, which I mean is really just very minor, would be the red smite for Red Hots as opposed to the blue smite, so you can just slow him down to guarantee that you do land your charge on that Hecarim. But if he wants to maybe duel this Echo or wants to duel maybe someone like a Draven or a Tristana, definitely the red smite is the better choice. But that'd be the only minor thing. I mean, Hecarim, he has so much movement speed, he can really get away with either one. Personally, I think blue smite is a lot better on someone like a Hecarim because you're not going to be dueling as often because you just kind of get in, you get the onslaught of shadows, you get the fears. There's a dredge line, lands onto Dean. It's going to allow Ehug. He's going to tumble in. They've got the exhaust onto Crabwalk. He's going to try and go around the corner. Silver Bolt's not going to proc. He's going to use that W for the movement speed. Now Ehug has to be careful. He's one more Silver Bullet away. It's nice heal there. Dredge Line's going to miss. Ehug will flash forward. He's got to be careful, though. Shield comes out. He's going to pick up First Blood. Here comes Red Hot to save the day. Dean gets the kill right before the charge lands. And Boise State, once again in this bot lane, flexing their muscle a little bit. They're going to pick up 2 kills.
It's going to allow them to also take a little bit of a lead in terms of CS, as they were mainly tied up there. Also in the mid lane, pretty tied up in terms of CS. And then in the top lane, behind by 6, but, don't need to be ahead in CS, as we've said before. Just need to continue to be a presence in that top lane.
Yeah, he's just, making sure that Solaria doesn't get a kill. You could see that Moira for a moment rotated up, but then opted against it. And here we go. Here's the cheeky play we were talking about. Oh, the flash in the last second from the dredge line. I think it missed because he flashed too late to dodge the dredge line. So as cool as that looked, I do think he missed. There's Moira, though. He's going to just jump over the wall, and that's still going to be a kill picked up for the side of Bethany Lutheran. But they're already getting crazy, moving their Nautilus around and making him more of that roaming support that we've seen from time to time.
You saw it looked like, if my eyes didn't deceive me, picked up a turret plate in the middle lane there, so getting a bit more gold right there, but Boise State still leads about 300 in total gold.
Yeah, Boise State pushing their lead a little bit. You can see the CS for the most part going to the side of Bethany Lutheran everywhere except that jungle. And here comes Salamanders. He has decided, I don't want to be in the bot lane anymore. I just want to rotate down everywhere else. Lands the root and then misses a target that's not even moving. Tried to predict that Goblin would dodge the other way.
You're such great support fish, you know, to let people know of their shortcomings.
Oh, you know, I try my best. We're all having fun here.
Yeah.
I mean, when somebody misses a non-moving target as a caster, I mean, there's not much else I can say.
I mean, I'm not speaking in any position of moral or skill authority if I'm calling out someone else's gameplay here. So I am not going to claim for a second that I am in a better position of gameplay than any of these players.
Well, they wanted the tower dive there, but the minions got in the way and Goblin read that one. They still want something here with that Mega Gnar. Goblin's got to be careful. There's no ult to knock him into the wall. The tower has started shooting Solaria. He has to disengage. Now it's on to Salamanders, who has opted to support his Gnar in the top lane. Crabwalk has decided to bail on the bot lane, and I mean, it's not the kills haven't delivered themselves yet. I think by far our slowest game, but the absolute chaos gameplay has definitely come out there. As there's a nice E from Crabwalk. It's not enough to slow Red Hot down. They're going to get the exhaust onto 1, 2, 3. He's out of mana. Here comes Ascent, though, trying to find that unstoppable force. He's already committed it. And I think he unfortunately unstoppable forced into a wall, which will make it a stoppable force very quickly, Gem Mountain.
And it does leave this Dragon open to Boise State to take, so that's going to be one objective for them. But Goblin has got to be very cognizant as Moira comes right in. He's going to have to dive under tower to try to survive there. And now they might be actually just fine to be stealing it from Boise State as Crabwalk and Salamanders come in and going to focus on to Red Hots, take him out. Crabwalk might be taken out by Boise State, so a little bit of tit for tat there. As Salamander's very low on health, going to be taken out by E-Hug. And now here comes that Dragon all ready for Boise State.
Yeah, you saw the smite, or at least you could hear the smite come out from Red Hots to try and get that health bonus on the Dragon to stay alive. So had Bethany and Lutheran contested that Dragon, it would have been about a 50-50, honestly, to steal it. But unfortunately, they weren't quite able to get it. They are actually pretty even in level, despite both Crabwalk and Salamanders rotating all over the place. Now Moira is going to contest Red Hots' blue buff. They do both have smite. Oh, Moira missed it by 1 HP. You hate when that happens. That allows Red Hots to level up. He gets the Onslaught of Shadows. The Echo is not level 6 yet, so he will not have the time shift back to heal himself. Red Hots picks up the kill. 1 HP, the difference in who won that fight.
Now Salamanders and Crabwalk are back and respawned, ready to fight again. Have a quick look into the mid lane here, where Ascent has managed to almost tie it up in terms of CES here, but now we head back to the bottom lane where a fight is breaking out.
It looks like they were baiting that dredge line in. Here comes Goblin now, rocket jump away. Nice flash with the body slam. Explosive cast does miss, unfortunately. There's the unstoppable force. Slam, bam, thank you, man. Boise State picks up one. Now on the bot side, Great Condemn into a wall. They'll get another one. They did lose Gragas, though, so 1, 2, 3 does get a kill to the turret. And now Moira's going to get a free kill onto Ascent to shut down onto the Echo.
Now E-Hug and Dean are just going to clean up some of the CS here in this bottom lane. Going to be able to use their minions to get a good charge onto this turret. As Draven now comes down off the respawn, looking to contest them in the bottom lane.
Nobody's too interested in fighting. We've taken a small break. About a 900 gold lead here for Boise State. You can see the CS, especially in that bot lane, favoring the Broncos. Pretty even in the mid lane, even in the jungle, and unfortunately Goblin behind in that top lane. CS being doubled, but he did rotate down, pick up an assist.
But at least, you know, the Gnar is still at 0, 0, 0.
Exactly.
And it isn't already at, 10, 10 to 7 or something like that.
This is all Goblin has to do on this Gragas. This is why I think Shen is still a better choice for Boise State in the long run, because it does have the ability to teleport back to lane. Then you can use the Stand United. Meanwhile, this Gragas, if he does leave the lane, he doesn't have a great way to get back if teleport's on cooldown. But this is where Goblin has to be careful when he overextends. As Mega Gnar is coming up, Solari is going to use the ult, but it's not going to be able to stun him. Gets the second stun with the W. Here comes Moira. Goblin better served here if he just dove under the tower to not give the kill over to that Echo. A Dark Harvest stock will proc. Nearly actually kills the Gnar. but not quite able to find it, and that'll be a kill for that Echo, who's now 3-1.
Well, the Echo is going to get a 150 bounty placed on. Boise State has 2 bounties of their own.
Sen's got to be careful. Moira has back though, but we've seen this set up. There's a nice dredge line going to land onto Dean. He will shield himself under the turrets. Crabwalk getting harassed there, gets polymorph, but they can't find the 3rd silver bullet proc. It's not going to be able to find much with press the attack or the silver bolts, and he'll be able to survive, but Boise State's bot lane still harassing this bot lane for Bethany Lutheran.
Yeah, still managing to put a good bit of pressure onto the bottom lane here. Just one little passing shot against Crabwalk there. As they're going to go and engage, focus down Crabwalk here, and they're going to be able to do it. E-Hug now on the spree. We see Red Hots here also against Moira. The Sun is coming in also with B123.
Perfect unstoppable force there. Moira still has the chrono shift if he needs it, but he's not going to have to use it. Now Goblin's got to be careful. Solaria wants to dive him, and there's the issue with that melee versus range matchup. Now E-Thug's got to get away. This shutdown goes over to the Echo. That'd be an awful idea. There's the temporal shift. Great wild growth from Dean. That's exactly why Boise State wanted that Lulu. Keep E-Hug alive, keep him healthy. But here comes that second rotation. He's going to walk over a ward. Dredge line going to miss, and if that dredge line had landed, that could have been a double kill for Echo. But he's going to come. Oh, no, that's Red Hot's coming back. Echo's still in the vicinity. Boise State has to be careful. Looks like now they'll decide, you know what, time to just back off, get some more items.
Up in the top lane, it looks like Gnar, if I wouldn't be surprised if he managed to get a little bit of turret plating there, just a little bit more gold there. But now down in this bottom lane, another fight breaking out.
E-Hug flashed that one a little bit too aggressively. The health bar is just not on their side. They're going to give 2 over to the side of Bethany Lutheran, and at times Boise State has been just a little bit too aggressive. Explosive cast comes out, not able to knock Solaria into that turret range, which is what Goblin was hoping for. That's going to be a dragon for Bethany Lutheran, and unfortunately, I like the aggressive play by E-Hug. He just didn't have the health, and they didn't have the wild growth this time.
Yeah, and in the course of 2 minutes, it is looking like a very different game in the last 2 or 3 minutes here. As Boise State has had their lead in terms of kills and overall gold shrunken down. As Bethany Lutheran has managed to pass them in terms of gold. See Goblin here under tower is going to clean up just a little bit of that as that Gnar continues to be a problem. Looks like Nautilus is also going to be around that top lane near the jungle there. Is patrolling that area.
Yeah, this Echo is becoming increasingly hard to deal with right now at 3-1-0. Plus, that Gnar, I mean, while we did say, you know, Goblin's done a great job of making sure he hasn't let it get to absolutely outrageous levels, the CS difference is still concerning right now. As Dredge Line's going to land, Onslaught of Shadows will miss, but they're able to charge Salamanders away from the turret. And Boise State's able to pick up 1. Here comes the Echo. Wild Growth will land on Red Hot. There's the Unstoppable Force, and there's no chance for him to shift back in time. This great CC chain comes out for Boise State, and they're able to pick up 2 in that mid lane.
Yeah, that might be what they needed to try to turn it around. Goblin against Solura right here. He's going to find himself pressured just a little bit there.
This isn't what you want. Nice explosive cast. Does push him off.
You see Red Hot's coming up, though, to give a bit of support, though.
Goblin's been doing a really good job in this matchup. Meganar comes out. Nice stun into the wall by Solaria. He's able to get the kill right before Red Hots gets into range. Now, Red Hots has to be careful. He dodges the first stun. I think he's going to wait for Meganar to fade as he will jump in range, barely land the stun, but Meganar is going to fade. Right as that happens, he gets turret aggro. The Red Hots can't contest, and that Gnar is starting to become a small problem.
A small problem that can turn into a very big problem. That's kind of the whole point of Gnar.
Yeah, it goes from at one point one of the worst champions of the game to one of the strongest champions in the game. Very often, managing your rage later on will be something we want to track for Solaria, because if you don't Meganar at the right time and you Meganar before a fight starts, well, you might as well pick Teemo. So it is going to be a lot of pressure on Solaria to make sure that he plays that right. It's one of the hardest parts about Gnar is managing your rage and having that proc in the middle of a fight.
Don't fill my mind with any ways that this fight could have turned out to be more insane as if they picked Teemo.
And that is the comparison, is Ascent's going to get engaged on. He's forced to unstoppable force away to survive. Great play there. Now they want to dive on the crab walk. He's been left all alone by Salamanders. E-Hug's going to pick up the kill. And Boise State's not going to be able to pick up first turret, but they're still going to be able to even the turret score out at one aside. For now.
Yeah, if Bethany Lutheran is going to take this turn in the mid one, might as well answer that back to the bottom. It's not going to be taken thus far, though, so it's just barely hanging on by a sliver of health. Rift Herald still hasn't been taken by either team.
E-Hug's got to be careful. There's no wild growth online. Solari is going to engage, condemned into a wall. Silverboat's going to proc. Meganar just barely comes out, stunned. Oh, that's Pixel, questionable right there, but I think he's still going to die. Shut down onto E-Hug, and Solaria bites off more than he can chew. You're not 7-3, you're just 2-1. And he learns that one the hard way.
And the bounty going to be going over to Boise State as well. It's going to also pick up the red buff here. And then there's all those B123 comes in trying to contest right here. As the hook hits Red Hots there, it's going to find himself in a bit of trouble there. He's going to go away. Might just live. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to disengage there.
A nice blue buff steal there by 1-2-3, keeping it on Bethany Lutheran's side, shut down the counter jungle. They force out the onslaught of shadows to be able to keep Red Hots alive, so that will help for the time being. Goblin standing on a ward. I'd say he doesn't know, but it's a pink ward and everyone sees it. But now they've caught 1-2-3 in a really interesting spot. The rocket jump hadn't been used yet, though, so the body slam goes nowhere. Sent's roaming in. There's the unstoppable force. He's going to be able to pick up one. Dredge line not in time, and 1-2-3 not respecting the damage and that Malphite ult, and just stands there and dies, and he'll die with really nothing he could have done except just kept walking. I don't know why he hung out there for so long.
It does look like we have the Echo that is contesting the Rift Herald here. Going to be trying to get that that objective out from under Boise State.
It does look like Moira is able to pick up that one. Boise State's just setting up, waiting for this dragon to spawn. It looks like it's another Infernal Soul, which is a great way to end this series with how many kills we've had. A little more quiet in this game than we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. Only 23 kills in our first 17 minutes. But E-Hug might add to that one way or another as Moira's going to rotate down. Crabwalk's there as well. Here comes Red Hots. Now there's a wild growth onto E-Hug. He's going to try and take down Crabwalk. He gets the first elimination. Barely going to survive, but he'll be traded 1-for-1. Now Moira's going to jump on the back line. He's going to be able to take down Dean. Boise State's caught in an awful position. And Solari and Salamanders are rotating in. Dredgeline's going to land on the Goblin. He's going to get rooted up, force the body slam away. They've got a Scent waiting. No unstoppable force just yet. Solari's going to be able to pick up a kill. What? As the unstoppable force comes out, onslaught of shadows, Death Charge is going to land onto his Scent, but that AP Malphite with no ults not going to have much places to go, so he's just going to have to walk away. Red Hots will die, and now his Scent might not be able to get back to this tower in time. Meganar is going to fade. He dodges the first rock, gets the Q for the increased movement speed. Here comes Salamander, got to dodge the dredge line, does that perfectly, but I don't think Health's on his side.
Okay.
Oh, no, they left him! Oh, Bethany Lutheran with a giant misplay!
Oh my goodness!
I'm still questionable about Salamander's route through a wall. That was some interesting coding there from Riot, but Bethany Lutheran's got to be kicking himself that they got way too cocky and thought he was dead to rights.
Yeah, Ascent not only managing to survive, but managed to get a shutdown on top of that. So in the position that Ascent was in, that was absolutely insane.
We might have a we're going to have to replay right here.
How did this happen?
That's a great dodge one. Gets the Q for the movement speed. Has to dodge a dredge line. Gets it. Gets meleeed, and everybody stops attacking. Solaria auto-attack cancels.
That's production wanted to see that for themselves again. Everyone was
That was great play by Ascent. I'm not going to take that away from him. Dredge line's going to land onto E-Hug. He gets the wild growth down. Salamander condemned into the wall. It's first kill for Boise State. Unstoppable Fortress has been used by Ascent. They did not find anything. Moira still has the temporal shift. He's going to flash away, and now he'll use the Zanya's first. Now he's not going to be able to ult in time. Oh, no. Bethany Lutheran has tilted a little bit here after that bad play in the bot lane. 1-2-3 is going to rocket jump Buster shot away from Red Hots, but they're still going to lose 2 and a turret. And there's the onslaught of shadows. Flash does come out from 1-2-3. What are you doing staying around there? Body slam's going to land there from Goblin. Gonna try and bait him into that cask. Red Hot picks up the kill. What are you doing, man? Solarian now wants to kill. Great Condemn into a polymorph. Alt's not gonna be able to stun E-Hug, and they're gonna be able to take that kill for himself. Dean picks that one up, and Bethany Lutheran went from in command to falling apart in our last 2 plays.
It's all going terribly, terribly wrong.
Bethany Lutheran, I mean, this could snowball quickly. This is going to be a test of the mental fortitude of Bethany Lutheran. You thought you had a Scent picked, who, by the way, was sitting on a shutdown. Death Charge going to go on to E-Hug. He wants to get it around, but a nice step stretch line is going to land. He will be taken out. So that is a big shutdown, plus the League of Draven passive is going to give Crabwalk a ton of gold. Goblin now teleporting into an unfortunate spot. Here's the unstoppable force, though, and there goes Draven. That's why you play AP Malphite. Salamander's going to get caught out here. He will fall. So Bethany Lutheran will give up 2 just to pick up 1. That's exactly what Boise State wanted.
Now, I do believe there is a Rift Herald in the top lane that Bethany Lutheran just dropped there, so that's still alive for them. I don't know how many charges they will get off of that, but Boise State now might go try to clean that up.
I don't think Boise State noticed it, actually.
Yeah, it got another charge onto the tower, I think.
Yeah, Rift Herald was busy fighting some minions. I think if Boise State pressed for it, they might have been able to...
It got another turret.
It got another... That was just...
That
was an egregious miss. I mean, we talked about Bethany Lutheran having some bad plays. That was a bad play by Boise State. That Rift Herald should have died.
I don't think they're still aware of it.
I mean, Boise State is... Bethany Lutheran has thrown this game a little bit. Boise State has decided, you know what? We can do you one better, and we're just going to let that Rift Herald just absolutely siege our base. Finally, the turrets will take her down, but that was 2 charges too many. Meanwhile, Boise State's going to pick up the Rift Herald, and I mean, we have started to devolve into this lunacy of a game that we no longer recognize.
Well, Boise State is going to try to pick up the Baron here, but you can see the Echo and the Nautilus kind of aware to their plans. You see Boise State with the pings there. I don't know if they're going to try to steal or not.
Goblin did a really good job of baiting down by that Dragon Pit and trying to throw Bethany Lutheran off the scent of a Baron play. So big shout out to Goblin as that distraction. 1, 2, 3 should be able to pick up this turret, but the crucial Baron on the side of Boise State's gonna put them in a good spot. Still, you would have liked them to not have their top inhibitor turret at 30% HP. Everybody's just gonna reset. You have the full tank build for Red Hot there. He's got the Chem tank. He's got the Dead Man's Plate. So he is that tank, making up for the fact that Malphite has gone full AP with the Night Harvester, with the Zanya's Hourglass. Trying to get as much cooldown reduction. Odd to that ultimate as physically possible. Salamander's going to flash over the wall. Nice Condemn, and they'll blast cone to safety. Laria does not have enough rage to be Mega Nard. There's a great unstoppable force. 1, 2, 3 is incredibly low. Onslaught of Shadows able to pick up one. They'll get a second one. Now Salamander's going to be forced to run away. No Dredge Line available. He's getting stopped in front of the blast cone. And Boise State picks up 3. Oh, man, this is what I love about E-Hug. He's going to blast cone into the enemy base on an AD carry. Nobody expects that from an AD carry unless it's E-Hug.
Are they going to get the Echo, though, for the ace?
No, that's Echo with the flash, with the ultimate. He's going to be safe. He's going to actually try and jump onto E-Hug here. Condemn's going to land. Silverbolt's will block. Trying to avoid the stun. Oh, man. Why would you pick Echo if you're not going to use the ult, my man? Moira has not had a good game. Boise State gets the ace, and they're going to get a mid inhibitor. They probably could have got more, but it's a snart back nonetheless. As we've seen at times, Boise State get too aggressive for their own good.
Yeah, might as well play it a little bit safe here and go down here to contest this dragon there.
Solaria blew the teleport to make sure he was down there. This would put Boise State on the Dragon Soul. We'll keep an eye on the bottom left hand of your screen as we'll see this play right here. So he's going to jump onto Red Hot's E-Hug, nice Condemn away, and he just goes pop, and Silver Bolt doesn't even expect it. This absolutely crazy play here. Meanwhile, back in live time, we've got a contest over the Dragon. Unstoppable Force is going to land. 1-2-3 is incredibly low. He'll get sniped out by the explosive cast. Boise State now on this dragon. They're able to pick it up. Can they re-engage? Meganar's going to get a giant stun on the Goblin. Wild Growth on E-Hug to keep him alive. Silverbolt proccing. Stairs Gauge will go off. He's going to get another one. Flash right on the back line. Crabwalk has been taken down. Salamander's the next target. He goes top. Moira, hey, he remembered he has the ult this time, but it doesn't really matter. He'll Zanya's. Boise State goes 1-2-3. It's a quad kill for E-Hug.
Oh my goodness,
this could be
another
game.
one.
This is probably game for Boise State.
Yeah, probably. just a minute or two ago, I was, oh, do you think they might actually get an ace? Nah, and it's flashed away. 2 aces later.
2 aces later, Boise State no longer has the Baron buff. 1-2-3 has respawned. They've got Solaria up in 8 seconds. Standing defend. Condemn into the tower. Buster shot away. Not going to find it. Now they're going to funnel in one by one. Boise State pads the final stats of the Upstart Premier League. They're going to just jump onto that turret. They're going to pick up a double kill. All right, we're going to say they won.
Yay!
Yeah, we're going to say they won. You know what? I'll believe it.
I'll believe it too. Well, a great job for the Broncos, not letting the whole season slip away, managing to get their victory there, and in what a great fashion. That was really fun to watch. That was a great match, and I'm glad to have seen it here right now. So that is going to do it for the match tonight, but Boise State Esports has so much more to offer in terms of Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League, and production. And if you liked all the action you saw here tonight, then you might want to get involved with the esports program. You can go to boisestate.edu/esports for more information. And of course, even if you don't see one of your favorite games down there listed there, that doesn't mean that special events like the great fighting game event that we have tomorrow can't be arranged. So you never know what's going on here. That is going to be a great match tonight. I'm glad to have been here to see it with you, Fish. What a great play from Boise State to come back for the victory.
Yeah, great job by Boise State. I mean, it looked like everything was lost in that game 1, and it might be an offer in the win column for them, but they did a great job rallying. I think Bethany Lutheran had a couple of mistakes. I mean, Boise State was not short on their own mistakes as well, especially with that Rift Herald. That could have been a huge game changer had that game maybe gone a little later. But, I mean, big shout out to Goblin. I mean, as much as you can deflect blame elsewhere, that Aurelia was the reason the Bethany Lutheran won Game 1 going away. He does a really good job in Game 2 stabilizing. Game 3 doesn't really go his way, but Solaria on that Gnar, not as much as a carry as something as a Kled or a Camille, so they didn't have to worry about it too much, and he does a great job rebounding, getting his head back in the game. Huge shout out to Goblin, realizing, you know what, Game 1 I made a mistake, he learns from it, and he plays perfectly in Game 2 and 3, or at least well enough for Boise State to win.
Well, we are going to go into the player of the game. Which, do you have any predictions in terms of who really stood out there?
I mean, I don't see how it's not Ascent. I mean, he was the best player in Game 1. Even when Boise State was getting aced, he was still picking up kills. He played fantastically in Game 2 and absolutely dominated that mid lane matchup and maybe made Bethany Lutheran wonder why they didn't ban that Rumble in the second game. And then he plays that AP Malphite. He plays it so incredibly well. Bailed out a little bit by Bethany Lutheran, leaving him at 1 HP. But, I mean, E-Hug's always a great choice for his play on that vein, but I think there's no way you can't give this one to Ascent. I thought he was the best player for Boise State hands down tonight.
You know, if I'm going to approach it for a little bit of a different angle, I would say, Goblin, even though he didn't have, the biggest shows, when you find yourself faced with how Game 1 went and the top lane just completely spiraled out of control, did Goblin need to win in CS? No. He just had to fulfill his role in controlling those top lanes for the next 2 games. And ultimately, that's what you got to do in these team games. You got to fulfill your role no matter, what your previous game was or how things went for you in the past. So in terms of, the great big shiny plays or stats, no. But in terms of, overall teamwork and being able to recover, I do have to hand it to Goblin in that regard. But you are right. It is going to be Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I think Goblin definitely did a great job restabling his mental. I thought Red Hots was solid in that jungle. I really liked him bring out the Olaf and the Hecarim. Of course, E-Hug and Dean, you can never go wrong picking them. And I think the real difference to me and why I wanted to give it to Ascent is that Game 1, which we probably don't have many highlights from, and for good reason, every single time Boise State's getting aced by an Aurelia who's fed out of her mind, somewhere in that kill feed, Ascent gets a kill on to 1-2-3. Ascent gets a kill on to Crabwalk. And I think that's the reason why is Ascent was the best player in that first game. Every other game, I thought the rest of Boise State played well. This one, This is more Bethany Lutheran's fault in a sense. I mean, that's a great dodge there, but he's dead to rights right there. I think Solaria actually auto-attack canceled at the very last second, thinking he didn't want to get in tower range, which he had more than enough health. So that was a great play by Ascent. Bethany Lutheran helped him out, but again, his play in game one's the deciding factor. But, I mean, you're right. Goblin probably deserves an honorable mention. So does Red Hots, and so does that bot lane for Boise State. They all mesh together well.
Well, that has been the Idaho Central Credit Union play of the game, brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Ascent was your player of the game, and yeah, I can't necessarily say in terms of memory whether I saw him in the kill feed every time, but I do remember he was like the only one who was still holding up the lanes as the top and bottom collapsed in that first rep. Until the top lane got fed so much it was basically unstoppable, he was still a great presence in that mid lane in game one. Well, that is going to do it for the regular season in the Upsurge League of Legends match and season, and what a way to end it. And we are going to leave you with the top 5 plays of the game, which you are definitely going to want to see because this was such a great game. We want to thank you for tuning in. I've been your host, Jacob Jim Mountain Palmer. Thanks for watching.
So Hanzo shooting arrows into nothingness and getting headshots. I remember. Now they want to dive on the crab walk. He's been left all alone by Salamanders. E-Hug's going to pick up the kill. And Boise State's not going to be able to pick up first turret, but they're still going to be able to even the turret score out at one aside. For now.
Yeah, if Bethany Lutheran is going to take this turn in the mid one, might as well answer that back at the bottom. It's not going to be taken though.
Game if they can get an ace. 1, 2, 3 is going to come in from the backside. The turret goes down. There's no turret to help him anymore. He's going to be forced to Zanya, which State does not care. Ascent's going to pick that one up. Haroldina gets another charge. There's the equalizer from Boise State, and unless there's a miracle for Bethany Lutheran, this is going to a game 3. Wild growth on E-Hug to keep him alive. Silverbolt proccing, Stairs Gauge will go off. He's going to get another one. Flash right on the back line. Crabwalk has been taken down. Salamander's the next target. He goes top. Moira, hey, remember he had the ult this time, but it doesn't really matter. He'll Zanya's. Boise State goes 1, 2, 3. It's a quad kill for E-Hug, and this could be game.
One.
This is probably game for Boise State. Out there. Does have enough damage. Shield will come out from Dean. E-Hug has to be incredibly careful knowing he is just one shot away. Q comes up, gets a little bit of healing. Salamander's in an awful spot. Will they give E-Hug the kill? No. Dean gets it for himself, and that's 2 kills in the bot lane for Boise State.
It's a much better start for them, but Boise State also managed to get
to get back to this tower in time. Meganar is going to fade. He dodges the first rock. Gets the Q for the increased movement speed. Here comes Salamander. Got to dodge the dredge line. Does that perfectly, but I don't think Health's on his side.
Okay.
Oh, no, they left him! Oh, Bethany Lutheran with a giant misplay! Oh! I'm still...